Hello, everybody. Welcome to Critical Beauty. Happy New Year. Happy new 2024. I hope this year will bring you a lot of blessings, peace, love, joy, and all the happiness that you deserve. Welcome to Critical Beauty. This is going to be the first live group chat for the new year. I apologize for tuning in late because we're having some technical issues and some of the guests are going to be arriving late. So thank you. I appreciate all your patience. So as you know, the topic for tonight is we're going to discuss the best and the worst of pageantry in 2023. And as you know, all my guests tonight are very opinionated and have all their thoughts and opinions about every major pageant that took place in 2023. So we're just waiting for our guests to arrive. Tonight, we will have Luis Lopez, aka One Way Papi. We also have Lenka Vomosil, Mrs. National Universe 2022, and Ed Domiguez, formerly of Global Beauties. And I also invited Melvin Neronia, but apparently he texted me and he apologized because he won't be able to make it tonight due to an emergency. I invited Brian Javier, and hopefully he should be able to make it. So if you guys have any questions or thoughts and comments, please feel free to enter them in the comment section below, and I'll be more than happy to read the comments back to everybody. So, all right, so let's welcome. Oh, okay, so we have Louise. Hey. Hey, Papi. Can you hear me? Hey. Can you
Hey,
can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you right now.
Wonderful.
Sorry for my delay.
Well, I think everybody's late. Lenka texted me like 25 minutes ago. She said her alarm did not work and she apologized. She forgot to turn on her alarms. And then Ed is celebrating his mother's birthday tonight. So he said it's going to be a little bit late. And
Yeah.
Melvin can't make it because he has an emergency. And I hope it's not very serious or anything like that. And I also invited Brian. So he said he's in the middle of doing something and is actually getting ready to reveal his Miss Grand US Virgin Islands 2024 contestants tomorrow. Tomorrow is the grand reveal. Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy for him. I think
Yeah, I'm really looking
happy to
forward,
have
yeah, to
you.
that. And I also invited Noemi, but she's not sure because, as you know, Reina Internacional del Cafe just finished. And
Yeah.
Cuba, Maria Vilches, did very, very well. She's Primera Princesa, first runner-up,
She will be in this case like second runner up
second runner-up. Okay,
technically because
okay,
I think they do like the queen, the vice, the
right.
reina, and then the first princess. So that's Maria. Um, so it's like I don't know.
Yes,
It's a lot of emotions in there. I can tell you right now. I'm super happy for Maria. Cuba made history in the 52 editions of El Reina Internacional del Cafe in Colombia. Cuba, for what I understand, never
has never
made
won.
it,
Has never
never
actually
at all.
placed. Yeah, has never placed.
So Maria not only won El Reinado de la Policía, which is a great honor. It's like it's like a second best award title wise in the pageant,
Right.
and then being part of the top five. you know, as part of the team, it's not like we always want to win, but Maria did everything.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
uh,
she definitely raised the Cuban flag up
yeah,
high, and she won, as you mentioned, she mentioned a subsidiary award, which is Reina de la
the
Policía,
policia.
Queen of the
Yeah.
Police, which I thought, okay, this is very interesting. And yeah, I mean, she really made a huge impact. And to viewers out there, we're talking about Maria Vilches. She is Cuba's representative to the recently concluded International Queen of Coffee, which took place in Colombia. And Wilfredo, Luis Santos here, is her coach. So he's very, very proud of Maria, of his student. And as you know, I was in Florida when,
Mm-hmm.
for doing the Miss Grand Cuba pageant that Maria participated in. And she's amazing. I think this is just, again, another experience for her. But she's only 20. She's very young.
Yeah.
She's very young.
So
And who knows? Who knows? Maybe someday, if Miss Universe
I
allows Cuba to have the franchise, she might compete in the first ever Miss Universe Cuba. Who knows? But watch out for her, Maria Vilches. She is
I
amazing.
think she will be. I think I don't know. I told her that I don't know what is gonna happen, but I think she will be a great winning card for Miss International. She's very elegant, and I think she will. Let's see what happens. But Maria is not stop. Will not stop. I
No.
remember years ago, Puerto Rico won the Policia title,
Mhm,
and she was able to fly back and forward to Colombia to do a lot of work.
mhm,
So let's see what is gonna happen. Let's see if they will use her when the current queen, the new crown Miss Polonia, is not able to do nothing.
mhm.
I need to celebrate. I already made my post, but I'm celebrating that we made it happen. Um, we cannot win all the time, but I don't know. I was like,
Well, if
I
it's meant to
think
be, it's
that,
meant to be. You know what I mean?
yeah,
If it's destiny, it's destiny. You cannot control. You can only control what you can do
exactly.
about yourself, but the rest, leave it to God, leave it to the universe to decide. So, but again, I mean, she's amazing. I think she will eventually win a major crown. So
Oh
welcome
yeah.
everybody. Just reading some of the notes in the comment section. Again, guys, we apologize for tuning in late because of things happen and whatnot. So reading some of the notes. Hello, Rafa. I want to be on your show. Tayab Rees. Hi, Tayab. How are you? Bagarat from India. Hi, good morning, Rafa from India. Hola, Brian Javier. Hello, hi, Brian. Come on, quick, join us. Um, Brian thought that Maria was going to win because, yeah, I mean, all the signs were there for her to win, but,
Yeah.
it's just not her time yet. Antonia Capasso. Hi, Antonia. Did you watch Miss Global preliminaries? I wanted to watch the prelims, but I just didn't have any time because I've been so busy rewatching some of the pageants from last year just to get a second, a third opinion about for each pageant. So I didn't have any time, but I will definitely watch the finals. That's for sure. Um,
Yeah.
can one of the categories be best pageant vlogger? I don't know. That's a good idea, but
Yeah, we could
we
have
we
asked
did not we did not
that.
have that in our list for this year. But who knows? Maybe next year. However, there is a category for best pageant personality. And that could be anybody. It could be a contestant, it could be a director, it could be a fan, it could be a
I like
vlogger.
that.
Well, who do you nominate to be the best pageant vlogger of 2023? Write your comments below, people. Um, hope you give Earth a chance. Of course, we always give Miss Earth a chance. Are you going to cover male pageants? We're going to include male pageants in our analysis tonight. But there are very few male pageants that happened in 2023. I think no, there are only three major male pageants: Mr. Supranational, Mr. International, and Mr. Global. There are several minor male pageants, but we did not consider them because nobody basically paid attention to these male pageants. And most of these minor male pageants take place, I don't know, in some small venue, and there's an average of what, 15 to 30 contestants.
Yeah.
And the quality,
Sometimes less.
yeah, sometimes less. The quality of the contestants is really, really bad. So, forget it. We're not interested in that. So maybe in a few years, they need to develop their reputation and whatnot. So yeah. Thank you, Rafa, for your Miss Earth coverage. You're welcome. Frank says, hi, Rafa, who are your guests tonight? My guests tonight, of course, Wilfredo, Luis Lopez, Lenka Vomosil, Mrs. National Universe. She's going to join us, but she's late because she woke up too late. She didn't set her alarm clock. We have Ed Domiguez, formerly of Global Beauties, and hopefully, Brian, if you're watching, we need your ass here. Melvin, he was going to come, but he couldn't make it because of emergency. So hopefully it's nothing serious. Okay, so let's see. Hi, Rafa and team. I always watch your videos. Just love it. Thank you, Bhagyarat. Frank. Yeah, Brian, join the chat. Tell us how you feel about Miss Nepal. Yeah, I think we have a lot of things to say about every pageant that took place in 2023. It was just unbelievable. So just to give you an idea, these are the major pageants that we're going to consider: Universe, Supranational, Grand, International, Earth, Intercontinental, Charm, the Miss Globe, Miss Aura, and then the male pageants, Mr. International, Global, Supranational, and also other minor pageants, but they're gradually making a mark, so to speak, as time goes by. And those are Universal Woman, Miss Cosmo World, Miss International Queen, Miss Tourism International, Reina Hispanoamericana, Reina Internacional del Cafe, Caballero Universal, which is a male pageant, but it's gaining ground. Man of the World, by the way, which I think took place, I believe, in Korea or in the Philippines, I forget. And Mr. Friendship and Mr. Friendship International. Those are another pageant that's growing popularity, which is based in China. So, all right. So as you can see on my banner behind, these are the categories. Okay. So do you like it? Do you like it?
I like it. And it's pink. I like it.
So it's going to be very, 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 very interesting. Okay, so if you have any comments, if you don't agree with anything that we say, please feel free to comment. As you know, we want to solicit your opinions and your comments. Okay, we want you to engage with us. Okay, because we don't want this to be just a one-way conversation or a one-way discussion. We want everybody to participate. This is also your channel. And by the way, if you're new to this channel, I invite you to subscribe. Please click the subscribe button below and also the bell notification so you get instant notification for the next video. And please share. Our target is 9,000 views, 9,000 subscribers, but before the end of the month, okay? But as you know, everything's just very, very slow. Wilfredo has the best laugh. Yeah, Wilfredo has the best laugh. Papi, you're looking very summery today. Is it really very hot down there in South Carolina?
No, but I will be honest with you. My house is 75 degrees right now, which I hate, because they leave us a note in the door that says, I don't know who created that note, but it goes like, the lowest you can have your heater is 55 degrees. I'm like, what?
Really?
My pipe will burst. So I put it in 75. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go very summer, and because I normally have a chair, but I was like, you know what? Let me go summer. It's 75 degrees in my apartment, and I don't like it.
Oh, guess who's watching? Your sister, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Hello, my brother. Hello, Rafa. I love you. Finally see you. Hi, Michelle. Hope everything's going
She
well.
love you. I think she love you more than me. She goes like, I told her, hey, I'm gonna be in the live with the funny guy. I said, uh-huh. She said, tell him that I follow him all the time. And I said, okay. So
Yeah,
for her, you're the funny guy. I love it.
Pageant blogger says, Wilfredo berating a live commentator during MGI season. What was that about? Do you remember what happened? You were berating, you were belittling, you were criticizing harshly. Oh, guess who's trying to get in? Guess who's trying to get in? Ed Domiguez. Should we invite him? Yeah, we'll invite him.
Let's invite him. I don't want him to feel left out.
That's right. All right. So hopefully, he had enough of his mother's birthday cake. Yeah. So speaking of MGI, as you know, what happened with Miss Grand United States? You heard about that, right? Of course, one of your girls, Rachel Slawson, who competed as Miss Grand Ireland and Miss Grand International 2023, is now the new national director of Miss Grand United States. So
Yep.
I was like, the first time I heard that, oh my God, I was shocked. Like, what? How did you get the franchise? Is there something that she told you that you want to share with us, Willie?
To be honest with you, that was a very secret. She kind of give me a hint that something good is coming because first of all, I go like, "Are we ready for Supra?" She said, "Not at the moment. Something is coming." But literally, she said, "But thanks to you, you're one of the reasons why this is going to happen." And I'm like, okay.
Really?
And then we have a group chat. So she posted there and she goes, "I'm just waiting for Luis to react." So I'm getting there. I'm like, no way. So for me, it's amazing because again, I mean, I'm honest. I mean, if you follow instructions, if you follow advices, the sky is the limit and the universe is there for you. So this is a big victory because I feel that Rachel, in my personal opinion, she like Cuba, not because I work with them, it's just for me that knowing how hard they work, they deserve to be in the top 20. But when it comes to social media and a platform, Rachel, she is amazing. I mean,
Yeah,
she
of
has a
course.
story.
Yes.
Like when coming from Miss USA,
But could you please tell her not to sensationalize everything or not to dramatize everything? But she does to be a drama queen. Okay.
but
All
you know,
right.
she's part of the
So
community.
Rachel,
So
I love you. If you're watching this, I love you. And I wish you the best of luck being the national director of Miss Grand United States. Okay. And I'm sure our other guest, Ed Domiguez, who just joined us. Hey, Ed. Woo, 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 woo.
I'm waiting for him.
Hello.
Did you move? I love your new apartment.
Yeah, it's a nice new background that I have.
I love it. And I like the fact that all the books are like, the other way around. They also white pages. It's very HGTV.
Mhm.
So we were just
So
talking.
congrats for Cuba in
Yes.
coffee. That was nice.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
thought that she was gonna go higher, but Poland won, so congratulacje Polska. She was in Miss Universe, she was in Miss Supranational, so it was bound to happen.
No, which year did she compete in those pageants? Like this or last year?
She went to New Orleans in Miss Universe when
2022.
Arboni won.
Okay.
And then she was in Supranational last year when Ecuador won.
Okay. All right. So she has a lot of experience.
Mm-hmm.
But does she even speak Spanish for Polish?
No.
No.
But I don't think they even pay attention to that. I mean,
Oh,
they just see that the girl is beautiful and that's it. She's beautiful.
But does
To
she
be
even like
honest with you,
coffee?
they normally
Does she even
do.
drink? Does she even drink coffee?
Well, if she's Polish, I'm sure she does.
But
What does it
to
taste
be
like?
honest with you, they do because last year the girl from Haiti, she was like the one to win, and because she didn't spoke Spanish, they didn't give her the crown. So we were like, okay, that was kind of. I think this is the first time that they crown somebody that is not fluent in Spanish.
But they've crowned a European before, correct?
They had a girl from Japan who won. I think so.
Really? How
Like
weird.
10 years ago, yes.
That is very weird. Yeah.
It's very rare. Like, I don't know. I when I saw her, I was like, I didn't remember her from the other two pageants. To be honest with you, I was like, okay, because even when I was talking to Noemi, we were watching live, and I go like, she's so beautiful. She's like have that Miss International look.
Mhm.
If she doesn't win here, she can go to Japan and nail it because she had that beauty. She's not ugly. She's beautiful. I know she's beautiful. It's just kind of like you know, France, I was super happy to see her in the top 5. I love France. She has this cute personality that, and she tried to speak Spanish. So for me, that speaks
It's a big
volume
plus.
on it.
Yes. Yeah. It's
I was
always great.
like,
Yeah.
so I don't know, especially because this year, for the first time, they have a top 10.
This year. But
Mm-hmm.
how many contestants were there?
24.
24, and then for
They used to have a top 10 like whenever I used to send girls to coffee like 20 years ago. They used to have a top 10 back then, like 20 years ago.
Yeah, because in 1994, when Puerto Rico won, they only did top 5. And since 1994, remembering, of course, because for people that doesn't know, uh, Reina Internacional del Cafe in Colombia is the oldest pageant after Miss Universe. It's older, was created before Miss International. I think it was 1957. But because some of the years they were not able to do the edition, that is the reason this is the 52 edition. But technically, this is the oldest pageant in internationally speaking in America, like for Latinos.
Okay, all right. And it always takes place in Manizales, right?
Yes,
because it's a festival.
It's a huge
Yeah.
event. It's like, if I can't say this, and hopefully they don't kill me.
So it has
It's
never gone out of
like-
Colombia.
No, it's
No.
because it's part of the Feria de Manizales. That it's a big deal. It's like Miss International cultural, promotion. It's kind of simple. It's like the Latin version, which is a lot of fun.
Right.
It was very interesting. So,
And it's also it's a tourist attraction too, because it brings money. Tourists
Yes.
come, and it brings, it helps the economy of the city, of the town. So that's good. Yeah. All right. Lenka said 5 more minutes. Sorry, Ugg.
yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, sure. She'll probably show up. She'll probably show up like 10 minutes, when the show is over.
So what were we talking about before I joined?
We were talking about Rachel Slawson, Miss Grant, the new national director of Miss
Okay.
United States. And I was just asking Willie, like, how the hell did she get the franchise? Because remember, she posted it like last week, and everybody was surprised. Even Stephanie Miranda, the current Miss Grand United States, she commented like, "Wait, what? Like, DM me, please." like even Stephanie was surprised. Now she's working for Rachel. Can you believe it? And people have this crazy conspiracy theory that Rachel wanted to be the national director because she wanted some clout, she wanted some power and whatnot. She wanted to be the boss. So
I want to say something, but I'm going to use the word allegedly.
Allegedly, just say it. Allegedly,
the Miss Grand International was looking for a new director for USA for 2 years now.
What's wrong with the old directors?
They change
Allegedly,
USA every 5 minutes, so it's not new,
Okay.
No. USA kept the director for a while, for years. But
Yeah,
they were
Chantel,
looking
and then they kicked her out, and I don't even know why. But
well,
after
again,
Chantel,
allegedly.
they have like 8 directors, I think.
Well, I know only, I think it's Israel.
Yes.
Israel was.
He's one of the guys. Yeah.
Exactly. So I always wanted to work with them for years since they took the grand license, and I wasn't able to because whatever. So allegedly, a lot of queens were saying that they needed to prepare themselves, that they would get no support from the national for their directors. If it's true or not, those are rumors or not. I wasn't there, so that's the reason why I say allegedly. But yes, I can say that 2 years ago, when Brazil was competing, they were looking for a new director for USA. And they started offering the license to other people. Right. So it's not something that just happened right now. It's just they were already looking for a new director. I don't know. It's because when Abina won, they were hoping that the USA organization would do more to promote the pageant, and didn't happen. Or maybe some of the pageant queens were over there and they kind of complained for allegedly not getting the support, or just they needed to invest everything to get ready themselves for the international competition.
Mhm.
So I think it's a good move for what Rachel explained to me about how this is going. She just she was in Texas celebrating Miss Grand Texas right now.
Yes,
So
I saw her, and now
I'm
she's in New Jersey, I think. She just arrived in
yeah,
New
I think
Jersey
she was in
for
New Jersey.
Miss Grand New Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, so I already offered her my assistant because she's part of my girls from MNG from Fashion Week. She's one of the MNG models, and for me, it's amazing. I'm proud of her. I love her. Nobody's perfect, but her metamorphosis from when we worked towards Grand was incredible. So I don't know, but all those things about she wanted power because of Stephanie and blah blah blah. No, they were looking
Well,
already.
you know what, Willie, let me tell you, I really don't care. I don't think MGI cares about what's going on, the relationships between the national director and the contestant or the girls. No, they don't care about the internal issues going on. All they
or
care about
anything.
is the franchise gets paid, and that they have good exposure. And that's why
Not
MG,
exposure
and it,
either.
yeah, even MGI and Miss Universe have been like, dismissing old directors and hiring new ones. And okay, well, let's talk about what happened to Henrique Fontes, Brazil's
I am upset.
national director for Miss Grand International.
Actually, the lesson here is that no matter how much you work for the brand or no matter how much good work you are doing, you are still going to get kicked out.
Mhm.
So this is what I tell the directors, like, okay, do a good job. It's your year. Send a good contestant, but tomorrow's not promised for anybody. And even if you try and you bring the Nawat or anything to your country, they will still kick you out. So, it happens. This is something that people need to have in account
Right.
when they get into a business.
But see, Ed, what I don't understand is that, well, this is what I thought. So Nawad had already offered the 2024 franchise to Enrique, correct? For another
He
year.
paid too. He paid
But then
both years.
again,
No,
at the last minute, he changed his mind
every
and
pageant does this. Every pageant does this. Like the moment they get a good offer, sometimes they just yank it away from you. It's not exclusive to MGI.
Ed,
But
I'm
I
sorry to
was
interrupt you.
surprised.
My apologies.
I was surprised.
I'm reading Lenka's comment and she's like, no, I want to talk about Enrique. Almost there. So do we need to put pause on this
well,
conversation until
hurry
she
up,
speaks?
girl, because I
I
mean,
I I cannot say much. Because I get passionate. I was the first person to give Miss Grand a chance. We were invited in 2013 to go cover this new pageant in
yeah.
Thailand. I
Mhm.
was contacted by Crit, by PK, who he used to be the supranational director for Thailand back then. So he told me that his friend Nawat had been a director for Miss World in Thailand.
Mhm.
He
Yeah.
was doing a new competition. So of course I went. Like, I'm not gonna lie, we were treated very well and by both Nawat and Teresa. And it was a good experience while it lasted. I was there for 6 years. And, it's nice to see how much Miss Grant has grown. But then again, this is how it grows. And I might not agree with how they handle things. I don't agree how they handle things, but in the end, it's their business. We have heard this phrase a lot from Teresa. Our pageant, our rules. Our pageant, our rules. So if they want to crash and burn, that's not our problem.
Right.
You
But then
know,
I don't have any problem with rules, but sometimes the rules are arbitrary. Sometimes the rules don't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. But this is the thing.
you're doing a great job, handling your national organization.
This is the
You produce
thing.
a winner, and then the next year, all of a sudden, all of that is taken away from you. Like that
This
doesn't
is the
make any
thing.
sense.
The one thing that Miss Grant is missing to be number one, because they say they're number one, but you will never be number one when you don't get the main national queen from each country. You will never be. This is what Miss Universe and Miss World are getting. They're getting the main winners. We're not talking about Miss Grand something. We're talking about Miss Country.
Mhm.
And since usually, for example, Miss Grand or Miss Supranational, when they do have national winners, they are not as popular as the main winner in each country. And for that to happen, you need to have good directors with strong organizations. What we have been seeing is a lot of directors that come and go with organizations that last only 1 year, 2 years. They change the name, they change the license. This is what's going on.
Mhm.
But other than that, people love the show, people love the theatrics, the antics, the controversies, everything. So they will still follow Miss Grand no matter what. They
Exactly.
love to fight. They love to put Filipinos to fight up against the pageant. They love, the turmoil.
Sure, of course. They want controversy and anything for attention, I think. It's
But
also
for
part of their
me,
marketing strategy too. Will they
for
go?
me, it's like when Rafa, when you did that post, I think I remember, I don't remember verbatim what I wrote, but I said something about loyalty. And this is something that I remember. Loyalty for me matters a lot. And I know it's 2024 and it's a business, but I'm a firm believer onto today's day that you need to be loyal to the ones that help you to achieve that the moment that you are right now.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, I am not mad about certain changes with other directors, but this one hits me. I don't know that Henrique personally. I only saw him through you guys, but he is very passionate. He brought glory to Brazil. I mean, I remember when Brazil won Miss Earth and nobody even cared. But when Brazil won Miss Grand, that was a different story. And this man worked a lot for the franchise. And this is the thing, loyalty is the key. If you are not loyal to the people that put you there, you one day can be here, another day you can go down. That is the reason Miss World, doesn't matter how many times they delayed the pageant, they have people there keeping them number one.
That's true. That's true. With Miss World, as you know, Miss World has been postponed yet again. Okay, this year, like it's going to take place sometime in March. I don't even know the exact dates anymore. Okay, Ed, you would know.
Yeah.
You're the national director for
Okay,
Panama.
I've been a director for 8 years now for Miss World. What a lot of people don't understand, Julia doesn't care about putting up a big show. She doesn't care about having a lavish production. She doesn't care about any of this. She just wants someone who understands the brand. So a lot of people who have written to her to take the license away from me, like I don't do a big show or whatever, they fail to understand the message behind this work. Because most people in Panama who wanted to do it, they want to do it as a second placer to Miss Universe. It's always like a consolation prize, never as the main title. And nobody wants to treat Miss World as a main title in my country. So this I will not allow, because when I took this opportunity, I had a meeting with Julia herself, and she explained to me everything. So of course, you need to understand Miss World in order to work for them. So it's okay. It's sad. It's sad that it has been delayed for so long, about 5 or 6 times. Right now, the final is set to be on the 9th of March, Saturday, 9th of March in Mumbai. That's the latest information we got.
Okay.
If you go to Wikipedia, like there are some people who are not allowing you to edit the page because they say there has been no official release about it. With the directors, we know what is going on.
Right.
But Julia is very loyal. If she takes the license away from someone, there must be something really big happening, or the director giving it up. This happens because she likes to have her team of people like working for the brand, that year after year when we meet in the international competition, we see each other's faces. Like there's very seldom a case in which a director is new. Normally it doesn't happen. So there's a difference. She will always be very loyal to you, and she will never treat people. And when they are getting rid of you, they let you know. They tell you, we will not need your contestant. Thank you for your service. We are changing licensor this year. Like they let you know. Unlike MGI, you have to find out somewhere else that you don't have it.
Or even Miss
Unless
Universe. Or even Miss Universe. Remember what happened to Lupita Jones? Lupita Jones went live on Instagram and she said that the Miss Universe organization did not even have the courtesy to tell her face to face, even by phone call or email, that
But
there's
this
going to
is
be a
this
new
is a
national
new.
director from Mexico.
This is because of the new management. Because below Paula, this would have never happened.
Exactly.
Because I met Paula when she joined in 2001, and Justine was Miss Universe in 2002. And they've always been very professional and courteous with each and every director. But the new management is different. And right now, everything's so confusing. So
Mhm.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
Of course, we were supposed to talk about this. You know that normally the decisions they took were not really the
No.
best ones, like in Vietnam and Indonesia.
No, exactly. Not even with, well, somebody's asking, what's happened? Any updates about the current Miss Universe from Nicaragua? Like, we don't know. Where is she? Where is she now? What is she doing? Is she
She gets
staying
in
in
New
New York,
York.
in the New York apartment? She's stuck in New York, right? She's doing the media tour. I think she met her mom, who lives in San Francisco. So her mom and other relatives came to visit her in New York City. They had a good time during Christmas and stuff and everything. But she went to Indonesia to film that vitamin C commercial. Did you guys see her commercial? I mean,
Not
it's
yet.
yeah, I mean, nothing ordinary, nothing extraordinary about it. It's just a regular vitamin C commercial. So that's pretty much it. And she told everybody that Nicaragua, her country, will eventually allow her to return, but there's no guarantee, you know. So yeah, we really don't know much about what's going on with her life, pretty much. And also her
Or
styling. Can we talk about her styling? Like, ugh, like what kind of clothes or dresses is she
whoever is
wearing?
dressing her and doing her makeup hates her. She has
Ew.
a face that cannot handle hard makeup and colors. Like I remember when she was wearing black and white, and the lips were red, and she looked so pale. She looked so old. I'm like, if
Yeah.
you have strong features, you kind of need to kind of less is more.
Soften her makeup. Yeah.
Soften
I
it.
I really wish, I think she looks better with longer hair. I really want her to grow her hair longer because yeah, I just want to see her because she has a beautiful chiseled features on her
Yes.
face. And putting like maybe like a long hair to frame that angular face will probably soften it a bit. So I want to see so Sheynnis Palacios, mi amor, if you're watching this show, please consider growing your hair. Okay, or at least
Well,
wear a wig. Wear a
I just
wig,
gonna say
okay?
But
this.
Rafa,
I wonder,
What?
and
Wonder what?
some Latinos will kill me, but how would it be the story if Thailand would have won? And I'm gonna say it. I would love to see Thailand winning. How would it be the story right now? Because
What?
you know that if Thailand would have won Miss Universe, she would be like, "Yeah, I got this."
Yes, of course.
I'm
But you
the
know what?
complete opposite. I think that she went too far from how she performed that night. I don't understand how she went too far, like being first runner up. But that is because I will always say that Thailand's third Miss Universe was Chalita, and they let her go. And I haven't seen a girl since Chalita who deserves that crown. So maybe when
Who's
Vina goes, she will win.
Right.
Chalita was 2016 when Iris won.
Mhm.
Oh,
She
yeah.
Yeah,
was
that was 2016 was a good year, actually. Very.
that girl was
Mm-hmm.
stunning in every way. But I can see your point because a lot of people in YouTube, especially, are talking about like what would have happened if Thailand had won, or in any case if Australia had won. But Sheynnis was always the queen. And Rafa, if you
Right.
want to see her with long hair, just watch Miss World when she was there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I'll do that.
But can
Hi,
I be honest with
Lenka.
you?
Let's welcome Lenka to the group.
She looks better with the
Hi.
short hair. She looks
I
better
like her
with
with the
short
short hair
hair.
better.
You think?
Much
Well,
better.
maybe because it's her trademark. Yeah. But
But
did you
uh,
but did you see her pictorial as Cleopatra? She was wearing this like really ancient Egyptian makeup. Like she looked like Cleopatra to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that was very, very editorial, I think.
but
I was actually
Wilfredo's
after I
right.
done my hair because my hair is like this, right? But because I woke up so late, I couldn't wash my hair, so it goes all up. But the Asian style is like you part in the middle, and then you lift up the side, so it kind of lifts up your eyes too.
Right, exactly.
And
Why?
Like
Why?
when you were talking about Chinese wardrobe,
Yeah, let's talk about the wardrobe, okay?
she's a rare case. Like you normally when you have a girl with black hair, like you call her like for example winter, and then you put her in dark clothing. But Sheynnis is a different. She's a girl with dark hair, but she's golden. Like she needs to wear yellow, she needs to wear golden, she needs to wear green, and they are putting her like for example in white or these kind of colors like cherry red that are not good on her.
Well, even
And
like even the clothes that she wore on top of the Empire State Building, the
Oh,
black and white ensemble with polka
That was
that
dots,
was
awful.
red
terrible.
shoes, and I thought that was horrible. Like, who the
That was
hell,
horrible.
who the hell is her stylist? So I did some research, and apparently her stylist right now is a fellow Nicaraguan designer, no name, never heard of her. So I checked her Instagram page, like, ugh, like, and it says Project Runway finalist or something. Like, really?
Oh, that's funny because I saw the outfit and I commented that I feel like when I was back on Project Runway and the designers couldn't finish the outfit and then they would just glue it together, like so it was a very student-ish unfinished outfit because it looked like it has cuts here, cut there. I'm
Yes,
like,
it's like arts and
"Ugh."
crafts. Yeah.
They just need to
they're
fire that
saying that
designer. They
they're
just need to
saying that
fire
it's
that
this designer
person.
called Chantal Lacayo, but I've seen Chantal's work because Chantal has been presenting her clothes like every year in Panama Fashion Week. But I don't think she's the only one dressing her because some of the outfits are not her style. So
Yes.
I really
Yeah.
don't know who's in charge of everything she's wearing.
But
I don't know.
I would think Miss Universe would have their own official stylist,
Well,
like
I
in the
thought they
past.
used
Normally
to.
they used to
Apparently,
have, but it was not they have never dressed these girls like accordingly. Like when Justine was Miss Universe, you would see her with clothing you that she would never wear normally.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened like every year.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I remember there was a black dress that you can put in the hanger and just send it to the street walking by itself. Because I've seen three different Miss Universe users. Zuleika used it. The girl from Cuba, Paulina Vega, used it. I don't know what other girl. I was like, Jesus, they don't have another dress. That dress know the road already by itself.
Exactly. All right. Well, since all four of us are here, let's start with the analysis. Lenka, darling,
I
you
just
showed
wanted to
up.
say, you guys were talking about Shayna's hair, and I love her hair. I think it's what made her stood out because when you look at her at Miss World, she's kind of boring with the long hair. I think the short hair that cut actually made her stand out too.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. All right. Good, 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 good. Okay, everybody from all over the world watching, reading some of the messages here. Interesting question. Will MGI's standing on Global Beauties be affected now that Henrique is no longer the national director for Brazil? No. We asked Henrique
no.
that, and he said no, because Henrique is a gentleman. He's a very civil, good-mannered, intelligent, reasonable, logical man. So no, just because he lost the license doesn't mean Global Beauties is going to stop covering MGI. No, Global Beauties will continue to cover MGI.
Plus, we're not little kids,
Mm-hmm.
or like some nation who gets angry and aggressive and attacking when they then don't get what they want. We still just judge it without the personal feelings, based on the production, based on the activities
Right.
and the quality of the contestants. So
Exactly, exactly. Lenka, you're getting a lot of love from all over the world. Hello, future. Hi, Lenka, future Miss Universe. Yes. Yes, now that the age limit has been removed, Lenka, who is like above 25 or 28,
well, I know,
join
but
Miss Universe. Do
When
you
they
guys
remove
want to
they
see
allow
Lenka
men to compete.
in Miss Universe? Let's go. Let's
I know, but still, it's a little bit too much of a stretch. But also in Czech Republic, we have the worst organization called chimes who holds the license. The guy who decides is the guy who owns modeling agency, and he picks girls who look like models, alien. I mean, have you seen what they sent to Global?
Lots of models, very model-esque. They're all very
So
model.
Well,
going
then you
through their stupid competition, I would get like eliminated in the beginning because I'm too pretty for them. Just kidding. But you know, I have another competition on my mind.
Mhm.
but I think that Lenka, you look like a model still, so you can go and compete.
Well, wait a minute, Lenka, are you still considering competing in a Universal Woman contest?
Yes.
You are,
But
okay.
not this year. I mean, the thing is, because I have a lot of friends in Cambodia, and they kept on saying, "Oh, you have to come and join Universal Woman," you know. And I was like, I didn't know what was it before, but I kept on hearing it over and over again. And then after all that happened last year, I was like saying, "Okay, I gotta go and compete again. Like, guys, tell me where to go." And Henrique was the one, "Go Universal Woman," and I'm like, "Oh." Everybody in Cambodia says that. And I study it and I'm like, it's really, really great organization. They seem fair. I love the bosses. The message, the last year's winner, I love it. Was on a cruise, it was fun. But the thing is, I would love to join in March in Cambodia, especially because I love Cambodia and I have fans there. But I am a
Yes,
strong believer in preparation.
of course,
You
definitely.
know, like rushing things in, then you go there, you don't succeed, and it's like, oh, if I waited, if I like gave it time to prepare, you know, it could have been different. And if I compete with the women who are 10 years younger, I gotta go to the gym to make everything nice,
Mhm.
lean, and so on, you know, like I gotta prepare, I gotta study the organization, I gotta keep on practicing the catwalk because even though I did tons of shows, there's so much progress in beauty
Exactly.
pageant catwalk. Look at Dougie and his twists and turns and signature poses. So I want to go there 2025, 100% ready with my GL dresses. Maybe Melvin is gonna make my costume. And if I don't succeed, then I'm like, you know, I gave it 100%, no regrets. But if I don't succeed and I know that I didn't give it my all, that's
Mm.
when it hurts. So
Exactly. So people out there who are thinking of competing in a pageant, listen to Lenka's advice. Preparation is the key. Okay, you don't join a pageant just because you want to join a pageant. Okay, you need to study the system. You need to talk to contestants who've competed before. Ask, you know, their opinions about it. Is it a good pageant or a bad pageant? Check, study the organization. The type of people who run the pageants. Are they business savvy? Are they sensitive, considerate? Are they kind to everybody? Those things you really have to consider. Okay. Oh,
also,
look, Brian is trying to join. Should we admit him? Yeah, let's admit him. I'm sure
Mhm.
he has a lot to think to say about Miss Grand as well. Let's admit Brian. Yeah, go ahead, Lenka. Please continue.
I also wanted to say that you gotta study the country from which the organization is and the country which is gonna be hosting it. Because at the Q&A round, when they ask you something and you want to say what you feel in your heart, you always have to consider the religion, you know, of the country, because some of the judges are from the country and you can offend them. I got a question about abortion last time, and I knew it was illegal in Thailand until recently. A lot of doctors still don't want to do it. So I cannot just be like, oh yeah, it's women's right. You know, I said it. It's a right of a woman over her body, but she shouldn't give up this amazing gift unless she has serious circumstances like being raped, like the fetus being sick and being born dead, or if it's endangering a woman's health and life.
Exactly.
You know,
Totally,
always
100%
make
agree.
sure you're politically correct.
Yes. Yeah. Totally be considerate. Be sensitive about the country where the pageant is being held, because we all think differently. We all believe in different things. So it's not a matter of eventually like respecting other people's cultures and beliefs. Unless you're me, then it's different. Brian, it's so glad. We're so happy to see you and join you.
Hi everyone, Edwin, Wilfredo, Lenka, Rafa, everyone
Hola,
watching.
yeah.
Hey,
What happened to your
congrats,
what
by the
happened to
way.
your braids? Did you get rid of
That
them?
was just for a while. That was just for a while. No braids right now.
I know you're
I just
going
got a
full
haircut, so
beard.
I mean, just a little. It's just kind of straightened. That's it.
Mhm.
Getting ready for tomorrow, you know?
Would you like to share with us what's going on tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. Hi again to everyone. I'm Brian Javier, National Director of Miss Grand US Virgin Islands, and tomorrow is actually a really exciting day. I'm super proud. I'm super excited to share with the pageant community the amazing women that are going to be competing for the title to compete in Miss Grand this year in Myanmar. So I'm super excited. It's a great group. I think everyone's going to be really happy. If I'm happy, just imagine how you guys are going to be. It's a really great group. So I'm really excited to share that with everyone. And I'm an impatient person, so it's been very hard to keep it a secret, but
Good.
we're almost there.
So we're looking forward. Well, Brian, the big question is, are you actually going to crown the winner in the US Virgin Islands?
Well, first of all, yeah, inscriptions were open for a hot minute, and there was no girls that actually currently live inside the US Virgin Islands that showed any interest or sign up. So there are girls that are from the US Virgin Islands that live in the States and have parents that are from the States, but there are also girls that are eligible that are all over from the country because they're American, and the US Virgin Islanders are American as well, just like they can compete in Miss USA. They vice versa. Yeah, basically. So
Okay.
I'm excited to show the group of girls. It's going to be really exciting. We have new girls that you've never seen, veterans that you've seen multiple times, and girls that you've really got to keep your eye on. So I'm excited.
Me too.
Great. That's wonderful. So we're really looking forward to it. How's Heather, by the way? How's she doing?
Heather's great, actually. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but who cares? I'll tell you. She's actually gonna
Pregnant?
see. No, she's not. She still has. You're always so
Hi,
controversial.
Heather.
Always so controversial. No, she's not pregnant. She's actually gonna get to see one of her Miss Grand sisters tomorrow. Before
Who,
she
Rachel?
hosts.
Rachel
No,
Slawson?
not Rachel, right? Not Rachel. Not Rachel for now. But yeah, she's actually gonna see one of her very good sisters that she made in Miss Grand.
Oh, that's nice. That's
Yeah,
nice.
so
Okay,
she's
so
really
it's not
excited
fair.
too.
Who it is?
Tomorrow.
It's
It
a
was-
mystery.
It's Miss Grand UK, Miss Grand UK, United Kingdom. Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay.
got really close. They were right there, you know, in the lineup. So
Yeah,
obviously they got
yeah,
really
they're both
close.
together, UK, US.
Such a sweetheart. Yep.
That's nice. That's great. All
The
right.
girl who had the best social media. By the way, someone asked
Yes.
what is my take on
Enrique.
Enrique.
Yes. Go.
Yeah,
And
go ready.
I just wanted to say something. I grew up watching and reading everything on Global Beauties website. It was like my news
We all
portal,
do.
was my Bible. So I always knew who is Henrique Fontes, right? And then I finally had the chance to meet him in person last year at Jakarta at the finale of MGI, and he was sitting right behind me. And just seeing him when they called Brazil and crying, that was so incredible. Like till today, it warms my heart. But we got introduced. I became friends with Isabella, with Enrique, and then Enrique is good friends with Tatiana too. We started communicating. He asked me to participate in a couple of side challenges at Mr. Supranational and Grand and all of that. And I feel like he was testing me to see how diligent I am, because after that he asked me to join Global Beauties. And I was like, really? Me? And it's a dream come true, but I have to say, like I learn from him every single day because he is such an intelligent, kind, down-to-earth person who works so hard. He has morals so high up. You see, even when people hurt him, he takes the highway. He doesn't say bad things.
He's
He just
gracious.
expresses
He's
things.
very
Yeah.
professional. He's very ethical.
Very gracious.
He,
Very.
he is. And like I get sometimes angry, and then he cools me down, and I'm learning how to be a better person when I'm watching him. And also I'm thankful for everything he has done for me, because he knew what happened to me. He's like, oh, you can give the award for the best competition and for the best winner during MGI. I didn't get my license, but I gotta say he is so fair. When people are doubting Global Beauties and the fairness of voting, like someone recently just said, oh, I don't believe in Global Beauties and the voting. And I said, no, it's absolutely fair. even when the thing happened with the license, he asked if he should get new set of judges just to make sure that we are not putting Grant down just because we love him, you know. And I love him like, and I always learning.
There's a lot that we can learn from him always. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope to
Yeah.
go to Supranational, you know, to support him and his new winner, Asa. So please, people, he is always truthful, always fair. And I gotta tell you, Brazil is a big country. People think that they have a lot of resources, but they don't have that many sponsors. And look what he's capable of doing with so little he
Multiple
got.
pageants.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple pageants, amazing, and they are placing everywhere. Isabella won, Miss Charm winning, Supranational got both of them, Mr. and Miss in top 3, right? Mr. International top 3, and now I cannot wait what he's gonna bring to
Miss
Super
Charm.
because
Yeah, his girl won Miss Charm as well.
The
Yeah.
charm. Mm-hmm.
So that's
he is the best.
yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Brian, I sent you something in the in your messenger, all the categories that we're going to be
Oh, I didn't see.
choosing tonight. I just sent it to you today because just a few seconds ago. All right. So what do we know about the new national director for Miss Grand Brazil? His name is Evandro Hazzy. He strikes me as somebody very strange, don't you think? Maybe it's because those weird eyebrows. I don't know.
Who is it?
I don't
Sorry.
know. He used to
Eva-
be the
Evandro
national director of
Hazzy.
Miss Universe.
Yes, he used to.
used
Yeah, he ran Miss Universe Brazil, I believe 2014, 2011 to 2016. And then a Brazilian television network took over, and now he has Miss Grand. So
I think it's fair for us to just give everyone that's new a chance. You know,
Yeah.
create your opinion after you have evidence to have an opinion. So give him the chance. Yes. I mean, obviously Enrique was our friend. Enrique will keep on being our friend and we feel loyalty to him, but we can't knock, you know, what potentially another person can do just because our friend isn't in that position anymore. So let's see what he can do. It looks promising.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Enrique said that he wishes him the best of luck, you know, and all I can wish for is that he's gonna follow in the footsteps and honor the legacy
Keep that
Enrique
standard.
left behind, you know.
Yeah.
So I follow Enrique. Enrique wishes him the best. I wish him the best. You know, after all, whenever it comes to any competition, if we like it or don't, we have to remember the girls who are competing, who spend so much time and energy and so on to be there. You know what I mean? So to respect the girls, we gotta kind of like keep our personal feelings back too, because we're hurting the girls too.
True. That's true.
You know, I was commenting something similar to a friend of mine today that I'm aware that pageantry is a business, especially in the position that I'm in right now. I understand that it is a business. And since it's a business, it's going to come with things that aren't necessarily my favorite things. And that's why that in my mind, the things that I do, for example, my 10 finalists that we're revealing tomorrow, everything that I do because of them. I do it because I want them to be better. And I do it for personal satisfaction, not just for an overall goal, if that makes sense. And I think we should learn from that.
So yeah, you're not trying to please the organization. You're trying to help develop, you know, these young women achieve their goals and whatnot. And also, you know, it's good for you as a person because you're growing as well. You're learning a lot of things. That's good.
Especially when it's your passion, like in my case, it's just, you know, you feel accomplished and I feel accomplished.
Yeah.
Good.
The same for me, like training the girls. It's just, I'm rather training the girls than on a stage, just like taking someone and like giving them what I know. And when I see them succeed, it's just such a heartwarming feeling. I already got the new girl coming
Yeah,
in.
I think we all share that sentiment because I think we all have pretty much coached, prepared, mentored girls in the past. And you know, that's why people love this group because we have so much experience You know what I mean?
I think at the end, I think at the end of the day, I feel like, for example, for me, coming from an island that pageant is like football in United States, Puerto Rico.
Same.
We, I'm Brian. I studied modeling in 1998. I graduated. I did what I needed to do, but I knew what I wanted to take modeling. I wanted to better myself and to coach people. And I was blessed in Puerto Rico, but then when I moved to the United States, it's a different story. So you can pass that knowledge. And when you work with somebody and you see how much they change and evolve or transform, that's the best reward ever. Like what happened with Rachel. I mean, Brian is in the private chat room, and you know what she went through when she was competing, and she is. I mean,
Oh, Wilfredo, I know what you went through since the beginning because, like a lot of people don't know, but I was helping Rachel while having a contestant competing against her. I was there as a national director, but I really wasn't like that hands-on, obviously, because I had a compromise with another girl that, I had to give her
exactly.
150%. But yeah, but that's true. That's very true.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it
It
takes
gives
passion.
you passion. Yeah,
It takes passion.
definitely passion.
I'm coming from the old school. I'm coming from God bless her soul and rest her soul as well. Ana Esteban, when she dedicated
Absolutely.
30 plus years for Miss Universe and gave 3 crowns to Puerto Rico and so many international crowns at that time. So I'm coming from a background that is not about you. And that is the reason when I'm coached personally, I believe that the coach is behind the scenes, making sure that their candidate is shining because your work shines through them. And that is the reason today's day when I see some of the so-called coaches or whatever, I think that the show is for them, but not for the candidate. You need
Mhm.
to be behind the scene because your work will shine through them, and you need to make sure that they get something. Even just because, but I always say this: a crown doesn't give you success. A position as a semi-finalist or finalist will give you success in life. There's so many people in the world that it's been proven that without placing or without a crown, today's day they do more than the winners or finalists in their year. And best example, Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. I mean, you
That's why
cannot
I
beat
get
that.
like, that's why I get kind of upset when people like criticize Rachel for having this new position, which you guys haven't asked me about yet. Um, but like we've seen so many occasions where a girl doesn't necessarily perform the best on stage, but they're good at other things. So you can't really like knock someone down because they're not necessarily the best at something. Maybe they're the best in another light. Maybe them offering the guidance might be what they excel more in. So I think
Well,
that's
yeah,
that's
that's
really important to
true.
know too.
Yeah, I totally agree. But sometimes you wonder what is really your real intention, why you wanted to be the national director to begin with. Is it because to
I
be
know.
is it because to punish Stephanie because Stephanie beat you in
Nope.
different contests?
Definitely.
That's one theory
Definitely
right
get
there.
that. Yeah.
A lot of people are saying, or are you really serious about this? How far do you want
Listen,
to take the Miss Grand International brand in the United States? No,
Rafa, look,
Lenka, go.
I've I've known Heather, I've known Rachel since she competed in Miss USA. And every single time she's competed, she's always shown and tried to push the same thing. Her
Mm-hmm.
passion for mental health has always been included in everything she competes in, everything she does. That's always been her ultimate goal. And I think I can speak for her that and say that that is one of her goals. Her goals is to show young girls, to show girls that mental health shouldn't stop you doing stuff. She's a person that's open about talking about her mental health and how difficult it was. And I think this is why she's doing it. She's doing it because she sees that she can be valuable to someone and she can be valuable to a group of people, a group of girls, a new set of contestants that are going to look up to her because essentially that's what happens when you're a national director. They look up to you. You have influence, even if it's for a short period of time. You have influence on what they do, what they say, how they present themselves. So this is a great opportunity for her to show that mental health isn't necessarily something that's going to stop you. I don't know if you guys watched Miss Grand Texas, but there was a great moment where she stepped on stage and talked about how she didn't care if you were in jail. She didn't care if anything about your past. She did not care anything about your past. The important thing is where you're at right now and where you're headed. And I think that speaks volumes. She has probably the moment right now in pageantry in the United States to change it completely. And I don't doubt that she's going to be able to do that.
All right, Lenka.
I wanted to say the thing is, I think she didn't succeed at Grand because maybe she didn't have the right look. They were very strong, beautiful girls. And personally, I think she was a wonderful human being and everything. But I just think that they were like stronger girls, appearances wise, style wise. But that doesn't mean that she doesn't know what she's doing. Like she was there, she's soaking the information about Grant, she knows what's going on behind the scenes. So she has a lot to give. And I feel like she just became national director because she has a passion for Miss Grant. She wants to help other girls. And I think she is a wonderful human being. She seems so sweet. But the little joke, like little leprechaun with the rainbow with at the end with the bucket of the gold, then maybe she's gonna find the bucket of the gold for Navat.
Hot, yeah.
Listen,
Well,
I don't doubt her abilities.
That was her national costume, and today's day she's still the most known semi-finalist in her USA class, even in the Miss Universe side. And
Asia who, no offense, right? But Asia who. The
was
only
the
thing
romper.
Asia is known for is the flip-flops. That's the most famous thing. And then you have
the romper.
Rachel Slawson. Then you have Rachel Slawson. That's it.
But for me, honestly, Rachel looks fantastic. Her outfit, in my opinion, was fantastic. For people that doesn't know, when Rachel decided to do this and be Miss Ireland,
days.
She had a group of people in that shot, and she was communicating 24/7 with all of us. I think we were taking turns, correct, Brian, to answer questions because we needed to sleep, and then somebody will wake up, and answer questions. I think she did amazing. Again, I think that there was people there that they didn't shine on the wardrobe too much for my taste, or they didn't even deserve to be in the top 20. And Rachel has a voice, and I know she's gonna pass that knowledge to whoever represents USA, and hopefully USA can send a girl that have all the support from their team and start making history, because the only way Grant can grow in USA, because this is the reality and this is what Nawaz wants. Nawaz wants to displace Miss USA in the United States. But in order to do that, you need to have a good contender for USA, something that you can promote in the United States, because pageant culture in USA is more Miss America, and that's it. They think that any person that have a freaking crown is a Miss America. So, because it's the oldest pageant in history, period. But they need somebody that they can explode that potential of that USA delegate and create history. Because even when Miss USA won Miss World, nobody
cared.
Remember that. Nobody cared. So you need to have somebody from the noun to move masses and do that.
And what's better than having someone that's been through it? Someone that's been competing. Like I could never give that to my girl. I could never be able to transmit to her what she actually is going to go through in the international competition. I know what happens. Like I can tell you what happens, but I'll never understand 100% because I never and never will live it firsthand. I live it from a different side. So example, in Lenka's side, she can transmit a little bit better. In Rachel's side, she can literally tell the new girl, this is what happens, this is that. I almost said something I shouldn't have said. This is that, this is this, and yeah, this is what I gotta figure out. This is what you gotta figure out, and this is what happened with me, and this is probably how you can learn from what I did. So I think it's an asset. It's an asset.
By the way, Brian, you're more than welcome to come with your winner to Thailand to train too.
Listen, I love
mean, I
Thailand,
know
so
that you have your
don't keep
people.
inviting me. Don't keep inviting me because I'm gonna be like, okay, let's do it.
But
No,
I always
seriously,
said that
let's do it. I
I
take
always said
care
that
of
if
you.
Rachel was winning, I was like, well, a lot of people are going to be moving to Thailand for a year if you win. And Brian remembered that conversation in the group. So,
All right. Before Ed falls asleep, because apparently he looks bored, and obviously he's not listening.
Did he mute us?
Like totally ignoring us.
There are just some topics I will not talk about.
Let's proceed with the focus of tonight's chat discussion. The best and worst of pageantry 2023. Let's start with production.
okay.
5 nominees: Miss Universe, Miss Grand, Miss Supranational, Miss International, and Miss Earth. Or if you have other pageants to consider, fine. Who wants to go? Who wants to start with the best production ever? Brian, go.
Yeah, I think hands down, Miss Grand International is still for a second year in a row, is the best production. One of the reasons that brought me towards Grand is that the production value is there. The staging, the activities, the glamour, the glitz, it's everything we used to love about Miss Universe that we don't get. A lot of people might say that Miss Universe could be that, but I don't even think it was this year. I think they could have done more. They had an opportunity of an amazing stage that they didn't really use. All they did was kind of like waterfall, and that was kind of like it for the whole show. There was no opening number. There was production, and mind you, I watched. I saw a little preview as a national director of the opening of Miss Grand, and I was like, oh, whoa, this is really good. Then when I saw the whole thing actually happen, I was like, whoa, this is amazing. And I can watch it a million times. It really does give you production value, and it brings that excitement. And even years before, even when I didn't have my friend and my girl competing at Miss Grand, you can still rewatch it and have a great time. So hands down, Miss Grand, and a special mention to Supra, because Supra does do a very clean production. The only thing is that the pacing and isn't there yet. Like, it gets a little boring. It needs to be more upbeat.
Totally agree. I also chose Miss Grand for the same reasons that Brian gave. Not only that, but I was never bored. I was always very excited, very intrigued by. Whereas with Supranational, it's a clean production, but it's predictable. There's no sense of surprise anymore because you know exactly what's going to happen. Miss Universe, it lacked that va-va-voom thing. I was looking for something else. It was like a poor copycat of 2018 production in Thailand. Really.
And mind you, Miss Grand is 30 minutes.
Yes.
The opening of Miss Grand is 30 minutes.
Miss International, I was bored. Miss Earth was a little tad better than International because they have an open number, a long dance number, especially the swimsuit presentation. But bar none, Miss Grand for me is the best. Go, Wilfredo.
I am with Miss Grand. I'm following is Supranational. Those are the only two.
Okay.
But I love Miss Grand International shows. I use it to do my cardio. I even love all the openings of Miss Grand Thailand. You cannot get bored with Grand Thailand and Grand International. So you're good to go for me.
All right, Grand. Ed, go.
I like Miss Universe this year a lot because I was not expecting anything. I mean, it has been so lackluster during the past years. And I remember that Henrique wrote a huge piece in Global Beauties about the lack of events and everything. So all the fans got their panties in a wad, and they were complaining that now what paid him to say that. But this is the thing. These fans were born like 2 years ago. So they didn't know Miss Universe 20 years ago. They didn't know that 20 years ago, Miss Universe lasted a whole month. They didn't know that 20 years ago, Miss Universe used to have charity auction, a motorcade, a welcome dinner, a fashion show, national costume show, everything. It was grand. Miss Universe used to be grand. And this has nothing to do with other pageants. This is like a commentary on how Miss Universe used to be in the past. So I was not expecting anything. I think El Salvador as a whole surprised me. Of course, the show didn't have any national elements. Even the
No.
song they use in swimsuit was from Kennyman, who's from Panama. And but I was surprised. I think the cameras, everything, the angles, the lights were up to par. The show was not all that, like you said. I think it was kind of like canned. It felt canned. It felt pre-taped. It didn't have anything spontaneous happening. However, I do have a commentary, but that's me. This generation, they have very short attention span. Like if you are going through TikTok and you see a TikTok that's 1 minute, you get desperate because you are used to see TikToks that are 25 seconds.
That happens to me all the time.
I come from a generation where every pageant was 2 hours long. Now today, Miss Grand is like 6 hours, Miss Universe is 3, Miss International is 2 days, and then Miss Earth was 4 hours. And who has that kind of patience? Like, what is wrong with having a 2-hour show?
That's why I publicly vow to you guys that my Miss Grand US Virgin Islands show will only be an hour and 30 minutes.
And I don't think any kid below 20 years old is going to sit down and watch a 4-hour show. There's no way. So
there's a reason. Well, the reason why these shows are long is because of sponsors. These shows cannot survive without sponsors.
Yeah, but when you see this, there are no sponsors being shown.
Well,
like
there's a lot of dead space in those pageants.
You see all these Thai sponsors going on stage, taking their time to take pictures of the winners and whatnot, and then you have the media taking photos and whatnot. That's about 10 minutes per segment. Miss Earth, it's the same thing. Miss International, I don't know about.
You know something interesting. Since the shows are now on YouTube, you can see whether they are gaining or losing audience, and then you see there is a peak, and then if the show is too long, the audience falls down.
Well, they just have to go to the bathroom. That's all, and come back.
But the thing is, because today's day, I'm so sorry. Today's day, we are in a moment of when you watch Netflix, Amazon Prime. This is no paid sponsorship, by the way, but Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu. If you want to pay more for no commercials, we are so used to right now, all of us, we want to watch what we want to watch. We want nothing because I get desperate. I hate commercials since I was young. Although I don't mind to see Thai commercials. I love Thai commercials. I love the sponsors. I mean, when I watch
send you mine.
I love the big heads, Lenka.
Yeah, I love Rakuten Vicky, GMMTV. I love their shows. I love their sponsors. It's like I want to be healthy, but I get desperate with other stuff. I think that I think it's not just attention span. It's too much. It's getting too long.
You know what would solve that, Wilfredo? You know what would solve that, guys? And this is just a suggestion for any national director watching out there. Why don't you tie in, get it, Ty? Why don't you tie in your commercial, your sponsors with the girls? Make it interesting. You can have a commercial, you can have a spot, you can highlight a sponsor, but
use the girls as model.
Use your girls.
Yeah.
The people are there for these girls. Make it interesting. Tie it in. There was actually a TikTok that I saw, speaking of TikTok, that was really interesting. It was on New Year's, and there was this girl wearing a piece of jewelry, and she had it on her head. And she has this piece of jewelry. She's the host, and she was the actual host. And from one scene to another, they switched to her, and she's like, "Oh, where did you see my jewelry?" And she was like, "Well, we'll come back to commercials or whatever." When they went to commercials, what happened? You saw a box, and the dude was taking out the jewelry that she had on her head, and it was a promo for a TV show that was happening. That is what needs to be. That's what needs to happen. It needs to be innovative so they can keep on, capturing that audience with things that are interesting. No one wants to stop and see 5 minutes of. No one wants to stop and see 5 minutes of commercials.
Well, Rafa, you're right. There is one thing that you said about the sponsors. I think that the pageants are longer now because they're being streamed. Before, in the past, when they sell the rights to a TV station, they needed to have a time limit, 2 hours. But nowadays, no one is buying these pageants to air. Maybe Miss Universe and not even that. Because, today's generations, don't believe in network television. Everything is on demand. or
Mhm.
on social media. So I think most people, like you see all these articles, like the ratings for Miss Universe, and I'm like, what ratings? I think most people watch this on YouTube, probably.
Exactly.
So I think that's why where you don't get a time limit, let's make our show 6 hours and throw in all the sponsors.
Right.
But having said that, I wanted to make a comment about Miss International quickly. I realized after bashing it to death that we cannot expect every pageant to be the same. I saw how many fans love this event, even if, like Miss International, the one that they do it in front of a cardboard with a vinyl sign, and that's it, no lights, no anything, and people love it. And I kept thinking, like, why am I batching this pageant? Like, it's been forever. They don't invest anything. They apply the rule of minimal effort, and yet people still like it. The girls like it. All the former winners have great words about it. Like, oh, this is such a beautiful pageant, even though we can see it as boring. I think it hurt in the long run that it was being held at the same time as MGI, like where we will see all these girls breaking their tailbones, while in Miss International, all the girls were
Not
all
smart.
day sleeping and eating cotton candy and everything. But I think that we try so hard in comparing all of them and try to make them the same, and it will not happen. Like if you want to have an over-the-top production, or if you want to have the pageant held in a spa like Miss International with no stage, with no anything, that's it. That's what that
Well,
I have
you
to
know
accept
what?
it. I have
Well,
to accept it.
Well, also, there's also the question of culture. Who does not like Japanese culture? Okay. People go to Japan because they have this image of Japan as a very clean country, very peaceful, very very rich culture. The girls go there and they spend what, 2 weeks of immersing themselves into Japanese culture, learning how to write Japanese characters and whatnot. So they love all of that. That's why they're attracted. That's why they continue to compete in Miss International. If you bring Miss International out of Japan and bring it to, I don't know, Uganda, okay, will the
It
girls
wouldn't
enjoy
perform the
Uganda?
same.
No, I don't think so. Okay, let it keep in Japan. Let it
Fair
stay in
enough.
Japan. You know,
Listen, when I
I
went to
mean,
Japan before Miss Grand, I was the noisiest person on the street. Everyone else was so quiet. That's their thing. That's their culture. They're very quiet. And
they all try to
so
avoid you,
me,
Brian. That's why.
maybe I was the loudest person. Not and I was quiet, but I was still the loudest person.
but you see, the thing is like, if I want some, oh, go ahead, Lenka, you go first.
No, sorry, because I didn't even had a chance to say about the production yet.
Go
So
for it. Sorry.
I want to say, of course, Miss Grand is the top because they always prepare amazing show. As I said in the past, Creative Dance Studio is behind the
Bless you.
choreography. The dancing is incredible. The lights, the effects. You know, I was there when they were preparing it, and it's hardcore training and amazing crew of people who is putting it all together. And in person, it's even better. Like when Brian said, you went there. It's even better in person. I was jumping up and down from my chair. So hands down, best production. But Universe, I didn't like the Berlin, but I did like the finale. They had the really great stage. They had John Legend singing and so on. So that was an upgrade. Miss Supranational is getting better and better every year, I would say. It's still kind of a little bit boring, but they are becoming more worldly. They have a great stage, great LED, behind. The only thing I would say was very strange, like, for example, when the girls walk in a gowns, they didn't even have a time to show it. And then the camera guys didn't even know what they're doing because they would take, like weird angles at the girls, sometimes from front, sometimes sides. So the girls didn't get a good shot at all. So they have to fix that a little bit. Miss Earth, I watched for you, Rafa, last night, and I was surprised because it was better than I expected, the production. There were like things I didn't like, but the stage was amazing outside. It was beautiful. It was really beautiful. And then Miss International. I'm sorry, guys, but it's horrible. I mean, the
It's hard to watch.
pianist who was like on drugs or something because she was like all the time, then blocking the stage. The girls had to walk around it.
It was also
They don't
very
have-
dark. The stage was dark.
Yeah, and
It was
then
not
we said it
properly.
before, Japan is the country of the technology. You would
Yes.
expect them to come up with something, wow, wow, boom, and then they did this. I was jogging while I was watching it, and I was screaming. It was killing me. I hope that they are gonna fix it because I cannot watch
Well,
it again.
I
All
would
right.
love to say something about Miss International because maybe Stephen, whatever his name is, will hate me, but I don't care. Is the most boring pageant right now. He needs to stop complaining about directors that have the grand license, calling them a clown show. Because this is the thing. Miss International has a beautiful platform, but needs to grow with the times. You know, Miss World is very elegant and still there. They can do it too. You know, you know how sad it is that Miss Friendship was happening in China,
Mhm.
and people were having more fun than the girls and the show in Miss International.
Yeah.
Number two, how are you going to compete? Because I don't know what Steven was thinking, so he's the new director or whatever. What he was thinking about doing the pageant at the same time Miss Grand was happening. You know, your coverage would not be there. And I know, and it's sad to see Steven's live sometimes and people asking questions like that, and he dismissed them. You know, I'm sorry, but that's not the, and I'm going to call it out. Miss International is a beautiful pageant. It's very elegant. It's like the daughter of Miss World, certain to speak. So needs to be in a level. Miss International happens outside Japan in different years and was a good event. But how are you going to tell me that you want everybody to travel to Japan to watch a pageant in a basketball stadium or whatever in a school?
That's
I mean,
4 hours
I'm sorry.
long.
Yes. And it was
Uh,
very
Yeah, I mean,
slow. It has to
it
be
is elegant, but it's also racist, by the way. I'm
Yes,
sorry, but but
it's true.
yeah, I
It's
mean,
true.
whenever a black girl won, you know what I mean? And then last year, for example, you had Cape Verde runner-up, right? She was stunning. She was amazing. Like, why she didn't win, you know what I mean? And you saw the top. There was no black girl in the top. They gave the one black girl some side award for like sport or body or something, but that's it. They love the palest of the pale. And I know it's Asia, and in Asia, everybody loves the pale skin, but it's 2023, and you need to give a chance to stunning girls of color,
color. Yeah.
especially when they deserve it. Not force it, but last year runner-up was amazing. She should have won, and she didn't. So they really need to fix the behavior because this is unacceptable in 2023. Sorry.
Totally.
What I don't understand
Totally.
is that you have a Filipino being the director of this pageant, but you don't try to put your 10, 25 cents there. I say we need to be more inclusive. Because number one, they charge too much to get their queen to be invited into a country which nobody's going to pay for that. Again, because of it. You need to be more inclusive. You know,
Well, you know,
all
being inclusive could be a double-edged sword. I mean, I don't want to be.
I mean,
I don't want.
let
I
me
don't like
rephrase it.
forced inclusion. Okay, I hate
Let
forced.
me let me rephrase the word inclusiveness. In this case, inclusive about skin tone beauty. That's the inclusiveness that I'm talking about. Because Miss International has beautiful, beautiful black girls from Africa competing and other countries, and they don't make it. That's the inclusiveness part that I'm talking about. We want to see queens with different type of skin tones.
All right, we get the message, Wilfredo.
Thank you.
Let's move on. Okay, just to summarize, so 4 of us chose Miss Grand as the best production, and Ed chose Miss Universe as the best production. So Ed lost.
I lost once.
He lost because he hates Miss Grand International. That's why. Just face it.
I don't know, but quick commentary about Miss International, because I agree. I think they had this amazing girl from Cape Verde, and she was first runner-up. They had this girl from Uganda, she was second runner-up. It's been 70 years, I think, or 60, and they have not had a single Black winner in history.
Or
Not a
African, a
single
Black
one.
African winner. They haven't had any Black.
No,
African
at all, at all.
No,
Because people call, Colombia 2004, she's not Black. Oh, Puerto Rico, she's not Black. Venezuela 2010, she's not Black either.
Nope.
These are Latina girls who are trigueña, but they're not Black. Not a single one of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're not
So we haven't gotten a Black winner for Miss International, but when they do, needs to be from merit instead of
Color of the
inclusiveness or affirmation, affective affirmation. Because what happened in Miss World, Agbani Darego won in 2001, and it had to be 18 years before another Black girl, Tony Ann, got the crown.
Mhm.
So, it kind of happens here and there. But Japanese society, they don't believe they're being racist. That's how they grew up, and they just think they're doing the right thing. And of course, they're sponsor only what fair skin
98%
girls.
of the judges are Japanese. What do you expect? Maybe they should pick more international judges,
And this will
Well, I
happen in
think
Korea as well.
I think it should fall back. Sorry, it should fall back
Bless you.
on the national directors as well. Like, if you guys know that there's something happening, then try to push for a Black winner. Send Black winners.
Mhm.
Send Black winners so there's more options, and then there's no excuse for there to not be a Black winner, because there are many Black women that are beautiful, stunning, gorgeous. So,
Good idea.
and we never see them we barely see them in international.
But
Yeah,
this
it's a good
happens
idea.
because directors want to have the perfect profile, and they will say,
Mhm,
and this is global, don't send a Black girl to Miss International.
Because I've
happens.
heard it before. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Moving on.
Moving
Category
on.
number 2, activities. Which pageant had the best activities? I'm going to go bar none again, Miss Grand. Okay. Sorry, but it's obvious. When you look at the calendar, when it first came out, I was like stunned. What? Every day there was an activity. Okay. Photo shoot, touring the cities and whatnot, traveling back and forth, rehearsals, cultural, activities, tons of activities. So yeah, for me, no question about it, Grand. Wilfredo, mi amor.
I go with Grand International as well,
Okay, next 2.
hands down.
Same reason.
And Miss Friendship, since they were having more fun than Miss International. Thank you.
Okay, well, Miss Friendship was short, and it's not really a lot of us didn't really see Miss Friendship, so
Okay.
so just choose Grand.
Yeah. I
Ed,
go with Grand too. And I
Lenka,
love about Grand that they stream everything. So we get to see the girls every day. We get to see what the judges see. So we have a better idea also who they are. Except for that behind the closed door streaming. Last year was amazing. Every girl had a chance. This year, line up like cows, and just giving like question, and then take someone inside, making the other girls wondering what's going on. And these girls are spending months, sometimes years to prepare to get there, their organizations and so on. And you cannot give them 5 minutes of sitting alone talking to them.
right,
And
right.
like Netherlands, my girl, she was sick, she had a fever. She pulled her SHIT together and went there, even blurry. And then she got like, 2 questions? That was bad. But other than that, all of those cities they've seen, the temples, all of those shows presenting the Vietnamese designers.
Oh, the show, yeah.
I'm sorry, but the swimsuit, people are criticizing it, the first one. But I'm like, as a model, I walk in the worst conditions, and they decided to annulate and do it inside. Nobody got really hurt. It wasn't that horrible. So it was great activities. And I think Herb did pretty good too, though, right? They spent 1 month in Vietnam.
Well, it took this in Vietnam, that's why.
Yeah, the worst one was international again. And I'm sorry, Universe. What the hell was
There's
that?
like 3
Such a
activities for
short-
Universe.
Yeah, all I can think about is the MUBA, or how you pronounce it.
MUBA,
crazy.
MUBA? the cosmetics company? What?
You know what I
we saw
hate most
one.
about it is that we had one day at Miss Universe where we saw a lot of girls go different places. But the reality is that these girls only go to these places for like 30 minutes, 20 minutes. And I get it, logistic wise, it's a lot to have 80 girls in one place. And that's why they split them up. But the reality is that they don't do these activities for an extended period of time. It's just a few girls for a few minutes, maybe an hour, and then they leave. In Miss Grand, the first 2 weeks, and I know by personal experience, it was go time. Every single time, it was every single girl in an activity, dressing up, having these experiences like the shows. The water show was amazing. Super jealous that I didn't get to see that. The only negative for Grand, I think, was the last week where they focused a lot on rehearsals, and there really wasn't a lot of showing the girls around Ho Chi Minh. But the reality is that even with that, it was still more activities in Miss Grand. And in Supra, they don't do anything. They take them to that slope, and that's about it.
Well, it's too
That's all they
cold.
do.
It's too cold.
I mean, be creative. Take them somewhere. I don't know. They're in the middle of nowhere. That's the problem. That's the real problem.
All right. So we have three: Rafa, me, Luis, Lenka, Brian, Grand. What about you, Ed?
For me, it was Miss Earth. I was completely surprised.
You're always going
didn't
against the
expect
grain.
I didn't. No, I'm going to tell you why. Having the most activities doesn't translate into being the best. My problem with Miss Grand is that they are overkill. You cannot have 6 live streams a day. You cannot have, every day they had anything. That was good. But every day the girls had like 6, 8 things to do. And it was kind of, I call it overkill. Like they're over exhausting these girls. By the time of the finals, everyone was tired and sick.
My
Because
girl loved it.
I covered a lot of pageants in my life. And I remember when I went to Miss Tourism in Malaysia, it was the same thing. These girls, everything had something to do, and it was exhausting. So as a follower, it's nice to have your options. We couldn't get to see everything because by the time I was sleeping, there were like 3 other events going on. But I was very surprised with Miss Earth. I don't know if it had to do with the fact that it was in Vietnam, but the activities they did were so unlike what they used to do all the time. And they gave a lot of importance to the reforesting, to planting trees and everything in a different way that they do in the Philippines. So I think it was nice. I was surprised to see these activities, and it made me kind of like rethink about my concept of the pageant. But I think, whenever Miss Earth goes out of the Philippines, it is very different. And I was surprised. I mean, Miss Supra, you are right. They only went to the slope. They spent every time in the hotel. They didn't do anything. But in Supra, they never do anything. That's going to be real. International, doing origami and going to the clinic to get a facial, that's...
There must be an audience for that, Edwin.
Exactly.
There's an audience for that, just not us.
Well, they
Miss
learned how to make,
Universe, Miss Universe, even though they kind of like did a couple of things, like you said, it was most B-roll. This was just for the show, and in the end, in the show, they didn't even show that. Like these people paid a lot of money to showcase El Salvador, and the only thing about El Salvador that we saw is Miss El Salvador being called into the top 10. That's it. They didn't say anything about El Salvador. You didn't have El Salvadorian dancers. They didn't talk about a lot of things in the show.
Missed opportunity.
So,
but hey, Louis scored the last love Miss International.
So that's how I see it. I don't know if I'm missing one pageant. I don't know. Miss World.
Speaking of Miss Universe, I wonder how many people actually took advantage of the VIP package tour that was selling for $7,000. Do you guys remember that?
It's a slap in the face to normal fans.
They were all
slap in
Thailand.
The face to normal fans. Yeah,
because they started selling that package to Thai fans. Who's gonna get deported?
Nobody could afford it. Nobody could afford it.
Yeah.
I mean, out of you guys, I guess me.
$7,000. Forget it.
That's crazy.
Okay. Lenka,
You know,
go,
as an
go, go.
organizer, Rafa, as an organizer, fans don't pay a $10 ticket to go to a pageant. They're gonna pay 7,000. There's no way.
No, well, yeah, well, it's
And
business.
it's not like it included the flight.
No, it didn't.
And for some countries, the entrance fee for Africa and some of the Asian countries, remember? They were
Yeah,
slapped
$1,000.
yeah, the tax,
$1,000 or
yeah.
something. Phew.
But
That's
one
why
thing
I
that I
said
want to
it's a
say
slap in the
about-
face.
One thing that I want to say about Miss Earth, and that's something that their activities are always good, but there's one thing that I love about Miss Earth, and I don't always like it, but I love when they do the competition, the activity of the no makeup. That's one thing that I applaud about Miss
Nice.
Earth. I love to see a girl that is no production. It's natural beauty what you see is what you get. And I applaud that about Miss Earth. I mean, they're not perfect, but I love their cause. That's one
Their
part.
prelim stage was amazing too.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Category number 3, quality of contestants. Which
Jesus, number
pageant-
3 still?
Which pageant had the best quality, top-notch quality of contestants? I'm going to go first. Honestly, I think Miss Universe had the best quality of contestants. Physically, intellectually, everything. Culturally, everything.
I'm going to disagree on this one. I think Supra had a better quality of girls. I think that this year Miss Universe was actually one of the weakest years. I think that it's because Miss Universe came so fast. A lot of countries had to choose their representative really fast, last minute, and I think that hindered the quality of contestants. When you compare it to last year's contestants, like no comparison. Like I think Supra overall had better contestants this year in terms of beauty, body, preparation. They were overall better.
Mhm. Okay. But the top 5 of Miss Universe, I think, is better than the top 5 of Supra.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion. All right, who's next? Ladies first, Lenka.
For me, it was Universe because that was a really strong batch of girls. And I had them when I was voting for Miss Grand Slam. A lot of them were in a top. I was surprised that Miss Earth actually had a lot of good girls too, but some of them didn't make it to the top. But I don't know why I wasn't there. Supranational, I'd say they had some great girls, but they had some questionable choices, especially to the top. So it was for me like half, but the winner was amazing. International, I think that was all bad, except for the winner. She was amazing. I'm sorry, I keep on bashing international, but I mean,
Well-
Colombia with her whitened face and with those cheeks, it just was ridiculous. And did I forget something? No, that's it.
That's it?
Mhm.
All right, Ed, go.
I'm gonna agree with Miss Universe because I had a hard time coming up with a top 20. I agree with the fact that we have seen better contestants in past years. If we're gonna go about top 5, Miss International hands down, but Miss Universe quality of contestants was great. And Enrique and I kept talking about, we do this every year, ever since Global Beauty started, like the dark horses that no one's mentioning, that no one has in the radar. And we picked 2 girls. He said Cameroon, and I said Namibia. And we were talking about no one's going to buy this. Like they will say they are not going to make it. And both girls made in the top 20. And I'm still in love with Miss Namibia. I mean, that girl should be a Victoria's Secret model.
Yes.
And that's the part about Miss Universe that I like, when you have so many beautiful girls, and then you don't want the same countries to make it. You want the dark horses to make it because they deserve it as well. And the good thing about Miss Universe this year is that they delivered this. Like there were no politics, there were no business. Like I think the top 20 was really fair, really
Miss
fair.
Universe?
Yeah, for me.
Oh no,
I mean,
I'm flipping the table.
a lot of people say that
No.
Nicaragua won because Telemundo, blah, 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 blah.
No,
And
she deserved
she
it.
deserved it hands down. She was like the best. I do believe that Thailand was there because of business.
For me, it's the weakest top 20 ever, and there's very, very questionable women that were included in that top 20. But hey,
Well, there were a couple, yes, but I will not get there.
We'll talk about that later. Willie, go. Wilfredo.
Ryan, cállate. Shut up. Don't have to take my tongue. You have two Puerto Ricans in the house, and this is bad. So, I'm divided. It's kind of, I cannot pinpoint the quality of the contestants. I go either or. Like, I like Miss Universe. I love Cameroon. She was in my list and Namibia. But Rafa, you know my position about inclusiveness when it comes to Miss Universe. I don't agree on certain things. Based on that, I will stay with Supra. I like supranational better in that term. I think every pageant has a good bunch of quality. It's just what the judges shows. That's where kind of, like, I think every pageant have a good batch of contenders. But if I see the girls on Supra, it's like, yeah, I like your body. In Universe, there was a good batch, but bathing suit wise, body wise, I think so. It's kind of hard for me to say this is the best bunch. I think all of them have a good bunch when it comes to the semi-finalists and finalists. That's where it breaks down.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so 3 for Miss Universe, me, Lenka, and Ed, and 2 for Supra, Brian and Luis. So Supra lost. Haha.
I know I'm hurt.
But Supra.
How will I survive?
Zimbabwe.
What do you say, Lenka?
What'd you say, girl?
I said at Supra, Zimbabwe. Remember?
Is that Thai? What?
No,
I just want to say we're talking about the quality of the girls, and I wanted to mention that one girl who really captivated me was Zimbabwe, right? I mean, she won the model challenge.
Yeah, that stunning black girl. She competed in Miss Earth 2022, and she made the top 8. Did you know that?
It's incredible. I hope she goes to MU.
She needs to go to Universe, I think, Zimbabwe. All right, next category: the best in swimsuit and the worst in swimsuit. So for me, I'm going to go first. For me, the best in swimsuit, actually, I have a tie. It's between Stephanie Miranda, Miss Grand United States of America, and Maria Alejandra Lopez, Miss Grand Colombia. To me, those are the 2 best. The worst for me is Miss Universe Bahrain, Luja Yaqub. She was the one who was wearing this caftan or it's like going like this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So yeah, she totally lost me. So bye-bye, Bahrain. Bye-bye. All right, who's next? Wilfredo, let's go. Your best.
Can I be the last one? Because I want to see somebody's going to say the same thing. So can I be the last one?
Okay, fine.
I want to say mine, but it might be a little controversial, and I'm not trying to get into drama.
Say it anyway.
Well, for best, I definitely think that Stephanie was very, very, very good, effortless. Her body does come off a little bit strong, like a little very muscular.
Athletic.
Yeah, very athletic, which
very
isn't
chesty,
typical
very
in pageants.
chesty Christ. Yeah,
very, very, very. Which isn't typical in pageants. They usually you gravitate more to a softer body, but her performance overall, the energy, the turns, the movements, it was so studied and ready for Grand. Right. It was Grand. It's what we expect from Grand. So kudos to her. And then for worst, I really have to say this, and please, I love their national directors. I'm not trying to get into drama, but I really think that Dominican Republic in Grand won best in swimsuit, and she wasn't the best in swimsuit. The walk was very sloppy. It was all over the place. I was there in prelims and finals, and it was sloppy. It was so sloppy. And I think we can all probably agree that she won best in swimsuit because of the fall. Not saying that she's
she fell
not,
3 times too. Yeah.
yeah, not saying that she's bad at walking, but she wasn't the best to win best in swimsuit. But I
Okay.
understand why they gave it to her.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Who's next? Lenka, please. Your best in swimsuit.
For me, it was Netherlands MGI because that girl got on that stage, those
We
3
love
turns,
Netherlands.
she delivered every single time, hands down. Then I really loved Nicaragua, of course, because she went on that stage and the comments, the attention, her body was amazing. And I actually did like Dominican Republic at MGI. She was good, like especially because she recovered from the fall, but I wasn't there. So maybe Brian saw something I didn't see. And Philippines from Miss Universe was fierce in a swimsuit. And of course, Stephanie from MGI. She was great. For the worst, and now please, people, don't hate me and don't scream body shaming, but Nepal, it's not even about her body, but the whole attitude and so when she brought to the competition, and then even when she did the swimsuit, it was kind of like lacking in energy. It's kind of like, I'm here, so it's not body shaming, it's just the performance.
No free
Then-
pass.
Yeah, then I have Bahrain also, like Rafa. That was just crazy.
Yeah.
And then Czech people are gonna hate me, but Sofia at MGI, I feel like she was just stressed and nervous, and then she just did all of these movements and hands and so on. It was like a little bit all over the place. She needed to calm down a little bit. But yeah, those are my best and worst.
Exactly. Okay, Ed, please. Your best.
I have a tie. I have a tie
Okay.
for best, like Nicaragua Universe, because no one else can do those turns, and Netherlands Earth. This is like one of the most perfect girls I've seen in a pageant. Too bad
She's
that she fumbled the
beautiful.
question.
Yeah. Dutch girls were killing.
When I saw her in swimsuit, the way she carried herself, the runway and the hair and everything was so effortless. She didn't have to learn anything. She didn't have to do anything. And I kept thinking, like, this is how I like girls in a pageant. She looked like she was trained, but at the same time, she was spontaneous. And for the worst, I agree with Lenka. It has to be Nepal Universe. It has nothing to do with her body. You came to Miss Universe with your body as your empowerment tool, and then you do a sloppy presentation on stage. I mean, what happened to the runway skills? What happened to your aura or your confidence as a woman? It wasn't just there. It was like
She was just pretending.
She just wanted to make the top 20 and that's it. She didn't make a statement like Sierra, like 6 years ago. And for me, it was a wasted opportunity because if you want to be the voice of those who cannot lose weight, you should have done much better than that.
Yeah.
All right. Good point. Wilfredo, mi amor, your turn. Your best.
The worst, my best. Well, let me start with the worst.
Your
The
best
worst is Nepal's universe is the worst in so many ways. Personality, body. I mean, she can lose weight.
So you're
just
body
like
shaming Nepal then?
Oh well.
You can hear Emma screaming from India. Can you hear?
Kidding.
Yeah, I can hear her, but I don't like her. It's just I don't like her attitude, her fakeness. I've seen full figure models that have better shape and can do better work. She just was there with the attitude that thinking that this is my platform, this is me, and this is it. But she didn't want to. She didn't work that stage. That was a shame. So I'm sorry.
Okay.
She took a place of somebody that deserved to be there. For best, I have several ones. For Grand, I love my Netherlands, of course. But I was looking at my phone, Angola.
Yes.
I love my
Virginia.
Angola.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's beautiful. Stephanie is beautiful. She did a great job. I'm not a fan of the it's like a balance. She wants to exercise, but she's beautiful, so I give it to her. I love my Puerto Rican girl, Carla. I love
If
Carla's
you,
runway in Miss Universe. Was different. Wasn't the typical type. I think she did a great job. And Philippines Universe. I like her style in bathing suits. I
red
like her.
swimsuit. All right, good.
Mhm.
Okay, so those are good choices. All right, category number 5, evening gown. Your best and your worst. I'm going to start. My best for me, evening gown.
Philippines.
I have it's a tie again. Philippines for Miss Universe, Miss Universe. Her gown is out of this
Mm.
world. And my girl, Colombia, Maria Alejandra Lopez, because of her hat
Wow,
But
well,
that
that was cool.
you're
Yeah.
talking
and the
about
whole
problem.
presentation. But between the two, Miss Universe Philippines wins, obviously. So, and the worst for me is Miss Earth Indonesia. I don't know if you guys remember if you she was wearing this very dark green dress with a very high slit. When you're wearing a gown with a high slit, you're only supposed to show one leg. But she was showing two legs with this high slit. And
It wasn't
the
even a high
style is
slit. It
just
was
so
like
weird. And she was wearing this big humongous corsage that was about to eat her face or something. And she was wearing like 10-inch strip heels. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the hell? All right. So yeah, she's the
it
worst.
wasn't even slit. It was like half of
It was
a
like, yeah, it
skirt
was like,
was short and half
mhm,
long, and these
yes.
weird things around her
Yeah, they're a
arms,
cape
and
or
then the white
something.
flowers here,
Oh,
and then the shoes.
And I heard she and Malaysia had cat fights. Yeah, those two girls. Yeah,
damn.
that's what I heard. All right, who's next?
For me, I think that there was a lot of good gowns this year, especially in Grand. I have to be a little biased and say that Miss Grand US Virgin Islands had an amazing gown. We picked a color that was not typical in pageantry. It was a hot pink dress with a big ass, huge pillow in the back to bring drama, and this train that was yards and yards long. It
Who
was
designed that gown, by the way?
Farshad Farouk. He's a
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
right, he's a Middle Eastern designer from in New York.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think it was amazing. It was a different color. Would it been better if she performed like it was practice? Yes, but still the dress is amazing. And I think Columbia as well, that black dress. You know,
Mhm.
when I found out that she had a hat on, we were like, what the fuck? A hat? And then we were like, oh, okay, this works. So it was really interesting. Overall, I think that the gowns were amazing in Miss Grand, and then obviously I have to say that Philippines dress in Universe was great as
Out of
well.
this world. Yeah.
Beautiful, elegant.
All right, Ed.
Um, for me, the best gown of the year, and by far, it was Indonesia in Miss Grand with Tasia. When she came out with this gown, it's not the one with the ice skating. This was the red gown for the
Okay.
final. That was stunning. Like the thing they did at the waist, and then in the bottom, it just spread out, and she looked like a freaking Barbie doll in that gown. And how it looked on camera, and how the details when you see everything, I'm like, oh my god, that gown was amazing. I'm
Mhm.
unclear about who designed it, but I think it was the best gown I saw all year round. And the worst gown, and this is going to be unpopular, was the gown by Andrea Aguilera when she won Miss Supra.
Oh
It
yeah,
was not
that little,
flattering. It
yeah, that
it
little
made her
heart
look
thingy.
it made her look fat.
The hard thing
You know,
was
it didn't give
ugly
Yeah,
her
the
a
heart
figure. It
thing.
had the thing here, you know, that thing
on her
here
Yeah,
belly
it
that
was
just
button.
made.
that. It was very distracting. Yeah.
And even though she won, whoever gave that gown to her didn't do her any favors. And she was so confident that she wore the gown both in the prelims and the finals. You know, she's so stunning, but the gown itself was a nightmare.
Mhm.
The cut was good, but the cut was not good.
And that thing, it was like very
Like
distracting. All right. All right, good ones. Wilfredito.
I think the best gown was Philippines hands down, Philippine Universe. I love that gown. That's in stunning. That's how you wear a black dress, my opinion. Um, I love, uh, sorry, I hated Miss Earth Philippine dress for the green
Oh,
with the
that thing that has these
that
leaves
then
supposed to,
she
Supposed to be the
detached
logo.
and
yeah, the
Yeah.
put it
logo.
back
Yeah,
again.
that was
I
bizarre.
was
Yeah, it
like,
was
that
weird.
was so ugly for me. I was like, Philippines sending that dress? What in the
She
what
didn't even
universe
need
is that?
that thing. She didn't
She
even need
did
that.
need
Yeah,
that. That
No.
was like
she
gimmicky.
detached it and then put it back, and I'm like, ugh. Um, and another dress. Let me see. Yeah, those are the two. The one that I hate the most, and the ones that I love. I love Philippine dress, Miss Universe Philippines. I think that was a masterpiece.
Okay, so for the best gown, we all mentioned, a lot of us mentioned Miss Philippines Universe. And for the worst, it's like a mixture of everything. So, all right,
Mhm.
moving on. Lenka, did you have, oh, Lenka, it's your turn. Sorry. Sorry. You need to speak up. You need to be louder. You need to be more aggressive.
So for me, Philippines again, I love both the gowns. It was innovative, something different, and I love her style overall. The short hair, she was always dressing up edgy during activities. The girl has style. I love her. And I love Pakistan from Miss Universe. That white gown,
Oh, yeah, with the
carrying with the
veil
shine
thingy.
a little
Yeah,
bit, yeah, and the wheel. I
the
mean, it was
veil.
ethereal. It suited her really well.
Mhm.
I love, of course, Nicaragua. Even though people complain about the blue whale, but I'm like, it's the colors of her country. It was very elegant. And I like both Netherlands, Grand and Earth. They had both great gowns and presentation. And Peru, of course, from MGI, the last gown was like
Oh,
so
yeah,
beautiful.
okay.
It's pretty,
And
very pretty.
Thailand had a great gown, Earth. The worst. Haha. Thanks to you, Rafa. I'm watching Earth. And please, fans of Earth, don't hate me. But what the hell was Indonesia wearing? We already talked about it. Philippines with that green dress with the cuts, and then it was like from behind coming in like a
Right.
flower, but it looked
Yeah,
like
the
an
logo.
arm trying
Yeah.
to grab her.
Mhm.
It was scary. Kazakhstan, how did she want the gown? Because her gown was like a grandma gown with balloon
Yes.
sleeves.
Yep.
And Vietnam, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it too. The front, yeah, but the back, what was that? I don't understand.
I have no
But
clue.
you're gonna really dislike me, Rafa, because I wasn't a fan of Colombia's dresses at and Grand. I actually hated the damn hat.
Oh, come
I love the
on.
dress, not the hat. And the second dress, the orange one, yeah, didn't suit her. But guys, we forget
I agree about the second dress.
France. France, Miss Universe.
Miss
Like when
France
she,
Universe?
yeah, remember she
Oh,
wore that.
yeah. Ew. Yeah, that was like from 1989 Miss Venezuela or
Oh,
something,
no, the
right?
Venezuela dress. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. One of the worst and
Was
horrible
it
mom
purple,
too.
right? Purple?
Something, yeah. It was weird.
It
It's not
looks
even,
like a
it wasn't even
grandma
a red
outfit.
carpet gown. Ugh,
Yeah, no, it was
Yeah.
that one was bad. I had forgotten about that one.
I felt bad for her. Anyway, all right. So most of us pick Philippines for best gown and a mixture of everything else for the worst. Next category, national costume, your best and your worst.
Puerto
First,
Rico, Puerto
my
Rico,
best,
Puerto
my
Rico Grand.
best, my best for me is El Salvador's Miss Universe. It's a volcano-inspired costume that lit up, from her headdress, her wings, all the way to the bottom. And they gave her like what, 10 minutes of
Oh my
airtime
God, my boss
just
is
for
live.
that.
Give me a second, guys.
Yeah,
Nawad is live.
amazing. It was an amazing costume. And I was not happy that Philippines won best national costume. That stupid like airplane thingy. Like, what was that
It
all
was
about?
cute. It was
It was
cute.
cute,
I
but it wasn't
like
like the
it.
I liked it.
best. It was cute, but it was not the best. Okay. They should have given it to El Salvador or even to Thailand. And Thailand's beautiful Thai goddess costume with the long hair that she was like playing with and her dance movements and her costumes. I thought it was very, 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 very graceful. So, but for me, El Salvador Universe. The worst for me was Guyana Universe. You remember her? She was dragging this humongous prop and she had difficulty like opening her wings or something. And then Arbity did her best to sort of like save Miss Guyana. from her flaw, because one of her thing did not open very well, and she had a hard time, like, dragging her thing. So that was the worst, Guyana. And she was also had a very bad attitude. Remember, Miss Argentina was her roommate, and Argentina did the live saying that Miss Guyana, this girl, she's weird. She never talked to me. She never talked to anybody. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So yeah, she's bizarre. Good thing she didn't win. All right, who's next?
Me.
Go, Brian. Go.
Oh,
for winner, hands down, Puerto Rico. The chupacabra was just
okay.
The moment. Maybe it's because we're Puerto Rican and we feel it, but the moment she stepped out, I don't think we ever expected her to come out looking like that. And I would probably say it's the best national costume we've ever taken to any international competition. So integrate, so it looked expensive. It was beautiful. And then it tying with kind of our childhood of things that they would tell us in Puerto Rico was perfection. It was amazing. It was amazing.
They did a good job.
All right, the worst.
I don't know. I mean, the one that you said, but also Vietnam in Grand. I don't think it was an actual national costume. No offense to the Vietnamese people, but it really was just like props. Like it was literally a dragon made out of metal.
Oh yeah, and then she comes out of the dragon with a whip, right?
And she came out of it with a whip, yeah. And then the dragon was throwing fire, but it wasn't really a national costume. It wasn't on her. It was like a prop and then her in something. So again, another award that I kind of disagree with. It really wasn't a national costume or a fantasy costume. It was more like a prop.
All right. Okay, who's next?
Me.
Willie.
I have two of the best ones are from Puerto Rico. The one from Carla, that was a masterpiece in Miss Universe, the Calle San Sebastian. I like it personally. I don't know. I like it. I really like it. I mean, it's one of the Puerto Rico, sadly to say, always fell in something, either evening gown or national costumes. And at least this one, I like it. But I like the one in Grand, the chupacabras, because it's something that, when I saw that, I'm like, okay, hold on. Is that the chupacabras or Terminator? Oh no, it's the chupacabra. Great job. And the way that she moved on the stage, because it's a mystical animal in Puerto Rico. We don't know kind of how it looks. I mean, it's a whole deal over there. I'm like, you know what? I like it. I give her props.
All right.
The worst is the one from Nepal. Universe Nepal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that one too is horrible. What was
The
that?
rock on the floor.
Like,
what the
in
fuck?
the world of Universe?
Well, from her headdress, what was that? Like a humongous.
It was like a nuclear. I think it
mushroom,
was like a nuclear thing.
like a mushroom cloud. Yeah.
That was the leftovers of her whipped cream that she was trying to eat, or the cotton candy. After she finished that, she was hungry, so she was eating it.
Oh my
And
God.
I think
my
what
God.
she threw was the leftovers of the burrito from El Salvador. I don't think they eat burritos. So between cotton candy and a burrito.
Oh, that was the leftover Chipotle?
And the dove.
The Chipotle.
The fake dove that you threw to the audience. Oh
It's
God.
very healthy. So I don't. Those are the ones for me. The two best and the worst.
Good one.
Sorry. But let me add this one. In honor to my little Rachel, she had the best presentation.
The funnest.
Yeah, she was doing the Irish dance.
The Irish dance and everything. For me, that was cute. As I mention of honor, I mean, that was the best island national costume I've ever seen. That was very original. Her facial expression, she was having fun. So let me include that for me as a special honor. I mean, for me.
All right. Ed, please.
I'm gonna say something that I was gonna say Vietnam Grand, and then Brian just made it clear, and it's true, it wasn't a costume. She had the advantage that since it was in Vietnam, they probably took a carnival float and just put her inside of it.
Literally.
So it wouldn't be fair. I mean, if we're talking about presentation, she gets it hands down, but it was not a costume. I really liked the costume by Philippines Grand, the one that Nikki was wearing, the bird, even though she had all the charisma of a sea sponge, and she didn't know how to, project the dress. I think it was amazing. All the work that it had on it. And there's a honorable mention because it's a shame that Miss International doesn't get a separate costume show, because this year the costumes were amazing. And I like the one by Cuba. She had the wings, and normally you never see a Miss Cuba bringing such a high level costume. And when she spread the wings on stage, it just looked amazing. When she did this, I was surprised.
Yeah.
And as for worst costume, I agree that it was Nepal. I still don't understand the huge popcorn in the face. I don't understand the North Korean nuke here. Why was it there? I don't understand why was she throwing napkins to everybody. And to top it off, she was doing like this, like
She was,
you see, like she was pissed at
attitude.
something, like she was throwing course
She
notes
was like
at everybody
or something. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah,
She was
exactly.
showing her real personality, people.
Yes. All right.
I think she was fed up, She was
Yeah.
fed up.
Sick of
Real
this.
personality.
I wanted to go back to New York City. All right, Lenka.
I want to apologize to Miss Earth fans. I didn't have time to watch the national costume show, so maybe there were some costumes I would like, and that's the reason I'm not mentioning it. But I actually did like the Vietnam costume for Grand. I know it was a props, and as a host country, you have an advantage because you can make it there. You don't have to travel with shitloads of luggages. The year before, Indonesia had the same, but it was impressive. And I agree with Rafa about El Salvador. That was a great costume. And I love Puerto Rico at Miss Universe too. She is excellent. For the worst ones, worst.
Who? What?
Costume.
What?
Czech
Lenka, you
Republic
went
at
off.
Miss Universe. That wasn't even a costume. It was like ugly dress with a bunch of red stones. See, you don't even remember. But for me, it's like our country, we have this precious stone, České garnet, nowhere else in the world. So we're famous for it. And my dad would give it to me, so it's special to me. And I'm thinking about making a costume for myself. And I would imagine like having like a leotard or like a gown, and it would be all of those stones, kind of like Catriona Gray with the lava, thing. And then, but they had this white silk weird cut, and then just like a little bit of stones, but they were claiming that they put like 140,000 on it. It was just terrible. I mean, the whole Miss Universe Czech Republic, please take away their license. I would rather send no one than sending their girls. Stop it. Then yeah, Nepal and the dead bird. I think she was throwing it at Rafa. That was just
Yes.
And I
All
want to
right.
mention something before we go to the other one. Ed, you mentioned something about Cuba International. Thank you. She has a beautiful, beautiful national costume. The reason why I didn't mention her, and I'm going to say why, is because, again, they were rushing them so much that you were not able to appreciate their national costume. That was bad. I mean, they were beautiful national costume, but I remember it's like Cuba. There she goes, Shayla. And where's she at again? I mean, they didn't give them time to literally showcase their national costume. That is the reason why I didn't mention Shayla, because that national costume is beautiful. But I didn't judge none of them to choose my favorite ones or the worst ones just because of that reason, because they rushed these girls out of the stage right away. So
all right.
That's all.
Moving on. Category number 7. Interview or Q&A. Your best and your worst. For me, the best was Miss Universe Thailand. Bar none. Okay. She was the best. All interviews, she aced them. The Q&A, she aced them all. The worst, as much as I love her, she choked during the top 8 with Netherlands. Earth, Noah Klaus. I felt bad for this girl. Her nerves got the best of her. She just froze. And when I said to myself, okay, she's out, even though she was my favorite for the crown. But unfortunately, you know, she had a mental block. So yeah, best and worst. Who's next? Lenka, let's start with you before I forget you.
Okay, well, I mean, we didn't get Philippines to top 5 to do the Q&A, but I watched her for a long time. That girl is the best speaker, and she wouldn't have nailed it if she was top 5. I think she deserved to be in top 5 over Thailand. I'm sorry, I know you guys all love her, but I don't think she deserved to be there. But once she got to top 5, the question, she did have the best answer. When they got to top 3, I think they all missed the question because, like, whose woman you would want to spend a year in a life, right? And it's like, you pick woman Malala Yousafzai who got shot in the head. Really? You want to spend your year like that? Or Nicaragua, you know, Mary
Wollstonecraft.
you know, during the times when you have to fight for women's rights. Do you really want to live that year? And I think Australia didn't get it at all. And I didn't
Australia
like
mentioned her grandmother.
Her mom.
The mom.
her
Her
mom
mom.
and a year, her birth year. I'm like,
Yeah.
but they also didn't even say who the women are famous for. You know what I mean?
True.
That, like, it was like big name, blah blah blah. But yeah, Philippines is hands down the best speaker, and I have to agree with you, Rafa. That poor Netherlands. I was watching the show, and I'm like, how come this girl didn't win? She's stunning. And then the Q&A came, and I was like, But again, ME fans don't hate me, but the Q&A, most of the girls was pretty tragic. I mean, Brazil too, she messed up. Vietnam and Thailand, they had to ask twice the questions, and they had the worst translator for the Russian girls, for the Kazakhstan and
Russia.
The
Yeah.
guy didn't know how to speak Russian. Like, when they ask, you know, like, why do you love to be a woman? He translated it like, what is love for you? So when she answered, they didn't even say the full answer, but when she answered, she actually answered correctly. She was great. And then when Russia came and he didn't know how to say it, he was like blabbing. She just like went and just screamed over him like, Vietnam! And I love the environment. It was funny.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yep, definitely. Again, Miss Earth, you know, fails in providing good interpreters every year, year after year. You know, they just don't get it. They just don't get it at all. All right, who's next?
No one wants to.
What's this?
I will go. The best interview on stage, Venezuela International, hands down. Like, this is a girl who was not supported by most of the Venezuelan fans. She had her supporters, but she had her enemies too. A lot of people were like, oh no, she's not gonna win. She's too short, she's too showy, she's too TikToker, blah, 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 blah. She arrives in Japan, a completely different girl from when she won nationals, and she showed that she wanted to win this. And then she not only like gave you this amazing answer, she spoke in Japanese and all these things, like taking the crown away from Colombia, who stumbled. And I mean, I was very happy because I'm like, and now all her fans are like, oh, we always knew she was going to win, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. Like, when they had the scandal, they were asking for her to resign. But after a girl wins, then everybody knew it. Everybody was supporting
Everybody
her.
loves her. Yep.
But I like this because I think this situation gave her the fuel, you know, to prepare herself and tell herself, I'm gonna win that freaking crown for my country. And she did. So I think that is a good example of how you should portray yourself in a pageant. And the worst, because she gave the crown to Albania at that moment, you know, Netherlands Earth. I don't understand what happened.
Yeah.
I think that top 8 question round should not exist. Because in the past, they used to use the top 8 only for the evening gown competition.
Mhm.
And only the top 4 used to give the answers. Then when you're doing it, you know, you're just cutting off potential amazing winners.
Right, exactly. But I'm glad Miss Earth actually, you know, focused on the physical more than the intellectual and other side of the shoe. So that's good. All right, who's next? Wilfredo.
Great. The best answers for me was Dina in Miss Thailand Universe, second runner up. Hopefully she comes back. I like how she speaks, the delivery. I don't want to say the worst answer is Netherlands Earth because she just, she stumbled. But I know people are gonna say that I'm crazy, but the worst answer for me was the top 3 in Miss Universe. None of them answer.
None of them answers. All 3 of them. The top 3 were the worst.
Yeah. For me, I'm going to say this, and I'm sorry. I mean, I love Thailand. Don't get me wrong. I expected more. Then I have Australia saying her mom. I don't care about your mom. I'm sorry. Tell me somebody that really, your mom is still alive, I think, and And then El Salvador just gave a bottle answer from Miss World that she learned a long time ago, just to impress. And she did. El Salvador is beautiful. No, El Salvador is kind of elegant, cute. She's not beautiful for me, facially speaking, but her answers were very simple. I didn't catch my eyes.
But her father is hot.
Yeah, but his father wasn't competing. So, but I didn't. God, I didn't like none of the Miss Universe top 3 answers for me. They were the worst, but the best for me was Reina. I still remember she knew what to say about her platform, her TV show. She was amazing for me, of course.
Good, Brian.
I think I only have the worst. For me, the worst was Universe Colombia. When you get asked a question and the first thing you say is that you're living it, so that means that you're dying. It really confused me because she was asked, what would you do? I forgot what the question was, how it was formulated, but it was kind of like
last year.
Yeah, in your last days or something. And she said, oh, I'm living it. I'm here in Miss Universe. It just makes no sense for me.
Yeah.
Like, it makes me think the first thing when I heard her say that was like, oh, so you're dying. Like, you're literally dying right now. Because, like, they're asking you what you would do on your last days. We're not talking about, give me some praise about Miss Universe. Like, tell me what you would do on your last days. Mention your family, mention your daughter, and blah, blah, blah. And that's what I expect. Not you telling me, oh, I'm living it. Like, it just makes no sense. So, yeah, for me, she was the worst.
What about
I don't know what she was in there in the top 5. Best, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
None.
By the way, sorry, the top 3, if they ask me that same question, I'll be like, well, there's a lot of women, but what they have in common is Miss Universe. So if I can live a 1 year as another woman, it's the woman of Miss Universe, and I hope that in a couple of minutes that's gonna come true. Something like that.
Good one.
You need to be honest to this day. War peace is over. You just need to say, this is what I want. I work for it. Plain and simple.
Real opinions. Real opinions.
With every Miss Universe in history, because I want to know why they live. In that way, if I get the job, I know what to do and continue the legacy. Plain and simple.
Exactly. Reading some of the comments, Philippines first runner-up in Supra gave a good interview. Yeah, she was very good, but sometimes I felt like her delivery was kind of like very rehearsed in a way. It didn't come out as very sincere or very natural, but she gave a good interview. Miss Earth Philippines should join Miss Grand International someday. We'll see. All right, next category: host, the best and the worst.
Miss Grand.
The nominees are Olivia Culpo and Jeannie Mai for Miss Universe, Matthew Dean for Miss Grand, Joanne Strauss and Martin Fitch for Miss and Mr. Supranational, Tetsuya Besho and Rachel Chan for Miss International, and James Deacon and Huyn T. Tui Dong for Miss Earth.
Miss
All right.
Grand, Dean,
For
Matthew
me,
Dean.
the best supranational, Joanne Strauss and Martin Fitch.
No, are you
Great
crazy?
combination. You don't even need
Joanne by
you don't
herself.
even
Martin
need
Joanne
Martin
by
Fitch.
herself,
You don't need
yes.
Martin Fitch, but
You don't
Joanne
need him.
Strauss, I
He's
could listen to her voice. I could listen to her voice. She's one of those women I could hear her voice like forever, like Laura Dutta. I could listen to Laura Dutta and Joanne Strauss's voice forever, 24/7. And I will
But
never get
Rafa, her voice isn't exciting. Her voice is not like it doesn't
but it's
produce
very
it doesn't make you
soothing. It's
excited.
very
It's
soothing
yeah.
and calming effect.
Which what I like for a pageant, it's when it's, you know, exciting, and that's why I say Matthew. Plus,
Okay.
I mean, it's Matthew, you know.
Yeah, so because he looks hot, that's why. Okay.
No, his voice is just amazing. You know how excited I was to potentially hear you, Miss Grand, U.S. Virgin Islands, like from his
Okay.
voice. That would have been so cool.
I understand. Lenka, who's your favorite host?
You have to ask. It's Matthew Dean. I love that man. I mean, most of the hosts are good, but it's kind of like boring and just kind of saying the same thing. Oh, judges are gonna have such a hard job to pick, da 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 da, over and over. But you know, Matthew Dean, he has that energy because here in Thailand, he actually hosts Muay Thai fights. So it's like in a blue corner, we have Miss. We have Thailand, and he brings it into MGI, and it's like fun. He has always something to say. He's so handsome. I love him. But I
On one
want to
corner of the bed,
mention,
we have Lenka. On the other one, we have Brian.
yes,
And
exactly. But I would like to
be in the
mention when
middle,
it
fighting
comes to
both of
Grand,
you.
sorry, well, you know, when it comes to Grand for the national rounds in Thailand. There's an amazing host. His name is C Game. He hosts all the province rounds, and he is incredible host. Always fun, always amazing way he talks. So professional, so kind, and we became friends because he was a host of my pageant, and he actually picked me to co-host international pageant with him, and I learned so much. And sometimes he is hosting some side challenges at MGI, and I
I want
wish
to
he
hear
would
more
do
about
more
that.
because
Send it to me.
he's great. I absolutely love him. The worst one, Miss International. I know they're sweet people and everything, but no special.
Doozy. All right. Wilfredo, your
Of course,
favorite host.
for me, the best ones are Matthew for Grand International and Joanne Strauss. They can flush Martin Fitch. I don't care about him. The worst, I love Olivia and Jenny Mai, but this year with the third wheel, I was tired of them. I prefer Catriona and the other girl. I prefer them as a co-host. I
Zuri
prefer
Hall.
them. Yeah, those two are amazing. Olivia Copo, Jenny Mai, and that's third wheeler, whatever her name is. Oh my God, Menudo, something like that. She's
Maria
the girl.
Menounos.
Maria
She's good,
Menounos.
but she didn't need them to. That's the thing. She would
Yeah,
have been good if those two
she's
weren't there.
Exactly.
she looks amazing in the Regal movie theaters, doing the previews for the movies and all the
I love
interviews
her.
by herself. She's okay, but not in Miss Universe because Olivia Copo and Jenny Mai is like the cat fight. Just, one is lost, the other one is fighting. So I prefer Catriona, but for me the best one is Matthew Dane.
Yeah, I would love to see Catriona and Zuri Hall come back as the main hosts in Miss Universe next year.
Mm-hmm.
So weird,
I think
right?
would
How
be
they
much
do it
better.
backwards.
Not Jeannie Mai and Olivia. You guys,
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I'm done with them. All right, Ed, who's your favorite host?
Joanne. But I will tell you why. I was the creative director for Supra in 3 editions, 12, 13, and 14. So after I left, a lot of people keep saying me today that when I was doing it, it was trashy. It wasn't. It was entertaining. And now Supra is just a copy of Miss World, but worse. So I think that Joanne brought something that you wanted to pay attention to. you know, you watch Supra, and my main issue with Supra is that you don't see or you don't know how they compete because they just parade around, they don't do anything, and they keep eliminating the girls, and you're like, what's the criteria?
Yeah.
So having Joanne there to, with her voice, to explain everything, to give segments of the show, I think it was an upgrade. I liked it. She doesn't need this guy next to her, but because the pageant is airing local Polish TV, they need a Polish presenter to translate in Polish.
Translate.
So, but hopefully she will be back, and hopefully she will have a more important role in the show. But I think that, and the worst was the guy from Earth. I don't remember his name, but I don't know if this is his fault or whoever wrote the screenplay, but the jokes were really bad. Like he kept making these jokes, and as a contestant, I would have been offended. Imagine the audience. Like, don't try and do this if you're not a natural. This is like the rhymes in the Miss Universe costume competition. You know, they're bad. No one likes them. Don't do them.
Good points. Somebody's saying, rumor has it that Matthew Dean will host a swimsuit round in Speedo soon. Ooh, we'd love to see that. Yes.
We wish.
We wish. So, so I think in this category, I think three of us went for Matthew Dean, Brian, Lenka, and Willie, and then Ed and me for Joanne Strauss. So, all right. So Joanne lost.
Well, it's a
Joanne
tie because
Strauss lost to Matthew Dean. Poor Joanne, but she'll come back.
no,
much bigger.
because I have a tie. There's
Oh, you
a
have a
tie.
tie.
Remember?
Oh, okay, so it's a tie.
Because I voted for both of them. I voted
okay,
for
that's right, that's right.
Joanne and for him. So it's
There's a tie.
Yeah, but since Joanne is a duo, Dean is the winner.
True, that's true.
I killed Martin. I didn't care about him. I loved him.
Oh my God, so aggressive.
Next category, the best host country. What is the best host?
Vietnam.
El
Vietnam,
Salvador for
hands
Miss
down.
Universe, Vietnam for Miss Grand, or Vietnam for Miss Earth, Poland for Supranational, or Japan for International. All right,
Vietnam for
Vietnam.
both.
Vietnam. Everybody
Hands
agrees.
down.
Vietnam. All right.
Hands down.
No discussion.
No
No
discussion.
discussion. There's nothing to argue.
That was easy breezy.
Mhm.
Category number 10, the best female title holder in a minor pageant. Minor pageant nominees are Valentina Sanchez, Venezuela for Universal Woman, Manvin Kara, Malaysia for the Miss Globe, Ketvali Fonbodi, Thailand for Miss Aura International, Luma Russo, Miss Charm from Brazil, Tia Lee Tavi Panichpan of Thailand for Miss Tourism International, and Solange Decker, Netherlands for Miss International Queen.
Valentina from
Valentina
Universal Woman.
Sanchez. Yeah, she's my choice. Valentina. Brian also picks Valentina.
Keep an eye on that pageant. It's getting good.
Yeah.
I think it's
Not
gonna be
only
really
that,
good.
but she's very visible. But she travels the world. She's actually promoting this brand very, very aggressively.
And for the first year.
And yeah, only the first year. I mean, we all know that the first edition was rigged to win anyway. We all know that.
Exactly.
Because the producers are Venezuelans, okay? So they need to pick somebody who's high power, very a high good number of followers. So they picked Valentina. So all right.
I don't like the
Well-
word rigged.
Yes.
Well, I don't like Valentina. That pageant was set for her to win. They just needed somebody to give her time to change clothes. I mean, she competed in USA system, never won. Competed in Miss Venezuela, never won.
But
So
she
they
was
created a pageant. Huh?
she was Miss New Jersey Teen USA 2014.
Exactly, and she stayed there. They didn't
So
want
she
Miss
won a
USA,
state pageant.
so
Okay.
messed. So they needed to create a pageant in order to finally give her a freaking crown. So I don't like Valentina. So hopefully the second edition is much better. I just look that is set for her to win, and the other ones just giving money. So my pick is Charm, Brazil. I think she's beautiful. I love Charm. For me, she is the best female title holder in a minor pageant. not because she's Brazil, but I love her performance. So, and I think she's doing pretty good.
All
My
right.
opinion.
All right. Lenka, darling.
I actually like more of them because I do like Valentina Sanchez a lot. It doesn't bother me that she tried more. In some girls, it does bother me, but with her, I don't know. She has that vibe of a warrior, and she's really doing great job promoting the organization, and that's important. Then I love my little cat Valley who won Aura because I have met her. She was a big surprise at Miss Grand Thailand because she's this 18-year-old girl, you know, when you see her in the outfit for school, it's like a little girl. But then she would put on the makeup and the hair and the dresses, and she was so Baba Boom. Like at the stage, she was my favorite. And I remember going to the Grand Concert with Sophia, and then we were leaving, and she was sitting there on the floor, and she saw us, and she just jumped up, and she's like, "Oh my God, I love you!" And then taking pictures. She's the sweetest thing ever. And I told her she needs to come back in the future because she could be the winner. And then she goes to Aura and she won it. I was so happy for her. I also love Charm because Luma is exceptional, you know, woman, and I am really happy for her to win. I am happy for Tia for the Miss Tourism. But Solange, guys, she is incredible. Like, I met her after she won. She has such a great spirit and personality. She's so down to earth, and she's representing the organization really well. So there's a lot of great girls.
You have to pick, honey. You have to pick one.
I picked Kat.
Who?
I should say Valentina because I want to go to.
You like Valentina?
Well, I said I love Cat Valley, but I should
Okay.
say Valentina because I want to go to Universal
Because you're
Woman.
competing in Universal Woman. That's why you need to pick her. All right. Good choice. Valentina. Yeah, she is Chucky's bride.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she looks like Chucky's bride.
Mhm.
Ed.
Did you know that she actually wore a Chucky's bride costume for
Yes, I
Halloween?
saw that one. I thought
I love that.
it was great that she was making fun of herself. I thought,
What was the question?
who's your your favorite female title holder in a minor pageant?
Luciana Fuster, Peru.
What?
No, minor.
Luciana from Peru. That's why I say it, Luciana from Peru.
But she's not.
Ed,
She's not a
Ed, she's not a minor pageant.
That's
minor
not
pageant,
minor.
not major.
To him, it
But you
is.
guys see what he's
Luciana
doing.
Fuster
Come
from
on.
Peru.
Oh, because
Luciana from Peru.
because
Yeah,
I said other. Okay, so Ed picked.
Luciana from Peru. Yeah.
Ooh, the shade, the grand shade. Ooh. Love
Took
it.
me a moment.
All
Thank
right.
God I'm not blonde.
Okay, here's an interesting point. The two Thai girls actually were Miss Grand Thailand girls. Yeah, so Nawat is very, very proud of those
Yes.
two Thai girls. That
Did you mention Miss Intercontinental?
Someone's
Yeah,
asking.
other. I put other category.
No,
Yeah,
because there were 3 Thai girls, not 2. There are 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. But was
But
she also
9 was from Miss Universe.
is the Intercontinental girl also a Miss Grand
From
girl?
Thailand?
Yes,
she's
yes, she was
Coming
first
from
runner-up
Grand?
in Miss Grand. She was first runner-up in Miss Grand 20, I think 15, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I
But
didn't know
this
that.
year she was MUT.
All right.
She was dethroned. She was actually dethroned from first runner-up as Grand, but she was there. She comes from
Okay.
Grand.
All right. Okay, I totally forgot about that. Okay. Well, that proves to show you that Miss Intercontinental really didn't have an impact on me. All right. So thank you for that amazing, wonderful, lovely note. Moving on, next category, female title holder, major pageant. Okay, major pageant. Nominees are Sheynnis Palacios, Nicaragua for Universe, Luciana Fuster, Peru, Miss Grand, Andrea Aguilera, Ecuador for Miss Supra, Andrea Rubio, Venezuela for Miss International, and Drita Ziri, Albania, Miss Earth. My winner is Andrea Aguilera. She is my pick for the best female title holder in a major pageant. Anybody agrees with me? Raise your hand now.
I would agree, but it depends on what you mean by best title holder.
Well, hello,
Yeah.
her face. I think she has the most beautiful face.
Okay, if we're judging just that, then
yeah, her
then
face,
yeah.
her performance, and the fact that she's very busy traveling all over the world. She's getting a lot of exposure. Our good friend Enrique invited her to Brazil. Yeah, she's her number of followers is increasing every day. So yeah, to
Okay,
me,
I can
that's
agree
what
with
she
you.
is. Yeah. Okay, who's next?
I have to.
Okay, go, Willie.
Lenka,
Go.
you go first, Lenka. because
Lenka,
we never
Lenka,
let you
Lenka,
talk.
Lenka.
Reina is Nicaragua, hands down. If I was gay, I would marry that woman. I mean, from the moment I saw her, I had that aha moment. I was like, this is the next Miss Universe. And then preliminary came, and I was afraid that it's gonna be
Shit, she looks like she
disappointing.
would
And
fuck
she
you up, Lenka.
stayed. You know, every round, everything, she's like, except for the last answer. But I think overall performance was great. I just adore her.
She would grab you and tear you apart, woman. You have no clue.
Yeah.
Girl, she would
Yeah,
say like this.
she's the top.
Yeah,
She's
she would be
literally,
like,
she gives top energy.
She's the top,
yeah,
definitely.
she would be like, Lenka.
All right.
And then continue. Okay.
Wilfredo, mi vida, who is your best female title holder in a major pageant?
I have a tie
Okay.
in two. I have Miss Grand International and Miss Supra.
All right.
I think Peru is doing her job. I mean, come on, she make it to Telemundo. I mean, now what
That's
must be very
true.
happy about that part. Ecuador is traveling. She's being in Miami or Florida, whatever, too. But those are the only two that I can say they're doing good. I mean, Miss Universe is not traveling. Miss Earth just won. She's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I'm super happy for her. But if I'm gonna look about the best one that won that wasn't expected, because let's be honest, nobody expected Ecuador to win or Peru because we were like it's gonna be Netherlands because in the final two I was thinking it was gonna be Myanmar because now what never repeats. So those two for me are the as of right now, of course.
All right. Thank you. Ed, you.
You know, when I started in this, I was like 11 or 12 years old when I was a little fruit. And my mom would
A
sit
little
and watch
fruity,
pageants
what?
with me. A little fruity kid. My mom would watch pageants with me, and she will always pick the winner based on the close-up. Like whenever they give, she was the one who told me Dayanara Torres is going to win Miss Universe. When they did the close-up and she saw the color of the eyes, she tells me she's going to win. I learned that from her. So that's why I'm choosing Andrea Rubio of Venezuela, because every time the camera did a close-up on her, she's so
Beautiful.
stunningly beautiful and
Beautiful.
perfect. That reminded me of my mom making her comments. Like if she would have been watching Miss International with me, she would have said, that's the winner. And I love
Yeah.
watching her face. I love how she carried herself. So for me, it's Miss International.
All right.
Yeah, you know, she saved Miss International. The whole show was terrible, but her as a winner,
Her
it
being a
saved
She
winner.
was
the
the
whole
only, yeah,
competition.
she was the only, yeah,
A
definitely.
satisfying victory.
I had a really interesting phrase. When I was in Miss Supranational 2015, the winner was Paraguay. Like she was really beautiful, Stefania Stegman.
Mm.
And the uncle of Miss Colombia came out. Colombia came in third place. And he said, when the most beautiful girl wins, you forgive everything. And then he left. And that phrase stuck with me. So Lenka's right. Like you can have a creepy, tacky show, crappy, and when your favorite girl, the most beautiful, wins deservingly, sorry,
Yeah.
everybody is happy.
And you forget about the production. It doesn't matter how
Exactly.
bad it was. Yeah. Yeah.
She
But
wasn't
I would
even
be
the
honest
most
with,
beautiful. She had a great
but I would be
outfit.
honest with you. She did a good job in Miss International. She looked the part because we know the transformation was amazing. But when she went back to Venezuela, the production went off.
She
I
became
agree.
normal. She became normal
She's
again.
back to herself, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she went
Which is
back
really
to normal.
curious because we were
Yeah, they
asking
put-
for inclusion, but we're praising that a same kind of stereotype has won Miss International again.
Exactly. That is, I don't mention her because she reminds me Alicia Machado in that stand of, I know what I need to do to win. So when she went there, she played the part.
She played the part.
My favorite in that cup,
Colombia.
I need to say Giselle, was Colombia. For me, I would love to see Colombia win Miss International. She's been so close.
Yeah. This is
It's
this is their
like,
third or fourth year to be in the top 5, and they never won.
yeah. But I want, when I saw the whole group, I was telling Noemi, I think the competition is gonna be face-wise is Dominican Republic and Colombia. They were the ones that catch my eye. So when I saw the top 5, I was like, Colombia is gonna win. But when Venezuela came up with the Japanese and here and there and the pearls, again, can we have a Venezuelan winner recently without freaking pearls in the dress? It's just, she just knew what to do to win, because when she went back to her home, the magic potion effect went over.
Well, they have it. Look how many Miss Internationals they have. They know the formula.
They know the formula, but it's like, again, it's like she knew how to win now, but doesn't impact me. Personally, I would have preferred Colombia.
All right. Moving on. Moving on. Category number 12.
I like
male title holder. Major
Kim
pageant.
Woodburn. Kim
Don't
Woodburn. That's him.
care.
Thailand.
Woodburn, Thailand for Mr.
Kim Woodburn.
International.
That's him. No one
Ivan
else.
Alvarez Guedes, Spain for Mr. Supranational. Jason Bretfilian, India, Mr. Global. Yeah, for me, Kim Woodburn, Thailand. Mr. International. No argument, no discussion.
When he won Thailand, since he was competing in Thailand, I said, you see, I will take care of your babies. Don't worry if I need to. He's the one. He's so beautiful. But I need to mention one thing. I love the victory of India in Mr. Global. That was a beautiful victory for India, and he worked. So sentimental kind of India, but Kim, hands down, is the best one.
All right, Lenka, you.
I love Kim, hands down. He was a full package. And you remember when we were doing prediction, I was like researching and going crazy,
Yes.
but he had it all, and I got top 3 right, actually. I love all 3 of them. And I would like to use this opportunity to say something, because a lot of people are like, but Lebanon, it was not fair. He was the best, blah, 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 blah. He's now at Mr. Grand International,
Grand
right?
International.
And I'm like, he was homophobic. Like, there was a people in a team who are gay, but they're professionals. They do your makeup, and he would like show, like, don't touch me. There's multiple videos when you see his faces and the way he behaves, and that's not acceptable. Yeah, I mean, okay, if your religion says it's wrong, then don't go to beauty pageants. But maybe he changed, maybe he learned, maybe he's better right now at Mr. Grand International. I wish him the best. Like, he is handsome fella for sure. But at the MI, I love Edward. He was so handsome.
Maybe because homosexuality does not exist in Lebanon. He's not used to it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Oh, but supranational, I want to say something. I'm tired of the same looking guys winning over and over
Thank you.
again.
I agree. Totally.
Yes.
They're all the
It's
same.
the same cookie. It's the same cookie cutter look. Tall,
It's horrible.
dark-haired, GQ look. It's facial hair. Boring.
I mean,
It's going the same route as
Brazil-
Miss International.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
And the
silhouette.
runner-up, sorry, the runner-ups, Brazil and Holland or Netherlands, they were fantastic.
They were amazing.
I mean, Brazil was Henrique's guy.
Especially
It was
Brazil. Yeah.
amazing. So was Luca. Like, I was so disappointed.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Brian doesn't care, right? You don't care about this category?
I don't care about male pageants.
Okay,
They're
so
boring.
pass. Ed.
I said Kim because, there is a trend that has been going on for several years now with the girls, that they are putting like hooker faces instead of smiling in a pageant. They just parade. That's horrible. That's not sexy. That's not attractive. That's not nice. But for some reason, they believe they can win doing that. And here comes Kim in a male pageant, and he was smiling from the moment he woke up, from the moment he went to sleep, and it's a radiant smile, and that is what made him win.
He was consistent. He was very consistent all along.
He's charming, he's intelligent, and he connects with people. So for me, it was like he wants hands down. The way he is using his social networks, perfect. Like he's doing it all by himself, and how he sells himself, like as an actor or whatever, is amazing. Because he knows how to connect with people. He does these reels every day, and his eyes are like glowing and everything, And a lot of beauty queens don't realize that a smile gives you the power for anything, And that's what I wanted to point that out. But I think it's him hands down. I mean,
he's
I don't even remember the others.
Yeah, he's very likable. He's very commercial. A lot of people like him. He's very attractive. He's very youthful. And that's very marketable in Asia, that particular look. So yeah, definitely. All right, so he wins hands down, except for Brian, who abstains because he doesn't care about gay pageants. Whatever.
Well, the thing, Rafa, and I think it's like, it's just, we're seeing a trend now in male pageants that it's not like before, like Mr. World, even Mr. Gay International. There was another pageant for guys. You look masculine, even though you were gay. Now it's like I see guys walking like females.
Yeah,
like, just
to me, that's a big turnoff. It's a big turnoff for
and for me as a gay man, I don't want to see. I mean, this is not Mr. Gay such and such. This is Mr. such and such, and
let's keep that macho image, okay?
I mean, I know
Brian's
some people are gonna be like,
yeah, Rafa, because you're so manly.
But it's not that. It's just like, I feel like I don't want to see a guy winning and behave, act, answer, work like a female. It's like, that's not a way that a man walk to command a room. This is not RuPaul's Drag Race.
You read my mind.
I'm sorry.
All right, we agree. Backtracking, Sassy Queen is asking a question to all you guys. If Colombia were the winner of MGI instead of Peru, would she have been a better and popular choice? Well, as you know, Colombia was my favorite for MGI. She was my favorite ever since she arrived in Thailand.
I think in general, the pageant community,
a couple of people are nodding
Colombia.
their heads here. Okay, I'm not
In general, Colombia was liked in the pageant community by the most people.
And she's more commercial than Colombia. Lenka, you were going to say?
Well, I waited for this. I said it from day one. She's not going to win. And everybody told me that I'm crazy. But I said,
which you are.
Realize. Well, I mean, I know Nava and I know the competition. And as a winner, you have event to go to every single day. The provincial round, there's 77 and so on. So you have to wear the designer gowns. And all of those gowns are pre-made. And they're pre-made for the Asian sizes. You know what I mean? Like, I'm size 0 and I barely fit in it. So they would have to make custom gowns and it would cost a lot of money. But that was okay, But she was a real turn off for me when it came to the interview, which I talked about before. I don't like when people are talking about the death of their relatives, and especially, the way she said it, because it was like, oh, when I competed, my father was in a hospital, and thank God I didn't win, so I could spend time with him. And I'm like, so if you would have won, it was Miss Universe Colombia, you would actually give up the time with your father? It hurt me and our people because my dad died at the same time and I couldn't get to him because of COVID, and I would give anything to be with him. So it was a little bit insensitive, and I don't like these soppy stories. And then I saw kind of like the behavior, you know, when people wanted to do interviews with her. And after the pageant, she was the one who was always causing riots. Like she would grab USA and Dominican Republic and run to the beach, you know, without permission of the organization. She was the one leading back, you know, to not sign the contracts. And I came face to face with the girls, and she was the only one who was not friendly, who would not say hi or anything. So I think her personality was very well calculated to make an effect, you know, like for the judges to score points. But the reality is, I think she's not as pleasant or nice as people think. But this is my
Well,
personal point of view.
Well,
my point of view is, and I think when the live, who else said the same thing between Peru and Colombia? I know I said Peru. Somebody else was with me in that live with you, Rafa, that shows Peru as well. But I didn't like Colombia. Her energy, her attitude. She thought that she got everything down and wasn't working, which I was super happy that she didn't win. I didn't like her on her nationals. I didn't like her in Grand. You know, there's a reason why when a contestant try and try and try and doesn't make it, and it's called attitude. Doesn't matter how good you can be, but if your personality sucks, you will never get it. And that is the reason when in that live they asked between Peru and Colombia, I said Peru hands down, and Peru won for that particular reason. You know, they literally, I mean, I even remember her national director for Grand needed to do a live, kind of like, oh, this is happening, she's okay, blah, blah, blah. For me, that was a freaking show. I'm sorry. Like, what do you need to go as a director to do a live in social media to defend your contestants and say that now she's gonna be put out of the favorite tops, but she's okay. They just like to bring her personality down. No, you don't need to do that because Miss Grand is a mental game. If you don't have a good, strong mental health and know how to play the game, you will not make it. I am so sorry. And again, you know, I have two contestants that went over there competing. But at the end of the day, a lot of girls, excluding the ones that I know, a lot of girls, they always were doing some comments about Colombia, negative comments.
that's bad.
So, and again, you can be beautiful, but if your personality sucks, you are not going to win.
Who were those two girls, you know?
No, excluding my girls, the other people that were always commenting or
Oh.
sending DM. I'm excluding, you know, because my girls, Sophia and Rachel, they are very professional. They never said nothing or bash nobody in the circle or whatever. But there were other people that might send messages and I would have access to them. And they were always bashing Colombia's attitude, which confirms. And then that kind of happens. And then you see her director doing this live, which didn't make sense to me. So for me, she didn't deserve to be there. I think the first runner up on her edition was the one that would have done an amazing job.
Yeah.
Well, I still want to see, I want to see Maria Alejandra Lopez compete in Miss Universe Colombia someday.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
already did.
She's
What?
Lose a few pounds, maybe change her hairstyle or something. You know, we'll see.
But you know, we're talking about MGI. If you would strip the top 10 of the followers of the organization and their money, of the size of their country, and you know the amount of people their country has and the stash factor, and just judge based on them, it will be so different, I believe, because you know, Luciana is wonderful, but the followers, right? Nini, that was a gigantic spike in voting last 2 weeks. Vietnam had to be in top 5 because it's host country. USA was great. I liked her, but you know, Netherlands, she was amazing in everything, but she had little followers. She couldn't make it further. Angola was incredible. Dominican Republic too. So I just kind of feel like it would be completely different placement if you strip the girls of all the extra
Well,
things.
too late for that. The judges already made their minds, so we need to respect the judge's decision. Bye.
But I like Luciana.
So moving on. Wait, reading some
Better
com-
luck next year, y'all.
reading some
And I
comments.
include myself.
Miss Grand Columbia lost because she ate that mango. All right,
Oh
whatever.
yeah, the mango.
That
mango from the
mango. I
shrine.
remember she was a
No,
mango
it's
girl.
true. It's cursed. I believe in it. Cursed.
Well, you know what, Lenka? I don't know if I believe that completely because I went to the temples in Thailand and asked for a placement and it didn't happen. And I really believe it.
Well, did you do it the proper way with the incense candle and the offering?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Rafa,
I practiced.
Wait,
so-
correct. We didn't what? You copied categories from the pageant gurus. No. I didn't even know that they were going to have their own awards show. And by the way, my channel is like 4 years old. So had been doing this way before anybody else. The Pageant Gurus Awards extravaganza was absolutely amazing. Rafa, why don't you have them on the show? I thought about inviting them, but when I figured out, when Emma was advertising that she was going to have their own award show, I figured, you know what? I better have my own stuff because I don't want my best and worst show conflict with their own show. You know what I mean? With their own award show. So, all right. Who's going to say something? Ed, did you say? We're gonna say
yeah,
something?
you said you wanted to see Maria Alejandra in Miss Universe Colombia, and she has been there 2 times.
She can try again. There's no
I
age
don't think
limit.
she wants to. You know, she was second runner-up to Paulina Vega the first time.
Yes, I know that.
And then she went to Miss World, and
she didn't place. And then
she went to Reina Internacional and she won. But the last time she was first runner-up in Miss Universe Colombia, and the winner was Valeria Ayos, who went to Eilat in Israel. And the next year, when Natalia Kerman decided to appoint the winner, she chose Maria Fernanda Aristizabal instead. So this was kind of like a huge scandal.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. And then Maria Alejandra kind of like talk about the whole thing. So I don't know. She did say she was closing this stage in her life. But with the new rules, who knows? I know that the fans want her, but I don't know if she's willing to do this all over again. I think she's done with it for now.
She will really want it to compete, not because people want her to compete.
Exactly.
It has to come from her heart. Okay. Moving on. All right. Category 13, non-finalist, male. Name your best and your worst. Brian abstains because he doesn't care, because it's a gay male pageant. For me, the best non-finalist was, I don't know if you remember him, Argentina in Mr. Supranational, Giuliano Fessia. He had the best, suave catwalk.
Yes.
He was doing all these moves.
He follows me on Instagram.
Yes, I love that. And I was really disappointed when he didn't make the cut. And the worst for me, I think most of you did not see Mr. Global. That guy from Cambodia, I can't even pronounce his name. Chom Roman Sovanarich. She was he had the lowest points, like 7.85 or something. They actually counted the points, which was different from Mr. International. They gave points for Global, but not for Mr. International. That's all I have to say.
For me, it was Suprasbal Poland. I know he was a bad boy and he probably didn't deserve the top, but oh god, that boy was
not Lenka making a bed with who was it? Who was the girl? I forgot who the girl was. And him, man, Mr. Poland. Oh, with Nicaragua, with Sheynnis. She's over here making some weird fantasy with Sheynnis and with Mr. Poland.
She want the bad girls and boys in bed.
All right, who's next?
I didn't follow those enough, you know.
Who's the worst?
Oh yeah, worst. Who's your worst? Did you have any choice? You don't care? All right, so you don't care, just like Brian. All right, so you
Lebanon.
Yeah.
all right.
He's
Wilfredo.
my worst is the Lebanon. He's a stupid homophobic. He can die for whatever I care. And
Yeah, but wait a minute. He was a finalist though. He made the cut.
he didn't
made the
deserve it.
cut.
That was rigged.
He didn't deserve it. Okay.
So I don't care. He is a non-finalist, no insisting. I erase him from history. Argentina.
Gonna win now.
I remember Argentina in Supra. He
Argentina.
was so cute. That
He was so
oh,
yeah.
I don't make it.
Yeah.
Because he had that punk, that move.
Definitely. And he was one of the oldest. He was like 33 or something. Yeah, one of the oldest. So that's good. Ed, you don't care?
No, that was the next category.
That's the was.
What's the next
What is the
category?
category?
Non-finalist. Oh, you want to move on to the next category?
Yeah,
Non-finalist female.
check
Non-finalist.
Supra, check supranational.
India Supra.
There is no way she couldn't have placed. I mean, she was the most gorgeous girl there, and she's not
Miss
even
Grand
in the
US
top 24.
Virgin
It's like, you see? Because there is no way that the only way she was out of the top 24 is that she went on stage and threw Rachel Slawson at everybody. Because
What did
there
you
is no
say?
way.
Who?
There's no way.
Which one?
So
Check Supra.
What
She was gorgeous, 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 gorgeous,
she was-
amazing, spectacular.
Yeah,
best non-finalist. Okay, for you.
that's what I
Yeah.
wanted to say. I wanted to go first because I wanted to say Maria Karla Miss Supranational Czech Republic, is the best non-finalist, and I'm sorry, she deserved the top 24. Absolutely, we all loved her. She was shining, and you know, when she went to Miss Czech Republic, she knew nothing about pageantry, and she learned everything in 6 months. Imagine if she had 2-3 years under her belt like the other girls. The thing is, I know now Supra sent an email to Czech organization saying that they don't want a winner from May because there's no time to promote the supranational.
Yes.
So
Yep.
maybe that could have been the problem too. Also, a year before we had Shani as a guest. And it was announced as MGI, Miss Supra, and then Miss World. And then this year we had 2 finales. Grand had its own finale, and we had Navat and Isabella there. So it might have been little, you know, Supra and Grand problems. I don't know, but there was no mistake in that girl. That girl was absolutely amazing, and she deserved top 24 for sure.
All right. For me, the best non-finalist female, actually I have a tie. Mexico Universe, Melissa Flores. I was like devastated when she did not make the cut. Okay. I think she won Miss Tokuya, right? Yeah, she was Miss Tokuya from Miss Universe.
Yeah.
She did, yeah. And she ties with Miss Grand Japan, Yayoi Machida, only because she was selling sex toys. So
I
that's
know. So weird that she didn't make it. I
I know,
really
right?
thought
Like,
she was gonna make it.
yeah, and she was amazing
Business.
in her,
Talk about
in her
business.
talent. She was amazing in her talent too. So I was disappointed, devastated that Japan did not make the top 20 in Miss Grand. And for me, the worst was Miss Grand Egypt. Mariam Katab. She never spoke. She never interacted with the audience. She always shied away from interviews. Remember that?
Mhm.
Yeah. She's like, oh, I don't want to talk. Bye. Like, well, girl, what are you doing? Okay. It's a competition.
Egypt and Greece.
Mhm.
Lenka, darling.
Yeah, Egypt and Greece is the worst. Come on.
Greece, Egypt, and Greece. Yeah. But at least Greece interacted. Greece interacted, and she actually spoke during the interview. Remember?
Yeah.
She was
But
very
Egypt
honest.
and
I
Greece-
know these girls are not going to vote for me anyway. So, but
So
I
I'm
think,
gonna vote for me.
yeah. So she was very
I
friendly
was
with
like,
us.
yes, darling, no filter.
What about when she pushed away the microphone?
Somebody
That's
says Miss.
Egypt.
Somebody says Miss Grand Philippines.
Egypt,
What was she the best or was she the worst? Miss Grand Philippines. I think she was one of the worst.
She
Yeah.
was the worst. One of
Attitude.
them.
Yeah. Attitude.
Are
Okay.
we gonna
So
win?
Ed, who is
Don't
your
push
best
it,
and your
say
worst
something.
non-finalist female?
Well, non-final, the best and worst, well, the best I already said, check Supra.
Okay.
And worst
Worst?
non-finalist, I didn't even sit down to think about worst non-finalist because I
Mediocre. Nepal.
No, I would always give the worst to a girl who was unpleasant, but I didn't even have.
But you
Yeah. Let's think. Let's put on our thinking caps. Who was the worst
very
one?
unpleasant.
Maybe somebody who competed in Miss Aura International that we're not aware of, or the Miss Globe that we're not aware of.
I think you guys already said it, but I'm not gonna
I
mention
will
it
not say
again.
I will not say the worst. I will not say the worst, but I will say the most disappointing. I think that's a way to put it. Nikki, the Mora.
What kind
I
of
was disappointed because when she won in Philippines, I saw her being crowned. I rooted for her. I thought she was going to win. She could win. And then she just went to Miss Grand and
Yeah, she didn't care. She just didn't
she
care.
Yeah.
didn't care.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say
So
too. All the Filipinos are yelling that it's unfair, and I'm like, but look at it. Like, she's
Honestly, I
gorgeous, but
think she's the worst Filipino representative to compete in any major pageant. I think
Well,
the worst.
for me, I think she's not the worst. She's the worst loser that you can see. I
Yeah,
mean, how you
she
can
wasn't very
Oh, yeah.
graceful. Yeah, she wasn't very
abandon the
graceful.
pageant
Mhm.
just because that is. If you didn't want to be in universe, you didn't care. I mean, Grand, if you didn't care, then just don't be selfish. Don't compete. And say, you know what? I won. That's what I wanted, but I'm not ready for the job. Then the first runner up, and that's it. She is not only the worst, but she is the worst loser in the pageant history in 2023 with
Yeah.
Egypt in Grand.
And I
Um,
just hope that the Filipinos would see it because they're screaming and hating on Grant. And I'm like, Grant doesn't hate Filipinos. I mean, you send a girl like Samantha Bernardo, who is disciplined, who gives
Top
a
notch.
great performance and
even
everything,
Roberta.
you know.
Mhm.
Yeah,
and then
Roberta was
Roberto.
great too.
Yeah, be like Roberta. Yeah.
Yeah, just study
Or
the
Samantha
organization.
Bernardo in 2020.
Well, for me,
Yeah,
2020,
just
that was for the Philippines. I'm sorry. USA didn't won that year. That year was stolen from the Philippines. She was the best.
me
I think
too. You know why? The
I don't
final
like
question.
the
Oh, the
final
question
question.
thing, yeah.
The final question, she was the best one. I didn't, and I'm
And she
very
was
vocal about
honest
it.
about it. She was
She was
honest.
honest about it. Abina has no business representing the United States of America. She represented her country in other pageants. Why she didn't want
Ghana,
to?
Miss Universe
Why
Ghana,
you?
and,
Why
Miss
did
Earth
you didn't
Ghana.
go as Miss Grand Ghana? What was the
Yeah.
problem?
Yeah.
If you're going to win, doesn't matter the size that you're gonna wear. Why you want? And then you have the nerve to say that you are a proud African. No, you are not a proud African because you represent the United States. You didn't represent your country, Ghana. So that makes you a loser for me. So that year didn't happen because the winner was Philippines.
Yeah, the top three Q&A, I am screaming till today. There was
Me
a
too.
question if you have one vaccine and could give it to a teenager, 15, 16-year-old, or elderly
Or
person, who would
elderly
you
people.
pick? And Guatemala
Exactly.
and Abina, they
USA.
both the young, because youth is our future, blah blah blah. And I'm like, hey, that's ageism, because a lot of people look at old person and they're like, oh, if they die, it doesn't matter. B, from medical point of view, any doctor will tell you you have to provide it to a person who has the biggest risk of dying.
Exactly.
Therefore, you have to pick elderly person. And at that time, there was no vaccine approved for use for people under 18 years old. So it was so wrong. Just study.
I mean,
Oh well, c'est la vie. Moving on. The past is the past. Let's move on. Let's not dwell. Let's
Your
not
segues
dwell
are
at
so
the
good,
past.
Rafa.
But because it's getting late, it's like almost 1 o'clock in my area. So, all right, let's
Same.
move on. Not category number 15. Okay, this is interesting. Fans of the year. The nominees are the Filipinos, the Thais, the Indonesians, the Vietnamese, the Latinos, the Africans, the Europeans, or the Americans. The best and the worst
Thai.
fans of the year.
But you're talking about the best fans or the most annoying?
The most annoying, the most disruptive, the most disrespectful, the most ill-mannered, the most uneducated, and the most ignorant.
Whoa.
Okay, you see.
I know we're gonna get bashed for this. Okay, we're all gonna get bashed.
I thought it was the best.
Well, the best and the worst.
Yeah.
So who are the best?
The best would be
Latinos. Latinos will
Thai.
always be the best, always.
Latinos are the best. Why?
Yeah, because we're attractive.
Okay, you got us there.
So what? So what are Africans? Chopped liver?
I mean, there's a little bit of everything among fans. You have fans who are educated and are they like to talk to, and there are the fans who are attacking you for whatever. So, but I must say this year the worst are the Thai this year because
Why?
I've been working with this for so many years, and the Thai fans have always been so great. But this year, when Thailand lost to Nicaragua, the comments that I read were like downright insulting to my culture. And I was very disappointed to see this coming from them because they have always behaved so good. So for me, it was kind of disappointing, you know.
Do
You
you
know,
think that
Filipinos
winning
are
was
always
because they
arguing,
really thought that they
but
were going to
they
win
were,
this time?
but the way they acted was not, was not expected from them.
Okay,
Sure.
good enough. Lenka.
For me, you don't have it on a list, but I believe the best fans are from Cambodia. They always
Cambodians.
get together, they always root and vote for their girls, but they also root for girls from other countries when they love them. You know, like they're exceptional human beings. When I went there, I never got so much love, so many hugs and positivity and so on. I left energized, and they really, really are genuine and supporting girls no matter what country if they are kind. And of course, they're always supporting their winner, but they're never complaining when their winner doesn't win. They're just fair. The worst. Well, usually it is Philippines, and I love you, Filipinos, mahal kita. But you know that you want to win in every single contest, no matter who you send. Even if you send a bag of potatoes, you are still gonna scream that you should have won.
Bag of potatoes.
It's, I mean, I get it. Like, it's
I mean, we
like
all want to
Thailand,
win.
like be respectful towards the other girls who won, But this year, Thailand, my people, what did you do to me? I was always so proud of Thai people for their kindness and generosity. And they always complain about how, Filipinos are attacking because of MGI. And they did even worse. The comments, the attacks on Sheynnis, I was so sad. And I had conversation with a couple of them. And I said, listen, I know you're disappointed because, you saw Anntonia as a winner. But take that disappointment, go to her stage, give her love, but stop attacking Sheynnis because she was really great and she doesn't deserve the hate. And behave like the people I know and love, please.
Good one. Good. Wilfredo.
I gonna say that the fans of the year are Thais in a certain way because they're always respectful. But I feel that I don't want to blame the fans per se because of how they reacted because Anntonia didn't win Miss Universe. I think the expectations were too high. The media, everything, they feed them up that this was the moment, that this is it, this is the moment. I mean, I think there was so much pressure this year and so much expectations that they thought they got it. I mean, let's remember last year when we were in Miss Universe in New Orleans, whoever was there, they didn't notice when Thailand, that I love that girl, the girl from Thailand, didn't place the semifinalist. Everybody from Thailand left the building. Everybody left the building because of the expectations. I think the Thais are just, honestly, it's already like it is time for us to win. What is going to take? And maybe they just were too frustrated. I didn't read the comments or the attacks to the new Miss Universe, so I cannot go based on that. I can just say maybe it's the frustration that they've been waiting so long for it.
Long overdue.
You know what, MUT? if you are smart and finally pick Vina and stop being racist and only picking the half white, half Asian girls, you would have had the winner. I'm
Oh,
sorry to
my,
say,
my,
but she was
my
excellent.
favorite for the edition was Vina and her, hands down. But Vina did an amazing job, and her answer was amazing. So hopefully she and win Miss Universe. But I think the fans of the year are gonna give to Vietnam, just because it's been an amazing host country to different pageants. So just because of that, I think Vietnam deserves to have to be the fans of the year, the
Mhm.
Vietnamese.
And they support their girls, yeah.
Mhm.
Ryan, you.
For me, I think what happens is that once you have a contestant that's so good, for like example, for the Vietnamese people, there's so much expectation and so much want and so much excitement because you actually think that the crown is reachable. And it's happened to us, Wilfredo, we're Puerto Rican. How many times have we
Yeah,
had girls that were like, oh my God, this could be it. This could
yeah,
be it. Even this year in Miss Universe, people would say, this could be it. If they're looking for this, then this could be it.
yeah.
So it's really hard. The thing that we've learned in Puerto Rico, at least, is that if we don't get it, then we just got to focus on the next one. We got to go harder on the next one. And that's
Mhm.
what we've learned. And maybe that's what they haven't learned yet. For Thai people, I think that, like you guys said, traditionally they're very respectful and you really don't see them in that fight with people. But this year, I think that it was so close they could literally feel the crown that it just
Mhm.
brought out maybe something that wasn't so good in them. Um,
I didn't even have her
for
in top 10.
wow, for best fans, I gotta say the Nicaraguan people deserve this because the way that they reacted with the winner, with Shani's winning, seeing those videos, seeing that emotion for me was so exciting. It made me emotional and it made me a little bit envious. Yeah, because I want to feel that. I want to feel that emotion. And I know that in Puerto Rico we've been waiting to feel that emotion again.
Mhm.
And it was so exciting. It made me emotional and happy for them, but at the same time there was just a little bit of jealousy because I want to feel that too. I want our people to have, that excitement that we've been waiting years to have against Sensuleika. So I'm gonna give it to them, to the Nicaraguan
I agree
people.
with
They
you. Seeing
deserved
those
it.
videos, I was crying. It was so
Amazing,
touching.
amazing. It was
And
amazing.
the government, I'm sorry, I'm saying it out loud. They are not treating her and the national director right. It's unexcusable. They need to apologize and fix
The worst
this
part is that
because
they're making themselves look bad.
yeah, yeah. And as you say, Brian, so yeah, I would love for my country to feel that too. Czech Republic, we have gorgeous women, but we are a small country. But Tatiana Makarenko, she is building it up every year, getting better and better. I have high hopes for Christina at World. And there is one incredible girl at the semifinals this year for Grand 2. But I'm really excited for Brian's girls. I cannot wait. And then I hope you come to Thailand and we do the whole MGI tour. But Spain also. But yeah, Czech Republic, I want it for Tatiana. She's been working so much and she deserves it. So she needs Grand Slam crown. And I want to know also how it feels like for my country, to finally be called. So I agree with you on that feeling.
All right, for me, the best are the Vietnamese, only because they've hosted 2 international pageants and they've been wonderful hosts. They supported every contestant, no matter where she came from, and they provided the best hospitality ever. So they're amazing. The worst for me are probably the Americans because they rarely supported their contestants. No
Mhm.
support from Americans, none whatsoever. I felt bad
We're
for
gonna
Stephanie.
change
She
that.
didn't get a lot of support for Miss Grand, even for Miss Universe. Hardly any support for Noelia,
We're
which is
gonna
really, really
change that.
sad. Really, 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 really sad. And come close are
Same
the
here.
Filipinos. Filipinos are also bad. You Filipinos, I'm Filipino. You people have not changed at all. You're very sensitive. You're very thin-skinned. And like Lenka would said earlier, that you wanted a Filipino girl to win every contest, and it doesn't matter whether or not she deserves that
It
crown.
can't happen.
Okay?
It can't happen that way.
I have never
Not
received
gonna
so
happen
many,
like that.
I have never received so many bashing, so many death threats, so many hateful comments from the Filipinos after I criticized Nikki Demora, Miss Grand Philippines, for her bad attitude and the reasons for why she did not make the cut. Also for my latest upload when I commented on Miss Earth's in the Philippines when it was held in the Philippines, getting all these like horrible, illogical, irrational comments from my fellow people. Okay, you people need to change that. You need to learn how to be objective.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always say
Stop
one
being
thing
too
though.
sensitive. Stop being too sensitive. Okay. Have an open mind. Okay. That's the
Yeah,
only way.
I always say one thing. Like you don't have to like the contest. But you do have to think about one thing. There's thousands of girls who are preparing months and years for you, who put so much energy, time, and money in their organization and so on. And you attacking and commenting, you are
Not
putting
helping.
the innocent girls down too. You
Yeah.
know, you're hurting the girls. So have a heart and think about the girls, you know?
Well, you're not even helping the country, Lenka. You're not helping the country because
Yeah.
now every time a Filipino girl comes, they're gonna be like, "Oh, if we don't like her, they're gonna riot," and it puts
Yeah.
them in a difficult position. And it shouldn't be like that. It's
But the
okay
thing
to
is
support
that
your contestant, but you have to be a little elegant in when you don't like things.
Mhm.
Yeah. Have a
for
heart.
me, I believe. Go ahead, Lenka.
No, I just said
We're all
have a
set?
heart.
Okay. We're all
Okay.
set.
I think that one thing that I admire about the Filipinos is that they love their queens. They don't care who is
No
winning.
matter
They're
who,
hardcore. That part
which
I
is great.
admire about them. They fight to towards no to whoever to make sure that the queens are protected. But this is the thing that they need to remember. When Stephanie Del Valle won Miss World in 2016,
16.
thank you. A lot of people bashed the pageant because Catriona didn't win.
Mhm. I remember that.
And I remember saying when Catriona came back, they got mad because they were saying that Catriona won because was fixed. So I was thinking at that moment, so now you want to defend your girl, but you were the same people that bashed Puerto Rico and the other contestant just because Catriona didn't won at that time. So they need to remember that if you want support towards your girl, you need to bring the same one with respect. And that goes to every country because among Latinos, we always fighting key countries about who's the best, who's the worst. That happens in any nationality. But I believe that if you need to support your candidate, but being objective. Because as a Puerto Rican, I don't like all the girls that go to Miss Universe or represent Puerto Rico.
Look at this year. I didn't like my girl. Still supported her.
Yeah. Like for example, I like Carla, but for example, I want a girl like Kiara Lee, somebody new. Kiara Lee was somebody that competed against Catriona, and for me, she would have deserved either her or Vietnam to win Miss Universe, and the winner was Catriona. So it's the same thing. Just because you don't like a candidate, you don't need to bash them or bash the organization because it's going to bite you in the back when your country finally won the title and you will not like to hear that was a cooking show, was fixed, because now you're going to receive what you've been given.
And you know what's
Good
crazy?
luck.
That, yeah, literally. And you know what's crazy is that in that situation of Miss World, the reality is that Catriona was not a first runner-up or second runner-up. So why is it Puerto Rico's fault that you didn't win? Like it's not like why aren't you hating the other two girls too? Like they were before your girl.
Mm-hmm.
Like why are you
I
hating
mean,
just Puerto
It
Rico
doesn't
because
make any
she
sense at
won?
all. Yeah.
It doesn't
I
make
mean,
sense. It doesn't make sense.
similar thing happened with Chani and Indonesia, Supranational. Remember? That was the year where Indonesia was
Oh,
sending a
yeah,
candidate who had amazing Photoshop pictures on Instagram, and everybody was like, "Oh, she's gonna be a
yeah.
clear winner." And then
What's her
she
name?
arrived and she
Yeah.
was
She made the
short and
top, she
very
only made
not.
the top 10, right? She didn't make the top 5.
Yeah, yeah. And then all Indonesia went nuts, like on Chani, on Super and so on. And I'm like, that's not nice, like give love to your girl, support her, tell her we love you no matter what. You don't have to hurt the winners and so on. That should just apply to any country. And I'm world citizen. I don't care about like Czech. I mean, I want Czech to win, but I always root for the best girl because I'm fair and square, So for me, as
We
long
need
as best
balance, I
girl
think.
win, I am happy.
All right. Moving on. Moving on. Pageant personality, the best and the worst. Pageant personality meaning it could be a contestant, director, judge, pageant blogger, fan, whatever. For me, the best, for me, the
No,
best is the best for me is Josh Hugan, the national director of 3 countries, Pakistan, Egypt, and
oh,
Bahrain. This
that
guy
could be an
is
option.
working 24/7 to reach out and support predominantly Muslim women, to shine on stage, especially on the Miss Universe stage. So I'm very, very happy that he's doing this, giving more exposure to women who
Rafa, where does the money come from him for that?
he
Because
has
that's
his own.
expensive.
He's based in Dubai, and he has a very successful fashion style publication magazine. So
Okay.
yeah, he's very huge there. So yeah, and I like him. I used to hate him, but when he started to open up, he started to unblock me, and then we became sort of like friends. So which is good. And also I kind of like Eugenia Desnevis, Miss Grand Angola. I thought she was one of the coolest personalities ever. Now for the worst for me, oh my God, I have like 7 people on my list. No, 8.
Oh my Lord.
I have
My
like 8
God.
people. Well, one of them is Miss Universe Nepal. I think we could agree. Miss Universe Nepal.
Yes.
Jane Deepika Garrett is probably one of the worst contestants. Even though she made the top 10, it doesn't necessarily mean that she actually deserved to be in the top 10. And that's why I think she made
Top
it
20,
largely
top
because
20,
of
not top 10.
top 20 forced
Yeah, top
forced
20.
inclusion. She made the top 20 because of forced inclusion. That's about it.
Mm.
One of the worst too is Crystal Stewart. I'm sorry, Crystal, I love you, but
No.
you lost the Miss USA franchise because you did a bad thing. You did not divulge the real story of your husband's sexual dalliances towards the other contestants and whatnot, and weren't being very honest. Another name on my worst list is Manuel Del Dio. The president of the fake Mr. International that was based in the Philippines, and he ended up scamming some contestants, especially Mr. Argentina. He promised him
For
that he
the
would pay
flight.
for airfare, but he never did. So he was a really horrible, horrible, horrible man. Now what? It's our Rizil, the CEO of Miss
No.
Grand International. He's on my worst list. Why? Because he banned Mary Jane
Look at us.
from ever coming to Miss Grand International events anymore. Do you remember that scene that he created on TikTok? Because MJ Lastimosa, who was a former Miss Universe Philippines 2014, a big fan of Miss Grand International, she has her own YouTube podcast. She invited this guest and she asked this guest, which is worse, Miss Grand International or Miss Universe, and she chose Miss Grand. So obviously Nawat felt insulted. That's it. I will never invite you anymore to Miss Grand International. We're no longer friends. Bye. Another person on worse on my list is Kun An, okay, and Jarkaj.
That one I can
Why?
understand.
Because she failed to pay her debts. She was like talking, outside of her ass. She was saying all these weird statements, weird promises, many of which were never materialized and whatnot. And she also had a bad public relations. She threatened to sue anybody who maligned her or slandered her. Like what kind of a president or a CEO does that? Okay, you have all these fans supporting you, and then if I say something negative or critical about you, then you try to sue me. Yeah, good luck with that one, lady. Okay, F you.
Yeah.
And then Papi Capella, let's talk about Papi Capella, okay? Papi Capella was the Miss Universe Indonesia franchise holder who didn't last very long. She only had 6 months to direct Miss Universe Indonesia. But you guys know the story, right? She was accused of allowing sexual harassment to happen in the workplace. So her 6 Miss Universe Indonesia contestants filed a lawsuit claiming that they were body checked legally, blah, 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 etc. So that's why Miss Universe Miss Universe took away the franchise from her. Okay, so those are my worst nominees.
And there's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Is there any more that you thought of? Rafa?
Yeah. Who else can top that? Oh, by the way, I forgot somebody. Arlene Carino, the mother of Ashley Carino. Remember her? Oh my God! Talk about sore losers. She blamed her daughter's loss to what? Oh, she thought it was the whole pageant was rigged. Okay, for to win, for Miss USA to win. Okay, and not only that, but she started cussing and insulting every pageant vlogger who defended Arbany. Okay, so what horrible mother. No wonder Ashley wanted to get away from her. She wanted to be in the moon, be an astronaut. Stay away from her mother. So yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, what about you, Lenka? Who's your best and your worst pageant
Oh
personality?
my bad. Come on, guys. Henrique Fontes.
Oh, the best. Okay, all right.
I mean, not only because what happened that I wanna say something nice, but I mean he got top 5 in MGI for so many years. A winner. He got a winner of Charm. He got top 3 in Miss and Mr. Supranational, top 3 in Mr. International, and I have high hopes for the Supranational now. Like everything he touches turns into gold. He is incredible. Then I love our national director Tatiana, because people think that she is not pleasant person because she tends to be kind of like tough, but it's only because she has so much on her shoulders. We're a tiny country. To find sponsors, to organize everything, it's crazy all year long. Casting, semifinals, what they go abroad, then the finale, and then you have to start preparing the girls for competitions and chase the sponsors. She's doing exceptional job. So hands down, she is great. She deserves the thing. And then our Brian, because he did amazing job at Miss Grand International, and the amount of love and support he gave to her, and that was just incredible. I was a big fan. So
thank you.
and worse, Julia Pavlikova. I don't know if you know the name, but that's the girl who went to Miss Earth as Bulgaria. Then she went to Miss International
and then to Miss Universe, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And she lied about her age.
Wait, she went to MGI as Crimea, and she is Russian living in Moscow, pro-Putin. Crimea is not even country. It's like space which was stolen from Ukraine by Russians. And she had a husband and a daughter. There's interviews, pictures, and so on. She denied their existence. She's saying, "Oh, I have the most sashes because I competed in most competitions." And then now I saw her at Miss Universe at Bulgaria again, and then she was crossing the age limit. I was like, "Oh my God, how she get away with
Why did
that?"
they even allow her to compete? The age limit should be started like this year, not last year. But they allowed it anyway, right? So
I mean, I guess she is good at fooling people. Again, Lebanon, Mr. Lebanon. Hunan. I mean, her shenanigans are funny. I gotta say, she is like the entertainment. Every time she posts some dancing video, it's hilarious. I love it. But she makes promises she doesn't fulfill. One of them is the fact that she said that she's gonna bring the competition to Thailand every 2 years to raise up the Thai economy. Didn't happen. It's just, she's crazy, and she's vindictive. And this whole suing thing and so on, she didn't even pay the full amount. I'm like, and she did with Indonesia was unexcusable, which brings me to Papi as well. that scandal was horrendous. And I'm sorry to say, but I have to say it. Susana Osako, the mom of Sofia Osako, the Miss
Yeah,
Grand
tell
Czech
us about
Republic.
that. You and Sofia Osako, Miss Grand Czech Republic, used to be very good friends. What happened? You even prepared her, right? So what happened? So what happened, Lenka, darling? Please tell us the details.
Well, I kept quiet about it for a long time because I am more like Annika. I just better don't get into the drama. But I also kind of realized that a lot of people in Czech Republic are like, oh, she should have won and so on. They don't know what really happened. Um, to be like, like telling them a little bit so they won't repeat the mistakes. And also for her, because I believe she needs to hear these things in order to grow and become better because she has so much potential. But yeah, we were close. Miss Czech Republic were saying that, she's too young, she needs to wait. But I invited to Thailand, we did marketing, she became popular. I set her up with Titanium. But with Mariana, we were a team, we did everything together. With Sofia, it was more like I'm her, assistant running and doing errands and so on. And every time she got something and she felt like she doesn't need me, she ghosted me. Then she didn't have the followers and it was back. But she's young. And then Cambodia happened and there was a big blow up over nothing, screaming at me at the hotel for no reason. But we said we're gonna split up in a good way.
Wait, does she
I'm
take
gonna
drugs? Is she like what? Does she take like drugs or substances that
not my
affects her
place to say.
behavior or her?
I think it's not my place to say.
Well,
But
well, you guys are no longer friends anyways. You just say whatever you want. I'll protect you.
I mean, I never saw her doing any drugs. I did hear from MGI insiders
She's a heavy
that
smoker, right? She smokes a lot.
yeah.
Okay.
But I heard from MGI insiders that she told some girl that she likes cocaine and she did sex with him the night before she went there. And it went around. I don't know what is true or not. It's just a gossip. I cannot confirm it because I never seen her doing that.
Okay.
But yeah, Cambodia happened. We split up. We promised to each other that we're not gonna talk bad about each other. We're just gonna keep it quiet. I'm gonna comment on her things so people are not gossiping. And I still wish her good luck. It just wasn't like good relationship. But yeah, 2 weeks later, I hear the things she says about me to everyone in Czech Republic, including the fact that I stole money from the family, that I would pick the best dresses for me and not for her, which is not true. I always told her, hey, I got these dresses. If you want to switch with me, you do, because you need to be the star. Then she was claiming that I tried to commit suicide, that I'm vindictive and I'm going to hack her IG and so on. But the thing is, she was always with her mom. And then when I started working in the Netherlands, I started getting bullied, and it was all tied to her mom. And then in the Vietnam, she just messed it up herself. She was late. She got in a fight with girls. She was glued to the MGI stuff. She chain smoked and so on. But here goes the thing.
I think Brian can verify all that, right, Brian?
But here goes the thing. She is very young and she has so much potential. She's gorgeous. She's intelligent. She's a great public speaker. She has a talent.
She could be a star.
Yeah, she can be a star. I still love her because I thought about it. I was hurt a lot because I love her. But I thought about it for a long time and I realized she's a young girl. And in that age, we all make stupid mistakes, right?
But that's a lot of stupid mistakes that she's made.
Yeah, but I believe it's the influence of her mom, who always feels like she's entitled and everybody has to give them things for free. And if not, then, they're assholes. She talks badly about the father of the kids, who is so kind and sweet. And whenever Sofia is with the mom and she comes here, she is really meh. But whenever she would go to her dad to Tokyo, come back here, she was the sweetest person ever. She would even say, like, thank you, Lenka, so much I feel like maybe I didn't say I appreciate you enough. My dad told me, and her dad is the kindest, sweetest person ever. And the mom is like talking so badly about him. That was a warning signal, number one. Number two was Sophia even told me when they were kids and the dad left that mom was paying attention to the brothers because they were the talented ones and she was the ugly duckling. So she kind of pays attention to the kid, which is the star of the moment, you know what I mean? And then she always like drills in their head that when something goes wrong, it's not their mistake, that they are stars, that someone sabotaged them, someone, you know what I mean? Which is so bad too. Like she begged me to forgive them 2 weeks before the finale, and I talked to Susanna almost every day, still give advices. I talked to her at the day of the finale, wish her good luck and so on. I even said, I'm so sorry Sophia didn't get to top 10. No response. And then I hear that she goes and says that I asked for money for my services, and when I collected them, I ditched them and I sabotaged Sophia in order to get Netherlands in top 10, which is absolutely not true. I never got any money from them. I did it for free for love. So I want to say one thing. I want Sophia to spend time with her dad because he's such a good influence on her. I know she has the potential. I know she has a good heart. She's talented. And I want her to wait 3-4 years, mature, grow, learn from your mistakes, because when you're with your mom, she's always going to blame it on other people. You're never going to learn. And then come back to a beauty pageant, Miss Universe or something, and I can guarantee she's going to win. She is a goddess. She's an exceptional human being, and I still love her. It's just,
She was my winner.
yeah, she was exceptional. And I really love her. I think that her behavior was just because, you know, she had some trauma from before. And I understand it because I had a trauma before too. When I was 19, I also thought that I know better than everyone else. So I want her to succeed.
All right. Well, what if she realizes all her mistakes, she matures up, and then she asks for your forgiveness and then begs that you rekindle your friendship? Would you accept that invitation?
I am not a bitter person. I believe in second chances. You know, when I was younger, I was an alcoholic in New York City. I messed up so many things, and if people didn't like stand by my side and didn't forgive me, I would have nobody. You know, the things she has done, I believe that first of all, it was also my mistake. I did things for wrong reasons. To help, to be loved, to be appreciated, because after my dad died, and I didn't do it for the right reasons, you know, out of just good heart. And then I saw red flags and I could have walked away before or stepped my foot down stronger. But also she's very young and I don't think she's realizing, you know, what she has done or how much she hurt me. I really think it's the influence of mom. And everybody can change. Even the worst people can change if they take time and think about their mistakes and they repent and then work on themselves and so on. So we should always forgive and then get over it. And she doesn't even need to apologize to me. Just if I see her that she's changed person, that she's working hard and she's sweet and treat people around in a great way, and I run into her, I will give her a big hug and I will be happy to see her. And I hope we're gonna be friends again one day. I really do.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that story. We appreciate it. And hopefully Sophia darling, if you're watching the show, okay.
Surprise, she's actually right here.
Oh, she's at Bruno Mars concert.
All right. Oh, well, reading some of the comments. Okay. We forgot to talk about Samira Shah. Remember Samira Shah?
Oh,
You know what, people? I can make an entire vlog about Samira Shah, okay? I can share all the convo, the text messages that Samira and Shah and I talked about. Okay, But of course, it's gonna cost you people money, okay? If you bring me 10,000 new subscribers by the end of this month, then I'm gonna make a blog about Samira Shah. Okay, so bring me those new subscribers, people. I heard from a contestant in the Czech Republic from MGI is a bit crazy. I don't know what she meant back then, but now listening to you, it makes sense. Okay, everything is true. What Lenka said about Sophia is true. Backtrack. What do we think about what does the panel think about the crown design? Who has the best crown designed? I thought it was Miss Grand International because it's very recognizable. If I see an MGI crown, that's an MGI crown right there. All the other crowns to me look alike. Even the new Miss Earth crown, it's nothing spectacular about it. I don't know what
I
you
don't
guys
like it either.
Yeah,
I think that they're downgrading. They've had most of the
Yeah.
big pageants have had iconic crowns,
yeah,
and they're
like,
just downgrading instead of keeping the same, original crown that they've had and people love and people recognize.
yeah, like
Yeah.
the traditional chandelier crown of Miss Universe, the Miss World crown, which is blue, which is still there.
Mhm.
Miss International with a cushion,
With the
that's
cushion,
iconic. The Miss
classic
Earth,
iconic.
yeah, the Miss Earth with all these different
with the different
stones.
colors.
Yeah, different colors. That was iconic, and then they changed it. They downgraded it. There's no more mystery. There's no more interest.
Yeah,
Yeah, even
I
Supernatural.
agree. Miss Grand has the best crown. George Vittles did a really exceptional job.
George
He's so
Whittle.
Even though I
talented.
like the other crown more, the one that was more complete.
Yes.
I like that one a
Yeah.
little bit more.
Actually, when it comes to international, I like the new crown better than the old one. The old one was like so
Really?
strange, like
But
the
it was
tiger.
iconic,
But it was
Lenka.
a little one. It was so
I
cute.
know, but it was iconic. It made it was like probably the most different thing about the pageant that was cool. You know?
Yeah, but universe. Oh,
They can't get it right.
Yes.
Bring back the Mikimoto crown.
And it's supposed to be a little more expensive than the old design. Like I don't
It
see any
doesn't look like
difference.
it.
It's
Yeah.
a slightly bigger, but it's not, nothing interesting.
Bring
Silver is
back
the best.
Mikimoto.
Bring back the
Mm.
Mikimoto and the
And
chandelier crown. Or the
but
Hope
you know what
crown.
I don't understand? It's the same person who is doing MUT crown. And MUT crown is gigantic, beautiful, and so on. And then you get that Miss Universe blue little ugly thing.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Little tiara.
It's the same design. It's Moala,
Yeah.
right? Moala
oh,
jewelry.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right, moving on.
I can't wait for you guys to see my Miss Grand US Virgin
Yeah.
Islands crown.
What time are you going to reveal them? Do you know?
We're gonna reveal it the day of arrival, so the March 23rd, when the
March
girls
23rd.
get to the pageant.
Crown. And
Wonderful.
you're revealing the girls tomorrow, right?
Yes, today, basically.
Oh, today. What time?
At starting at 6 p.m. USA time, so New York time or Orlando
Tonight.
time.
Okay.
Live?
Good. Are you gonna via your YouTube channel or Instagram?
It's gonna be on Instagram. Heather is gonna be interviewing them at 8. So from
Oh,
6,
Okay.
starting at 6, every 10 minutes, we'll announce a new girl, and then at 8 p.m. They'll be live with Heather one by one.
That's
Okay.
wonderful. This is so exciting. I can't wait. Woo!
Yes.
Next
Good.
category, pageant moment / situation / incident. Your best and your worst. For me, I have a tie for the best. Paula Shugard's farewell speech after the Miss
Shocking.
Universe National
Yeah.
Costume Show. Okay, epic, because she was
Epic.
basically lecturing Conan
Kunan.
how to be
Well,
a
and
true
warning us.
transformational leader.
And
Okay.
warning us.
Yep, exactly.
Mhm.
And after that, she left. And then that, and also the reunion of Pia Wurtzbach and Ariadna Gutierrez in
In
Paris.
Paris.
That was amazing. After what, 9 years, almost 9 years, they reunited. So I thought it was great. The worst was the Sandinista government of Nicaragua banning Miss Universe Sheynnis Palacios and the national director of Miss Nicaragua, Karen Celebrity, returning home to Nicaragua. Thus, they both missed spending Christmas with their families. Okay, to me that was the
Yeah.
worst.
I
And
just
if they-
remember the worst.
Who? Brian, go.
Ecuador, Miss Grand Ecuador, pretending like she wasn't pregnant, and weeks before Miss Grand International, revealing that she was actually pregnant and not going.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one was a shocking one.
I have couple, but it's negative. So for me, it was the whole Putri Indonesia taking away the license, giving it to Papi, and then that sexual
That was
scandal.
sad,
That
too.
was just like mind blowing.
Yeah, Miss
But
Universe
there's
lost a
but there's
wonderful
another
customer.
story you probably don't know. It's kind of funny. It involves Sofia. So Tatiana goes to Indonesia, Vietnam, and she has a national costume. And the girls are rehearsing. So she goes to the front desk of the hotel where the girls stay. She gives it to them. It's for Czech Republic, delivered to her, right? And it just disappeared. So everybody panics, and stuff. And Tatiana is tough. So she's like, I need to see the video. Blah, blah, blah. So they found the video.
This was in Grand?
And apparently Miss Grand Gibraltar came, grabbed the luggage, and brought it to her room. And I'm
To her
like,
room, yeah.
okay, wouldn't you figure out at a certain point it's not yours and bring it back? It was kind of like sabotage. I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake, but it was like
Miss Grand
drama.
Czech Republic losing her shoes.
Oh, she lost everything. She lost shoes,
And
she
then
lost
being
phones,
found in
also.
someone else's room. Y'all didn't know that one.
Oh, and then, yeah, her phone was in Indonesia's bag. She couldn't find her phone. And then it was like showing that it's in the hotel, but didn't know where. And roommate of Indonesia said that it's beeping in.
Miss Dominican Republic falling 3 times.
Yeah.
How about some of the grand girls getting COVID and the organization not reporting it? Huh?
The last year, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got it from
All
them.
right. Ed is getting bored. Ed, your turn.
He's like, what?
About
Who are you guys?
Your best pageant moment.
moment. Best pageant moment. Oh, Nicaragua winning.
Okay.
I'm from Panama, so I'm from Central America, and I know how it is for a small country like ours to win a crown. Because even though Justine Pasek was Miss Universe, we didn't win on stage. And when Donald Trump crowned her, it was like in a small ceremony at 7 a.m. So most people didn't even know. So we didn't get that. And to see a country like Nicaragua, who never gets anything about anything, winning this, I cried that night. I actually cried that night. I was crying like a baby because you know how many girls from now on are going to be named Chinese, and you know how many girls are going to have short hair from now on. So it's right. I mean, the way the government is treating her is crappy. And I grew up below a dictatorship with Manuel Antonio Noriega. But I'm going to tell you something. If Panama had won Miss Universe during those years, the government would have given her like the most spectacular welcome. We would have never treated our winner that way. So for me, that was the best moment. And about the personality, because I didn't get to say it. My favorite personality right now is Carolina Bielavska, because she's been reigning for 3 years and she's not showing signs of wear and tear. She's just as happy as the first day. Other queens would have quit by now.
Right. She looks fresh.
And this is against what I usually say, but one of my favorite personalities this year was Magali Febles, and I'm gonna tell you why.
I was gonna say that.
I might not agree with a lot of things she does, but boy, was she entertaining during Miss Universe. Like everybody was insulting her, and it's like, shut up, you don't know about this, your people are kids and whatever. And I was laughing like crazy.
I admire her.
I mean, even though she has been around as long as I have, for much longer than I have actually, but it was funny. It was really funny seeing her do the things she did. I think
Yo voy a ser eterna. Do you remember that?
Exactly. I'm gonna be eternal. Like, shut up! I'm not gonna die. Why are you wishing me for? Why are you wishing for me to die? So that's the thing. And the moment Nicaragua winning, and the worst moment. Did anybody talk about the worst moment? Yeah, Lenka said.
Right. Yep.
The worst moment for me, the lack of respect for the delegates parading swimsuits under the rain. Because it could have been stopped. I mean, if one falls, okay, but when you let all of them, and you know that there's a wet spot, but you know everybody's watching, so it's going to give you views. So this was intentional. This was no accident. I've been here
Yeah,
for
they did it for the
25 years.
show. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So for me, that was a lack of respect. But you know, that's what they like. The show, the controversy, the views. And they don't care about who they throw under the bus.
That kind of situation could never happen in America, where anybody
because you get this a lawsuit.
You get a lot of lawsuits, definitely, for sure. Brian, please go.
I forgot my best moment. The best moment for me was Brian Javier acquiring the Miss Grand US Virgin Islands franchise after saying it right here jokingly 1 year later.
That's right. I remember that. Only
and you did such a great job.
Thank you.
Yes, doing better every year, Brian.
That's the goal.
All right. What about you, Willie, darling? Your best and your worst moment?
The worst moment since Cunan has Miss Universe.
What?
Since Cunan
has... that was 2022. We're talking about 2023.
That is the reason. It's an ongoing situation.
It's going on. Okay.
It's an ongoing situation.
Yeah. She is the COVID of the pageantry, and there's no vaccination. Hi, Cunan. I love you too. So, and the best moment is when Paula Sugar gave that speech.
That was crazy.
Like we will say in the LGBTQ plus community, yes, girl. She exit out the way that needed to happen, and that message was a read. RuPaul said, the library is open. Paula, take your stand. She dropped the microphone. The library is closed, and Cunan is like, what happened?
What just happened?
What just happened? And the other worst moment is when the backstabbing towards Lupita Jones, but she's coming with the vengeance because that. I really do. She read my message. I put a message in my story, so I don't want to say that she read my message, but I tag her. I said, I think Lupita Jones needs to be the new Miss Grand Mexico director, and days later, boom, she's the new one. So. And the other worst part is what happened to Henrique. I'm sorry, now what? But again, loyalty. I said at the beginning, loyalty is something that needs to stay there. And what happens to him? With every comment that you guys have been saying with what Lenka said and Brian, that's where I say, okay, where's the transparency of the pageant? If you suppose that you need to follow certain rules in order to make it to the top 20, and you see and you hear these stories, and some people still making it in the top 20. So not everybody is following the rules. It's all about followers. And with that being said, we know that whoever wants to go to Miss Grand needs to have the followers. In that way, you can make it to the finalists.
Exactly.
So you're leaving behind good candidates that really deserve to be there, because this year in Miss Grand, there was a lot of girls that deserved to be in the final.
Despite them, the new license holder from Brazil has 1 million followers, but like 80 likes. Then buy the followers. It's okay.
All right. Who's next?
I think Edwin fell asleep again.
No, he already spoke.
About what?
Lenka, you're done,
sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the best moment in this life is when Ed is like, he's like
no, I'm on the phone. I'm not falling asleep. I'm on the phone.
No, but that looks like that's so Raven is like,
got a vision.
That's funny. Okay, next category. Next category is the best minor pageant of the year. Nominees
MGI. MGI.
Universal Women, Miss Charm, Miss Intercontinental, Miss Aura International, Miss Cosmo World, the Miss Globe, or other. For me, the best minor pageant is Miss Aura International. For me, because I just like this pageant. It's been going on for what, 4 or 5 years. Ed, aren't you interested in sending a Panamanian girl to this pageant?
My director is looking into it because I no longer handle my pageant.
Oh,
I
okay.
am the license holder, but I gave the directorship away. Otherwise, I was gonna go.
Got
So,
it. Okay.
but he's taking care of it. So he's in contact with them. So I have to ask to see how it's going.
Yeah, this
But
pageant has a potential to become bigger, just like Miss Charm. But I think it's a very well, the setting takes place in Turkey, which is far better than Egypt, where they hold Miss Intercontinental every year, basically.
Yeah.
So but the quality of the contestants are amazing. I think they're amazing. And it's covered by Mississology. Mississology goes there every year now to cover this pageant.
now you killed it.
Yes, exactly.
I think Miss Friendship is also good, and you don't have it in your list.
Other.
Yeah.
Yeah, other. Okay.
Just
I
with the
don't
name
like the
alone.
term minor though. Can we come up with something?
All right. Who's next? Brian.
Universal Woman, I think it's promising. Miss Charm is very promising, and so is Miss Orb. Those three look very promising.
Okay.
Mm.
Willie.
Miss Charm, of course. Miss Friendship. I like what I saw, and hopefully next year Cuba will compete, and hopefully they give us Charm and we compete. I never heard about Aura. I'm sorry. So I would need to look into it because I always love to give a chance to new pageants because you need to start from somewhere. I mean, look, Miss Grand. I mean, putting aside the craziness, but look where, I mean, just started and it's knocking down one of the toughest pageants in the world. So, I mean, they might in this so-called, I would like to call it the new babies in pageantry. Except Miss Intercontinental is going down the hill.
Oh,
Yeah, but I think these pageants they could be bringing back what pageantry is all about, what we are all
What we
accustomed.
fell in love with.
Because I don't want a pageant that is all about followers because this is not Miss Internet. You can buy followers. You want a person that
No
is
followers,
ready
you
for the
contact
work.
me.
Huh?
You want followers, you contact me.
Now we know.
there you
No,
go.
but that's my job, marketing and Instagram. I don't care about my account that much. I only got like 50. But I take clients and girls, and I actually one of the things I do for girls at Grand, that I help them with their IG and so on. Most of the time, like they need to post every day, they need to post about every single, sponsor. So I help to do the graphic and videos and so on. And in many cases, I'm logged into their account. I'm gonna say who, because I also have another student that I cannot reveal name. But like I will log in and then just answer all the, fans comments because fans love it. You reply and they screenshot it. Oh, she answered to me and so on. I'm not saying I did with everyone, but it's a smart thing to do. And when you're active on Instagram and then you do a lot of lives, Grand Girls, you have to do lives all the time.
All the
Even if
time,
it's
yep.
just, I'm getting ready, I'm going out, what you guys doing? They love to see, who you are in a normal life. It's like number one and so on. But using all the functions of Instagram and so on, that's like Instagram
Very important
rewards.
for reach.
Yeah, they reward you. They make your post more visible. But sometimes Instagram is an ass because if you are growing followers, sometimes they shadow ban you and hide your post. So they force you to pay for the boost and so on. So you have to be careful. But yeah, you need help with followers, let me know because that's my job.
All right.
Not
Good one.
sponsored, everyone. Not sponsored.
Exactly. All right. Moving on. Major pageant of the year.
Oh,
The
I
nominee.
didn't see. I
What?
didn't say minor,
Oh, what is it? Okay, go. Because too
but I
slow.
didn't like the
Go.
term minor. It just new. Oh. Yeah, number one universal woman because I really did
course.
not want to compete again. I was like, I'm done with that. But then I saw it and I'm like, wow, this is
It's gonna be
something
good.
that really intrigues me. Then I see huge potential in charm. But maybe it's because I really like Luma. She's so amazing. And then what was the other names? Cosmo. Cosmo looks very, very
Cosmo.
This
promising
Cosmo World
too.
is very promising too. It takes place in Malaysia and they have a lot of sponsors and it's a beautiful production too. So
Yeah.
it's very promising.
There's a lot of new, exciting.
Miss
A lot of
Orb
options.
International. Have you
But
guys
Orb.
Intercontinental is horrible.
Orb? Miss Orb.
Orb sounds like it's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
Good one. It's a good one.
Vietnamese.
Yeah. Where does it
Mhm.
take? Is it in Mexico? That pageant?
Vietnamese.
Costa Rica.
It's Vietnam.
What?
Miss Orb?
Orb.
No, Miss Obi is gonna be in Costa
No,
Rica this year.
Vietnam.
Is it
Miss Orb is in Costa Rica.
It's Costa Rican
Miss Orb
production.
is gonna be
Yeah.
Yeah.
in Costa Rica.
In Vietnam, they have this one called Miss I think Miss
Cosmo.
Celebration.
Miss Cosmo.
Cosmo's gonna be in Vietnam.
Cosmo is
Big
in
Cosmo
Vietnam.
has like that huge prize
yeah,
for
the-
the women.
Yeah, and the backing of the Vietnamese national director. That was for Miss Universe Vietnam, I
Yeah.
think.
By the way, I see Honolulu's Intercontinental. Intercontinental sucks. I'm sorry to say they
They
Yeah.
didn't
suck.
learn.
I think
They
it has
didn't
an
learn so
appeal.
many years, and yep.
Yeah,
So many
well,
years
I
because
mean,
you have
haven't
the
learned
same.
last
anything.
year, bought Crown. They always put in top 5 absolutely terrible girls, and then the one who they
questionable
want to win.
winners.
So
Like, what's up with that?
I mean,
You know, do
this
better. You
year's
can do
winner,
better.
I like.
Detlef Tersis is the CEO of
Here,
the
Czech Republic, Carol, and in Thailand, Heidi. It was like those two are favorite. They're gonna fight for Crown, not even top 5. Good show, sorry.
disappointing for Intercontinental. Okay, moving on. Number 19. I'm gonna make it 20 categories because I stopped at 19, but I'm gonna add a 20th, which is the country of the year. But number 19, major pageant of the year, Universe Grand Supra International Earth. But of course, Ed hates grand, so he's not voting.
MGI.
He's abstaining. So I voted.
No, I have my answer.
Oh, you do? Okay. For me personally, I chose Grand as the best major pageant of the year. Best production, best activities, best
Best value for the contestants.
yeah, value for the prize. You know, it's amazing. I recommend all the girls to compete in between Miss Universe and Miss Grand. I'd recommend most of the girls to compete in Miss Grand. All right, who's next?
So
Grand.
I
Grand.
agree. Sorry.
Okay, everybody Grand, all 5 of us are Grand.
Well,
No, I'm not.
Except for Ed. Ed is choosing what? Universe?
Miss Universe. Because at the end of the day, that's the pageant that everybody outside the pageant industry knows. You ask my grandma or my mom, they know about Miss Universe and Miss World. You ask them about Miss Grand and they say, what do I eat that with? You see, that's the thing that Miss Grand needs is the international media to make regular people know that it exists. But otherwise, it's only inside the industry.
Mhm.
So that's why. I mean, Miss Universe, even though if Sheynnis had won Miss Grand, the turnout wouldn't have been the same in Nicaragua, you see? So I know and I accept that Miss Universe is kind of like a damaged brand at the moment. They have a lot of work to do to rebuild the brand, but it still keeps being one of the biggest
Well, because of its legacy, not because of
Yeah.
what they're giving.
of the legacy.
Exactly.
That's exactly.
Yeah, the reputation, everything.
But
Yeah.
if me
For me,
personally,
Grand.
if we talk
Sorry.
about legacy, I would choose, sadly to say it's not happening yet, but I will go with Miss World over Miss Universe for legacy. It's the most competed and is more famous around the country for what they do than Miss Universe. Miss Universe is only famous in Latin America. But
It is, but
looking at the
it
whole,
wasn't.
it's Miss World.
It wasn't this year, and apparently it's not gonna be in 2024 either. So
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be in 2027.
That's crazy. That's wild.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean, for me, I still keep Grand I know things happen, but I am trying to look at it without my personal feelings. And when I see the production and I see the activities and the finale and everything, it was top this year. I like the fact that the top 10 get to travel with the organization for a while, and then have a chance to kind of like
The
meet the
opportunity.
right people
Yes. And they
as
actually,
well.
it's like a hand-on jobs training. Now what teaches the girls how to make money? Basically, it's a business. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the 4 Bs?
And
Yeah.
but Universe was always my favorite. When I was growing up, Universe was my thing. Miss World is great, yeah, but I always find it so boring. Please, Julia, give it to someone younger. Make it more modern. Keep the values, but make it more modern and more fun because I sleep through the contest.
She should just hand the Miss World organization to Carolina Bielawska. Not to that horrible woman named Shri Saini, okay? Not to her, but to Carolina Bielawska, okay? She'll do much better. She'll be the face of Miss World forever, okay? All right. Country. Wait a minute. Hold on. Before we go to the country of the year, reading some of the comments. MGI Philippines needs Lenka. Yeah. By the way, people ask me who has the Miss Grand Philippines franchise. Arnold Vigafria still has
Very nice, gentlemen.
Philippines franchise. Now what? Renew the license with Arnold, so he gets to keep the Miss Grand Philippines franchise. Lenka, would you like to train Miss Grand Philippines girls?
You know what?
I can put in a good
I
word
would
for
be
you.
happy if Arnold would contact me and then take me on the board as a team, help train the girls and so on. I would be more than happy to, give the guidance how to pick the right girl and then how to train them and so on. So I don't know if you're watching Philippines, if you're watching, I'm here. I can help.
I will talk to Summer Smith and Crown Sisters. Summer Smith sat right next to Arnold during the finals. They became good friends. In fact, Arnold asked Summer if she would be interested to be part of the advisory council of Miss Grand Philippines, but she said no because she's too busy. But I will definitely speak to her so she can put in a good word for you with Arnold. Okay? Deal.
I want to prove to the Philippines that it's not that MGI doesn't like Philippines. It's just
the Filipino fans, the rabid, toxic Filipino fans.
Basically. Yeah, and you need to understand it's a hard job. You need to work.
So stop it, Philip. If you want your first Miss Grand International crown, behave.
You know what's crazy is
it's all about the energy that you guys are projecting.
Once they get their first MGI Golden Crown, then they'll be a little bit more tame. Then they'll be more connected to it. Exactly. Yeah, that's what it is.
Country of the year. For me,
country of the year.
Thailand. For me, Thailand. Thailand won Miss Tourism International, Miss Intercontinental, Miss what else? Miss Tourism International and Miss Aura International. Those are four crowns in 1 year. Thailand has never had this much success in 1 year. Of course, Miss Universe first runner-up. They did well in Miss Supranational, MGI, and all the other pageants. I think Thailand, for me, is the country of the year. Incidentally, shocking, Philippines has not won any crown this year. They won the stupid silly pageant called Miss Planet International that took place in Cambodia. But we all know Miss Planet International is a scam, okay? Remember that Miss Czech Republic?
That's what I wanted to say. The worst
from 2 years ago, she competed in Miss Planet and she felt scammed.
That's what I wanted to say about the person in the pageantry. Tamila Kojaeva, she is a freaking hero because Miss Planet International did the contest in what was an African country, I forgot.
Uganda. It was in Uganda.
Yeah. And then, 3 girls in 1 room, 1 towel. It was a horrible sashing on a grass, but still okay. But then the organizers disappeared. police show up, pointing
Yeah.
guns at the girls' faces because they never paid for the hotel, so they didn't want to let them leave.
And Miss
Finally, they
Philippines
let
got
them
scared. Miss
leave.
Philippines left, remember? She was one of the
Yeah,
most
she was
popular
crying.
contestants. Yeah, she was
And then most of the girls, you know, they paid for everything themselves and they had a return tickets for after the finale, but you know, everybody fled. So these girls couldn't afford to go back to their home country. So, you know, we had to find someone to find like a shelter, you know, to be safe because, you know, they could have been kidnapped, you know, bunch of white girls. It was very dangerous. So they found like a guy who was building a hotel and the girls were hiding there. And everybody was scared to speak against Miss Planet International because they paid the police, the newspaper, and so on. And it's funny because they had money to pay everyone, but they couldn't pay for the flight tickets back for the girls, you know what I mean? And then they did another finale in Cambodia like nothing happened. And most of the girls didn't say anything because they were scared and bullied and harassed. And Tamila, she just went and she just like talked the truth. She defended the girls, you know, she kept on fighting for what is right. And to me, that is a queen warrior. I love her. And I hope maybe she would go to Universal Women
You never
after.
know.
I can come.
Yeah.
I win.
After you first, and then she comes next. Yeah.
Yeah, the shame is that she's eligible for supranational, but Miss Czech Republic has the 26 years age limit. So
Right. Exactly. Thailand won Miss Planet this year. No, we're talking about 2023. Philippines won Miss Planet 2023. That event took place in Cambodia on January.
yeah, it was
Sometime
like
in
10,
January 29.
10
January
contestants.
29, 2023, Miss Philippines won Miss Planet International. Okay, but we don't count Miss Planet because it's a scam.
Nothing to be proud of.
Nothing to be proud of. So Philippines, other countries stop sending girls to this stupid contest. All right. Other countries that you want to nominate? I think Thailand. Thailand.
Well,
Well, for
Peru
me,
did really well, right, this year.
Peru,
In
Peru
Miss
won
US.
Miss Grand. That's about it. And they
well, for
No,
me,
they were
when I
they have more things. I top in Miss Universe. I saw a post about it that they did pretty well. And for me, Netherlands did really good because it's a small country. And then, you know, Melissa
honorable
got in top
mentions.
at MGI, then top in Miss Earth, then the winner of the International Queen. And at Supranational, you know, they were in top at Miss and top 3 at Mr.
Mhm.
And I was hosting Mr. National Universe, and the guy didn't place, but he was absolutely exceptional, and I can see him as a future threat too. So they are doing really great. Small country.
Yeah, a
Killing it.
small
And
country. So I'm very, very happy for Netherlands because finally they got they got the exposure that they deserve. And Dutch girls killed last year. They did very, very well. Earth, you know, Supranational, of course, MGI. So they did very, very well. And of course, Miss International Queen, which is a Dutch winner.
yeah,
So I'm very, very, very glad for it. Hopefully this trend will continue. I think that's it. We're done. We are officially done, and Brian took off without saying goodbye, bastard. Okay, anyway.
he needs to get ready to present the girls, don't forget.
Probably, yeah. Either that or had to go to the bathroom. All right, listen. I would like to thank each and one of my special guests tonight for participating in this wonderful discussion, the best and worst of pageantry 2023. And I hope we get to talk. We will continue with this chats and discussions, you know,
please,
during
I
the
missed
rest of the year. Now let's see. We can probably talk. Well, Miss World finals is coming up. If
Yeah,
it comes up.
please.
Crossing our fingers, and that's what March. We're looking forward for Miss World in March. February, nothing is happening in February. Wait, Miss America is this weekend, but nobody cares about Miss America.
Yeah, shout out to the
Oh,
team.
updates
North
about
Carolina won.
updates about Miss USA. They finally, when you go to Miss USA competition and Instagram account, they have the calendar of all the state pageants. So far, they have 11 or 12 states. having their state pageants finally.
Yeah.
So that's very, very good. So I'm
But a
glad.
little shout out to Miss America Team Division, Miss America Outstanding Team. It looks like North Carolina, a Carolina girl, just won the title hours ago. So North Carolina got the crown for team on Miss America Division.
Oh,
I
Ryan is
actually want to give a shout out to someone. You posted it yesterday. The girl from Philippines who won the provincial round, Alexis Brooke.
yes.
Philippines, that girl is golden.
That
She is so
girl with
unique
the
and amazing.
Mhm.
I love her,
Watch
and
out
I
for
want
her.
to. I want
Beautiful.
her
I
to
hope she
really
win
win.
Miss Philippines.
I want her to win the Miss Universe
So,
completely. Like I feel like when I saw Natalie Glebova or Zoe or this year Sheynnis, like I had that feeling, you know, that's how I feel when I see her. So good job, Philippines.
I
and you
agree.
never know.
Congratulations on
It's
the
between it's if you guys don't know what we're talking about Miss Iloilo Philippines 2024.
Mhm.
It's Alexi Brooks. Her mother's Filipino, her father's Black American, and she has this amazing beauty. And she's been
Gorgeous.
compared to Zozibini Tunzi, although a lot of people don't think that she looks like Zozibini Tunzi.
She
But
doesn't.
yeah, but she's beautiful. Check out her. It's Alexi Brooke. Okay, that's her name. And of course, the 69-year-old Filipino woman who's competing in Miss Universe Quezon City. If she wins
Okay.
Quezon City, she's going to Miss Universe Philippines, and who knows? We could have a 69-year-old Miss Universe Philippines competing on Miss Universe.
She is great. You know, I gotta say, people are mocking her, but I say, not everybody is signing up because they think they can win. Some people just want to fulfill their dream, you know. At that
That's
age, you
true.
feel like that nothing is ahead of you. And then to step on a stage in a nice dress and nice makeup, you know, it's
And she's
great. So
still
why
pretty.
not?
Like
And
she's
Very
cute.
pretty.
secondly,
She's
Yeah.
pretty.
yeah, she is,
Is
and
the
she's
one
excellent. And
Her name
secondly,
is
there is a big trend of like older models nowadays. There is this model who was discovered by this makeup artist from United Arab Emirates, Hindu. She was like working at a front desk at a hotel, and she was already 60. And then he discovered her, and she's working her ass off. And a lot of like older models are doing great. And her just signing up, it was posted on every beauty fan page. She got so much attention already. Smart move. She can just start modeling career, you know, even without it. So kudos to her. She is a smart
You know
lady.
who I want to see compete in Miss Universe Philippines? Melanie Marquez, Michelle D's mother, who was Miss International in 1979. Would it be
Does she
amazing?
still look good?
Well, she's kind of like a
she
little
looks for
like
her age, she looks
she
good.
looks like she still looks very fashionable and classy. She was
Mhm.
interviewed like a week ago or something, and she basically insulted Conan. She misgendered Conan. She kept saying
Oh,
she's a he instead of she's a she.
probably not a good idea then to
Yeah.
compete.
Yeah, but she's not going to win anyway once Conan finds out
Well,
that she's
this
being
is the way that I
misgendered.
see it. If you miss the call in pageantry, there's pageants for your age. That's all I need to say.
There she is. That's one of her fashion shoots right there.
Not terrible.
Not terrible. And she was a supermodel winner back in
In
1985, 86 or something. So
Puerto Rico, we have Genesis Davila and Jenny Colon coming back.
oh, that's good. I like Genesis.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Genesis, wasn't
Mm,
she criticized for something?
Yeah. Yeah,
Said,
she said something about
Well, Brazil
women
has won
being pregnant and
Renato.
not being able to they shouldn't compete
oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
for
That's
pregnant
right.
women. She's also like the only back-to-back Miss
I,
Florida USA.
That's right. Which is has never happened before.
Not
Never
right.
well,
happened before.
because of the change of command, but she just needs to
Mhm.
get her story straight about what happened in the
Well, no,
non-talk.
because the guy who used to run Miss Florida USA, Gavin
Mm-hmm.
Grant
Yeah.
Gavin, he's a jackass.
Grant. Yeah, Grant.
Grant, he's he's
Yeah.
he's an asshole. Everybody hated him. He's a horrible attitude and whatnot. So yeah, so that's why I'm glad he lost that franchise and gave it to somebody
And
else.
then Jenny Colon was first runner up to Mayra Matos in 2009. She is fierce. She is.
Yeah.
There was a reality show back then when Magali was doing Miss Universe 2009. That was her last Miss Universe Puerto Rico. And she was a bitch in it. So it's
Yeah.
really interesting to see. It's really interesting to see them back and like see them in a different light.
I just think that Genesis Davila needs just to get her story straight, because when she had the bad attitude when she didn't win Miss Universe Puerto Rico, she said
She
at
explained
that
it, she
time,
says.
I remember she said that she was praying, but recently she said something
like,
completely different. And I was like, girl, get your story straight. Learn how to answer
which one is
questions,
it?
because you have a killer body, but your attitude sucks. I mean, you went to Miss Intercontinental, and the question was, what was the biggest event or something like that? She said, what the current most biggest event in Miss Universe? And I'm like, you are in Miss Intercontinental.
Like, why would you say that?
So for me, I mean, she is beautiful, and that's it. She doesn't. Her Q&A is not a good strength, but she needs to get her story straight.
I mean, it's been a few years. Let's see. Maybe they both. It's really weird to see that two bitchy contestants are
I
coming
just
back.
want somebody good. I want somebody, a new blood. I want somebody that is new, that is fresh. That
Well, what about the first runner-up to Carlo last year? I thought she was stunning. What was her name? You don't like her, Brian?
What is her name? I forgot. Rio Grande, what, Brian?
She was. I thought she was.
Saimara?
Saimara.
Something.
Our runner-ups have not been good in the last few years, to be honest. Like, not.
But you know what? There was a girl, I think it was Trujillo Alto from the Maria Karla. I like her. She has potential.
Wasn't she bitchy?
No, she wasn't bitchy.
Or was that Catania? Catania was the bitchy one,
Yeah.
right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think was her. But no, but this one I think was Trujillo Alto. She was beautiful. She was one of the top 5. She had potential to go to Miss Universe. It's just, I don't know. I think the best formula for Puerto Rico when it comes to winners is a fresh face. Every winner that we had was a fresh face. That's our formula to win. You know, all the recycled
not every,
all the
some
new
of them.
pageants.
No, but Will, but like in the last 5 or 6 girls that we've had, the only one that has been fresh out of nowhere has been Kiara. The rest have been girls that have competed before.
But that is the reason. Like if we see Marisol, Rachel, Deborah, Dayanara, Denise, Zuleika, and even though Zuleika was well known for a team pageant, but that was her first time as a Miss. So our good luck charm to win Miss Universe always was somebody that was fresh from the batch. I don't need, because when you use girls that compete in different Miss pageants, there's so much pressure, and when they go, they are not judged the same way. I feel like they're judged more harder. And
I just don't think that we have any value to Miss Universe. Like what can they get out of Puerto Rico winning Miss Universe? You know? I think that's why we're stuck.
Just send them to,
I don't know.
just focus on Miss Grand, period.
Literally. Well, we'll probably win Miss Grand before we win Miss Universe.
Grand, Super, and International, or even Miss Earth. You know.
Well, actually, I have a couple more people I wanted to give shout out. Remember Nadine, Miss Palestine at Miss Earth last year? She got Miss
Nadine,
Fire.
yeah. Are you Miss Earth Fire? Yep.
Yeah. She
Oh, Miss
is
Earth
gearing
Water,
up
rather.
for.
Miss Earth Water.
She's gearing up for MU next year.
She's what?
She's gearing up. She's getting ready for Miss Universe next year.
Really? Representing
Yeah.
what? The
Palestine.
The imaginary country of Palestine? Okay.
Don't
Let's
go
not
there.
get into that.
And with that being said,
don't go there.
And then Amalia, who was Miss Grand Uzbekistan, I actually wanted to tell people, this girl really wants to go to Miss Universe. Uzbekistan doesn't have a license.
Oh, she's beautiful. Yeah. Diana something. What's her name? Yeah.
She's amazing. I think that she would be higher if they had longer preparation. She jumped into it last second.
But she needs to tone down on her walk, because her walk is like all over the place. She's like very
she needs time to prepare. But she wants to go to Miss Universe. Nobody has a license. She wants to be the first Uzbekistan girl who goes to Miss Universe. So anyone who is watching who is interested to become a license holder for Uzbekistan and represent this amazing woman, shoot me a message, let me know, because she's incredible. She's a hard worker. And
Why
I
does
know
international director get it? She was nice.
I think she's more like a manager. They bought the license for Grant. But you know, for
So
Miss
they're
Universe,
probably not coming next year.
I'm sorry, what?
So they're probably
next
not competing this year.
No, because the 2024 is already closed, and I told her to be patient anyways, you know.
No,
to
no,
like give
for Grand, I meant for Grand, if they were competing again in Grand.
I'm not sure. I think it was one-time thing because she's her manager, so they got the license. I'm not sure. But for the Miss Universe, you know, the process is so complicated and it just costs
Yeah.
$1,000 to even apply, and then you have to have an organization and all of that things. So yeah, if anyone has advice or is interested, please let me know. That girl is incredible. She deserves it, and I guarantee you she will get to top at least.
All right. That sounds good. Well, you know what? If Miss Universe is going to offer a franchise to Palestine, they better offer the franchise to Cuba first. Cuba has been waiting for that franchise for so many long decades, 5 decades, okay? So think about that, Kunan, if you're watching.
Yeah, I mean, free
We need
Palestine.
beautiful Cuban girls on Miss Universe stage, okay? All right, I think we're done, unless you guys want to ask something else. Okay,
Free
Reina
Palestine.
Hispano-Americana is coming, is taking place right now.
Puerto
Well,
Rico
I
is
think
stunning.
Puerto
Reina
Rico is stunning,
Hispano-Americana.
and Venezuela is coming for that
Venezuela
crown.
too.
Well, don't
Venezuela.
underestimate Philippines. Philippines is very strong too.
Gorgeous too. Gorgeous girl.
Well, I haven't seen Philippines yet, but I know she's beautiful.
It's pretty.
Very, very pretty.
Miss Grand Las Palmas.
Oh
she's
my
gonna be the
God,
winner.
yes. She's gonna
She's
win.
gonna
She
be
has
the
to
winner.
win.
Yeah, she's winning
That
Spain.
girl needs to win Miss Grand Spain, okay?
She's going to. She's
She's
going to.
gorgeous.
Well, last year
But
they
the
made a
question is,
mistake.
can she sell fish sauce?
My girls can sell fish sauce.
You know, but once a European winner, she's really strong. And I think Isabella last year said, you know, it would be between Czech and Spain, and then it wasn't. But the girl who is interested from Czech for Grand, she is pretty spectacular too. Her name is Veronica Biaso. She's still a semifinalist, so it's still very early, but she really wants to go.
Is she
She has her
mixed?
own talk
Does she have-
show,
Is she mixed?
podcast,
She could pass it for
off-brand
Latina.
TV show, and she has the skin condition
Vitiligo? Vitiligo.
yeah. So
Okay.
that's interesting story. She is gay, has a lovely girlfriend, which is interesting too.
She's gay?
Yeah, it's
Now
gonna
I
be a
love
bloodbath.
Yeah.
You know, Brian, it's never fun if you don't have a good competition, right? Like if it's easy,
Controversy.
Well, you better get
never
ready
fun.
because I'm coming strong. This might be my last
And-
year, and I'm coming strong.
And plus, you know me, I am no country woman. I am happy to help where I see a good heart and
It's all about the
potential. You know,
girls.
for me, I help, and if you pay forward, if you do good with the success, that's all I need. Well, from the friends.
There
Yeah, once.
you go. By the way, speaking of Miss Grand International 2022, Isabella Menin and Miss Grand Czech Republic, Mariana, they're the best
No,
of
they're
friends
not
right
gay.
now. They partnered and created their own business, which is called Ayim Society. And they give all these lessons on meditation, on personal growth and development
Manifestation.
and whatnot. So I checked out the website. They only mention, hi, we're Isabella and Mariana. They don't give any other information except their first names, no titles. And then when you check the pay here, if you want to enroll, so you pay like 6 to 8 euros or something, to get their full course and stuff and everything. So I don't know. Are they even legit? Is it a legitimate business? They're based in
Yes.
London, I think.
I gotta say yes, because Mariana has been doing it a long time before with her ex-boyfriend. These retreats, with yoga, eating healthy, manifestation, meditation, and people love it. Very successful, and she and Isabella are great friends. And the power of manifestation, Isabella manifested that winning and then she got it. So they know something. So I definitely think that it's worth it. And come on, you get to spend time with the two most amazing queens. Like it's worth way more money.
Cool. All right, let's wrap it up. Okay, so in a few hours, Brian will reveal his Miss Grand US Virgin Islands 2024 contestants. So please
Watch
follow him on his social media and Instagram. It's Real Brian J. Okay, and Runway Poppy is Willie's Instagram account. Please follow him as well. Lenka is Lenka Vomosil, Vomocil. Is her Instagram account. Please
He's like,
support
oh, I'm
her.
getting them.
Lenka
Everyone
is
misses-
going to be the future Universal Woman winner. Okay, so we are officially announcing
I need to get rid of my old
candidacy
title.
for 2025. Okay, we support her and potentially Miss Grand Philippines future trainer. Okay, so
Yeah.
your fingers. Okay,
And helping US Virgin Islands if they want to.
that's right.
course.
Woohoo! And
Uh,
follow Ed Domiguez. I don't know if he's welcome to receiving new friend requests
I'm private.
at Dom EDDOM
22.
22 EDDOM 22 Instagram, and of course your host me. Okay, I know some of you don't like me, but please try your best, make New Year's resolution to like me. Okay,
Actually, I have to
because
say
Work on
something
yourselves.
about Rafa.
because the pageant world need people like me. Okay,
Yes.
you don't see a lot of people like me talking about the real harsh reality in the pageant industry. Okay, I
Can I
don't
actually
kick
say
anybody's ass,
something?
and that's why I have a very low number of subscribers, because those other pageant bloggers who have high number of followers cater, or actually they want to kiss the ass of other people, but not me. So yeah, you got the real deal right here. Okay.
Well,
Anyway,
Rose,
what?
but let me say something about Rafa. We disagree on so many things, right? I think the
Same.
one thing we agree is about loving the
Our love
animals,
for
protecting
pageant.
animals.
Oh, that's it.
But I gotta say something. Sometimes I get pissed off by something he says and so on. But I tell you one thing, Rafa is fighting for the friends and people in our group like a
Indeed.
dog. Like when he sees someone getting attacked, treated badly, he goes after them, he bites, he don't care. I mean, I was bullied by someone and it was really bad, and then he spent all the hours watching the event and then just commenting and defending me and just like so on. And I know that something happens, Rafa is there to like fight for you. So that
Thank
is
you.
incredible. Thank you so much.
See, because this is the thing. I can say pretty much anything I want to say, whereas most of you out there are either too afraid to say it. So just tell me, let me know through direct messages or private messages, and I'll be more than happy to divulge everything to the world. I will not mention names. I never name my sources, okay? That you can count on me. I never name my sources, okay? None whatsoever. So I could be your trustful friend, all right?
Look at
And
it's
is not
reacting.
convinced, is laughing.
No, because no, that's true. He doesn't mention anybody, only Princess Amira.
Oh.
Well, she's an exception. She's an
Yes.
exception, okay? She's an exception. So
Yeah, but I
Nah,
think it's
she
at the end of the
deserved it.
day,
It's fine.
at the end of the day, we are all family and we're getting to know each other through this. And for me, that is a blessing. This is part of it. I mean, we try to call out the things the way that we think it is with respect. but we still respect each other and we're becoming a great pageant friend. So
And the entertainment aspect of this is also what keeps the pageant community moving.
exactly.
Like I always
This
say,
is-
we are grand, the one and only. Right, Edwin?
But
Miss
indeed.
Universe, force of good
I
and
didn't hear that.
transformational leadership. Miss Earth, beauties for a cause. Miss World, beauty with a purpose. What else?
Rafa,
Miss
Rafa, I
Supernatural,
don't know.
inspirational, aspirational.
Aspirational.
Something vacuuming. Rafa, I sent you a picture. I sent you a picture of the new girl who won coffee. I don't know if you can put it on screen. Of the Polish girl.
The
Where did you
Poland
send it to
girl.
me? Did you send it to me? Oh, I can't because I have my WhatsApp right now.
Okay,
People will
so
Sorry, I
know.
was
WhatsApp.
looking
Okay, so
for
check out,
Luciana.
go to Facebook, Reina Internacional del Cafe.
Yeah, because I sent
You
you
see
a
the
picture
photo
where
of the
there's a
winner.
picture when she was in Miss Universe, then the picture in Supranational, and now as the new coffee queen. Because a lot of people
Okay.
don't remember
Third
she
time
was
the
in Miss
charm.
Universe.
She was, yeah.
Interesting.
Third time.
Yeah. Okay. Next time. You know
And
what?
congratulations to Will for Miss Cuba, who was third place. Primera princesa, I think.
She's
Primera
third
princesa
place.
y
Third
reina,
place.
la
Yeah,
policía
that's nice.
internacional.
That's nice
Should have
for
been the
Cuba.
winner.
I know.
Thank you.
She should have
I
won.
try to. I don't want to say nothing right now because feelings are there, but later on I can say whatever. But right now I want her to enjoy her year, and a lot of opportunities will come from this. And Maria made history, the first Cuban queen to make it to the finalist and winning the
Queen of Police.
Reina de la Policía. So for me,
She has a lot of
she did
potential.
amazing
A
job.
lot
She
of
have a lot
potential.
of
I want to see
potential.
her compete in Miss Universe.
Yeah, the stage
She
presence was
will.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right, people. Thank you so much for watching the show tonight. And again, 2024, Happy New Year. May you have all the joy, the peace, the love, and wonderful blessings that you guys deserve. Thank you for patronizing my channel. Thank you for supporting my guests tonight. And we love you. And please continue loving and supporting us. So until the next time, thank you, my guests. Love you all. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you later. Bye.